They're so beautiful.
One year later.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Esports World Cup, and the total wall behind me is what's going to be the 4 days. It's all going to be about. I am Choo Choo.
And I am Solari, and this is 2024 Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason, where 12 teams from around the world will compete for a prize pool of $3 million.
Half the amount of money that can change anybody's life, including the fates of any organizations.
And it's all happening in the heart of Saudi Arabia in the beautiful city of Riyadh.
And also, who will get the honor to add in their badge and their club at the prestigious wall?
And whose honor is going to be crushed just like their key.
And it all begins now at the group stage.
Only 8 teams are going to get through it, and the fight begins now.
Time for the opening ceremony.
We the kings, it's our honor.
Oh, this is the Heaven Blade Flame skin exclusive for this EWC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024.
Oh,
We're live
he's
from
back.
Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Amazon Arena.
I don't know why
Esports
every time he
World Cup
appears, he reminds me of
2024. I'm
John
going to be
Cena.
your host for these 4 days. My name is Isaac Peña. With me are analysts for day 1 and day 2, Nora and Get.
Hi everyone,
Nora
I'm
and
Nora,
Keke.
and I'm super
The
excited to
usual
be here.
faces.
Just can't wait the event to be kicked off.
Yes, I'm Gekit, and I'm super excited as well. It's gonna be BO1 on the first day, and things are about to get spiced up here.
But everything is going to be on the line as we're going to have 12 teams that they're going to battle it out all the way through to try to
Audio
grab
test.
the trophy. They want to put
Audio
their crown
test.
on their heads. And how is this going to work out? I know that everyone is a little bit concerned about that. We put together a video just for everyone at home. Check it out.
Get ready for the highly anticipated Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season at Esports World Cup. The top 12 teams from the qualifiers and the invited teams are set to converge in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for a live showdown from August the 1st to August the 4th, all vying for their share of a massive $3 million prize pool. Let's dive into how the tournament will unfold. The tournament kicks off with an intense group stage over the first 2 days featuring 30 matches. The 12 teams will be split into 2 groups of 6, battling it out in a round-robin format with best-of-1 matches. Each group will compete in 15 matches to determine the top 4 teams advancing through to the knockouts. The excitement intensifies as we head into the knockouts over the next 2 days, starting with the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams from the group stages will compete in a best-of-3 single elimination format. The winner of each of these matches advances to the semi-finals the following day to face their opponents in a best-of-5. The semi-final winners will then face off in the finals, where the ultimate victor will be crowned champion, claiming the trophy and eternal glory. Additionally, the champion will have the opportunity to smash 3 of their rival keys and add them to their trophy. Mark your calendars for August the 1st and don't miss out a moment of action as your favorite teams go head-to-head in a live competition on stage.
Best of 1s, best of 3s, best of 5s. It is going to have all different options for those teams to try to get the victory, to try to get one step closer to that trophy. How are you feeling about the tournament?
I mean, like, I do like the format set because it has the pace in it, right? We are just going for the best-of-1 format for the single round robin in the group stage. Just, you know, let everyone just warm up a little bit and then move on to the best-of-3.
Best of 3 and best of 5. What's the difference with best of 1, Get?
I feel like best of one definitely is going to be a really interesting battle because we're going to see a lot of experimental builds and definitely BO1. You're going to have a test of each other's skills level, so to see which team is going to be playing with you on that particular level. So yeah, BO1 definitely one of the most exciting battles for me today.
We're gonna have 2 days full of BO1s. That's going to be amazing. The prizes are amazing as well.
Yeah.
You know, a total of $3 million with $1 million just for the champions. They're gonna leave Saudi Arabia $1 million richer from here.
I mean, like, this kind of prize pool only appears in my dream. You know, I always dream to be a millionaire, and right now they can just put it into reality.
That's right, and that's a lot of vouchers in the game. That's like you can get like all the skins for all the players.
Yeah.
I love how you guys are thinking like, I can get all the skins of everything, right? Like, but we're gonna have amazing games for this. We're gonna have 15 games today, 15 games tomorrow. We're gonna have 2 different streams going on. Stream A is going to start at 12 o'clock and it's gonna go for about 5 to 6 hours. And if you want to watch the games on stream B, you have seen over there on the screen what we're gonna have today.
I mean,
Means we
like,
are
for
gonna
today,
switch to
definitely a
stream-
lot of
stream
teams
B
will
later on.
appear right now, so just
And
let
back to
everyone
A,
to build
and
an
B again.
image upon each of the teams.
I know, and I want to spotlight one match in special. Our Jamil Motorsports match of the day, LGD Gaming against Team Kagendra. The representatives from Malaysia against the representatives from Indonesia. Get, what's your take on that?
Kagendra, I mean, they've been a long time coming. They've been learning the rope of the game. They've been learning the fundamentals of the game, so they know how to play the game. I feel like versus LGDs, who's more of an early game beast, but compared to Kagendra, they're gonna be that late game monster. I mean, those punches is not gonna hurt in the early games, but late game definitely they're gonna maintain their composure of more coming back into the match. So yeah, I feel like Kagendra should be okay versus LGD.
It's gonna be difficult, right? Like they need to
Not really.
survive that early game first.
My
If they
opinion
want to
is
push it
LGD is
actually to
gonna
the late one.
Yeah.
Be
Can
like
they
a
do that, Noah?
crashing
I mean,
over.
like, come on, LGD is the champion of Invitational Season 2, you know? And just be crowned as the new
They already
king
crushed
of
RRQ,
Honor of Kings. So
which,
definitely they're going to do
in my
their best.
perspective,
And also,
RRQ
I
is better than
met their
Kagendra.
captain back into the hotel, and he told me
So
that
let's
today
see.
is Xiang, the captain of LGD's birthday. The birthday boy said his birthday wish is to get the victory today and get into the final.
Now you see that puts Kagendra in a very awkward position. Man. Like it's his birthday. Like, are you really gonna deny him just the opportunity just to take the dub? That's going to be really hard. Besides the game between LGD Gaming and Team Kagendra, we're going to have 12 teams that they're going to be participating in our tournament. We've got the Season 2 top 8 teams that you all know already, as we're going to have as well Weibo Gaming, we're going to have AG Global, we're going to have invited teams, we're going to have Team Falcons, the champions of the KSA. We're going to have invited teams, the Team KPL, the KPL Dream Team, and of course, Boom Esports from the Philippines.
Yes, Boom Esports, they just got the last spot getting into our tournament. And I would say they are actually making their comebacks because
They
they
were
already
doing pretty well
involved in Season
yesterday.
2. But unfortunately, they didn't get what they want as
I
a
mean,
result.
2
But
days
right
ago.
now, they are coming back.
I know they're coming back. We had an opportunity just to talk to Boom Esports, to talk to the whole team, just to actually check how they're feeling about this, and this is what they had to say.
It's feel honor for me because I representing
I mean,
not
Boom
only
Esports
our
kind of have an
organization but
advantage
also the
because
Philippines. So
they have
it's
some.
like
They went there earlier,
I'm so very
so they have
proud
some time to
for my
adjust to
team and
the
for myself
time difference,
to be here.
jet lag or whatsoever.
My favorite hero is Charlotte because she is the most strong fighter assassin in the games. I feel like I can carry the game when I using him, so that's why.
With her,
In the
Charlotte is
last
not a guy.
1 or 2 months, we've been preparing for RRQ, but not only our RRQ, also the bracket that we have, like against AG, Loops, KPL. We've been preparing some drops for them also, and some rotation. To all the Filipinos out there supporting us, Boom Esports, thank you for supporting us, and please come and support us as we battle in the group stage, guys. We will do our best to make Philippines proud. We are Boom Esports, and we are the Hungry Beast.
Boom Esports, they're ready. I love the energy that they're bringing over here, right? Like, they understand that they need to do their best, not for themselves, but actually for their fans.
Yes, and they're being so genuine and also innocent, I would say, because he just said that I'm really good at playing Charlotte. And come on, man, we are doing best of one format. So what if I just ban Charlotte out?
That's right. I feel like they are really, really hungry. I mean, I feel like the team is ready. I mean, just like their team. Boom, they're ready for this game number one on game day one. Definitely, I'm seeing a lot of, great potential from this team. Even though they didn't make it in the season 2, but they bounced back in the last spot here for the EWC.
We're gonna see Boom Esports today. Right over here, we're gonna have multiple games where we can see what they've got for us. Remember, our teams are competing across 20+ games for a chance to determine who will be crowned the first Esports World Cup club champion. We got a chance to catch up with Quickshot about how the playing field currently stands. Let's see what he can say.
Hello everybody, Quickshot here from EWC Central. The Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason is about to kick off, so let's check out how they can impact the rankings in the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. To start with, most of the teams attending the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason have not scored very strongly in the Club Championship yet. But for clubs like Vivo Gaming, this is a huge opportunity to finally get on that leaderboard. With 3 more teams competing in other games throughout the rest of EWC, Vivo is looking to secure their first out of 2 required top 8 finishes. Now, in the Club Championship, Team Falcons and Team Vitality have already secured a good amount of points. Both teams are not coming into this tournament as strong favorites though, and are not expected to score strongly for their clubs. But as we've seen in previous weeks, the Esports World Cup is always open for surprises, and it has happened multiple times. For more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games and mini-games, and playing along, why don't you join us for the Esports World Cup Central broadcast every Thursday to Sunday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. this week on twitch.tv/EWC. That does it for today's EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
Team Falcons already looking strong to try to grab that trophy. The trophy that everybody wants, because it's going to be our first Esports World Cup trophy. Imagine the pride of just getting that.
Yeah, everyone just being so eager to game for the trophy.
Definitely. It's not even for the battle. I feel like just for the glory. I mean, that trophy stands for everything in this EWC tournament.
That trophy stands for everything, man. It stands for $7 million as well.
And it's immortal.
That's a big bag, man. I hope that everyone is just trying their very best. We know that the prizes are important, but the glory, just the honor of being able just to put their names over there. We're using the club championship as a way to really test our competitors. Organizations must prove themselves to be the actual best. But here and now, we're kicking off the Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season, and the EWC Player Review event is currently underway. Search for HOK Camp to enter the player review section, where you can rate and share your opinions on the participating players. During the event, you can also earn in-game rewards by posting reviews. Head over to the HOK Camp now to learn more about the event details. We know that the fans are talking about the best players out there, and the KPL Dream Team got some players that you actually personally know, right, Nora?
Yeah, I know, like everyone heard about KPL Dream Team, so why did they being so daunting? I did my calculation. I'll just put it into a clear way that how many individual championships, if I summed it up, will be the total number of the championship that these players have?
We have no idea.
Maybe like,
come on, give me a number.
Like 10 player 10.
10, okay.
12.
Okay, that is 31 championships in total, if we sum them up, including 15 times of FMVP.
Imagine 31 championships among them. Who can upset them? Like, who is going to be able to put them on the ground and come in here? Get it, what's your take?
My first thought is going to be Team Secret, and definitely they did really, really well in the grand finals against LGD. Even though they got a 2-0 and they missed by just one tiny bit, but they're notorious for their teamwork and synergy, and they've been playing the KPL way for a very, very long time. So definitely they're going to be a really, really contender to fight the KPL Dream Team.
Well, I know that Team Secret just lost their final, and I hope that they actually learned something from that, right? Like that they can actually come in and try their very best just to forget about the losses and come in and upset the KPL Dream Team. Nora, what's your take?
Oh, I definitely will go for VKS, guys from Brazil, because they started their journey back in 2022, of the KPL like championship, right, Honor of Kings championship, and they are the best learners that I've ever known. For example, the jungler, the core player of this team, Danny, he always asks us about what's the difference between those heroes, how I'm going to use it, how I'm going to pilot in the game, and right now I'm sure that VKS, being the champion of the season 1, he's gonna do good.
I'm certain of that. Curiosity can take you anywhere that you want, right? And we know that Danny and all the other players are really curious about the game, and they're very passionate about it. We have a lot of teams that they're gonna try their best just to try to get the game against KPL Dream Team, and the first one is gonna be Team Falcons. That's gonna be our first game of this championship. KPL Dream Team against Team Falcons. The best players out there against the KSA champions. Get. What can we expect from this game?
Team Falcon definitely is going to be the hometown favorites. I mean, they're originally to be Stewart Esports, but they competed in a lot of different tournaments previously. So they've competed in the season 1 and also in the KIC as well. So they're going to have a ton of experience, but walking in, their biggest advantage is going to be their unknown strategies. And that's going to be a really, really interesting thing.
All right, now we've got a Team Falcons interview right now happening in here. We hope to actually get to see what they can say, what they can tell us, and they'll see like if they're feeling confident about that. Let's see that.
Hi guys, I'm here with Clue from Team Falcons. Hello, welcome to the first day of the competition. Are you guys excited to finally be here and jump into the game?
Yes, of course.
Tell me please, what do you think about the first game that you're going to be playing today? How do you think it's going to look like?
We're playing obviously versus like the best team of the tournament as an opening match, but like the whole team is so excited to play versus them.
Do you have any, like, is anybody nervous or are you just all excited?
I think from what I know is like we're all excited to play versus them.
That's good. Tell me please, I need your prediction. What heroes are we going to see today in this game?
I think we will see the new hero Ogran, Long, and probably like some like Dolia pick and stuff like that.
I wanted to ask you about Dolia. Thank you for answering my question. Do you think she's going to be banned or picked though?
She will be obviously like else ban or pick, but let's just see in game.
She's going to appear. I see. And tell me please, I need your prediction for your group. Do you think you are going to be the ones to end it on top, at least for today? Or do you think there is like harder competition today?
I hope we'll be in the, at least in middle, at least for today. And we'll see after, I guess.
We'll see after. That is very true. Now, last question from me is going to be, in your team right now, who do you think is going to be the MVP for the first match of today?
I will give it to Ray. It is one. I think it's Jungle Gulaf's MVP.
Yeah.
It's always Jungle Gulaf.
It's always Jungle.
It's
That's
always
very true. It's always the jungle is the best or the worst, right?
Yeah.
And you have the
There's
best.
no middle. Yes.
Exactly.
Of course.
That is it. That's the spirit. Thank you very much, Clue, for the interview. Last, before I can let you go, any last words for your fans who are going to be watching?
Thank you for sharing for us. Obviously, it means like so much for us, and keep supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck in the game today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clue, for giving us all this information from Team Falcons. One question about this. Can Team Falcons really use their synergy to really face KPL team? Because we know that the Dream Team is not an actual team. It's just like players that they were put together. Can the synergy and cooperation of KS champions really be a challenge for them.
That will be the thing because KPL team, this is also their very first showcase to be played as these 7 members. So I do believe that Falcon might have a slight chance, but I will still stand for KPL team.
SDC play predictions, winner for this game.
KPL Dream Team!
KPL Dream Team.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the Amazon Arena just for the opening ceremony of our Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason.
Okay, finally the opening. That's quite a delay. Let's see how it goes. Because the stage is pretty big based on what we saw for RQ versus Boom. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens,
This guy?
welcome to Honor of Kings.
欢迎来到王者荣耀。
وأعزائي الحضور المشاهدين نرحب بكم معنا بشرف الملوك. We are here at the Amazon Arena, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the beautiful and very talented Sky. Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Ladies and gentlemen from all over the world, this is my great honor to stand on the stage of 2024 EWC. And actually, this is my very first time to come to Saudi Arabia. I love the city, I love the country, I love the food and the people here.
And they love you back. It's gonna be an exciting journey taking place right here. And I think it's time to announce our kings on stage. Let's go.
Of course, with no time waiting, let's welcome the very first team joining on the stage in 2024 EWC. Let's welcome Team LGD Gaming. Their storied Malaysian legacies and unfearing dominance make them a formidable force across the whole battlefield.
LGD and
And
us.
they'll be going against Impunity Esports. From the heart of Myanmar, Impunity brings their strategic mastery and relentless drive to the scene.
Next up on the stage will be Team Kagendra. They represent Indonesia. Their youthful energy and innovative strategies will ignite the total gorge.
That is no secret as they're gonna go against their competitors, Team Secret. Hailing from Malaysia, Team Secret's legendary legacy and innovative tactics make them a force to be reckoned with.
Next up on the stage, give it up to Team Vitality. They're always ready for the next challenger with their great teamwork and aggression.
And aggression indeed. They'll be going against Vivo Kid Stars. The pride of Brazil, Vivo Kid Stars dazzle with their flashy plays and unpredictable strategies.
Next up on the stage, let's give our hands to AG Global. Welcome. AG Global is from Hong Kong, China, possessing strong perseverance in the game. Their versatile gaming style make them a true wild card.
A true one indeed, and they'll be going against their competitors, ladies and gentlemen, with Loops Esports. Straight out of Brazil, Loops Esports teamwork and calculated aggression are their keys to victory.
Next, let's
The first
welcome
match for
Boom Esports, the Philippine team who got the very last
if
ticket
based
to
on
EWC. Their explosive
GMT
plays
plus
are
8,
the
which is the
final
Singapore
weapon
timing,
to screen
is,
every enemy.
at
See
5:40.
about that as they're gonna go against Weibo Gaming. Malaysia's Weibo Gaming
So
combines
right after
mechanical
the KPL
skills
Dream
and
Team
in-depth game
against
knowledge to
Falcon,
dominate
that
the
will be
competition.
Impunity's team. Impunity's first match.
Last but not least, the team that we have all been waiting for a long time. Let's hear it one more time from KPL Dream Team. The elite team with the finest players from China's Kim Pro League being undefeated will be their true goal, and they are there. They're not going back without the final glory.
Well, they'll be going against Team Falcons. Saudi Arabia's Team Falcons soar with their home turf advantage and unwavering determination to conquer. Well, here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens. We're gonna see kings rising, and of course, we're gonna see empires clashing, all that in the first match.
I've already feel the hype and the temperature rising up in the entire arena. One more time, audiences, are you ready? Let the battle begin.
They are ready indeed, and of course, we're gonna give it to our experts to pretty much tell us more about this match and what's gonna happen in this one. You ready, Sky?
Of course, 3, 2, 1,
Yalla!
Hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup. It is the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024. We're going to start things off day one. This is going to be Group B KPL Dream Team, the all-star squad from China. They're going to be going up against the local squad of Team Falcons from Saudi Arabia. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindo Fu.
All right, so favorite kind of tofu. We have a spicy one to start off the day, and I'm really excited to see how KPL Dream Team is going to do against the boys of the local hometown Falcons. Now, there's huge expectations on both ends, right? So we have fans. I mean, this morning when we were walking into the Amazon Arena, we noticed the huge queue of fans coming into the stadium as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolutely huge queue. I thought it was the bathroom from the beginning. No, I'm just kidding. All jokes aside, we know that they have a ton of fans here, right? This is the squad. This is the all-star squad. Again, I think Nora was saying that they have 31 championships spread out amongst themselves. They have so much star potential. But here's the thing. This is a team that really hasn't shown up at playing together, right? So this is the first time they're playing on that international stage. And, of course, they're going up against Team Falcons.
That's right. Now, it is a question about synergy, but, you know, we can't doubt the result of 31 championship wins, right? Each of these players have very strong individual, mechanical, and macro skills as well. Now, let's talk about Falcons for a bit. Holla, what do you feel about Falcons so far?
Okay, it's a little bit, I mean, they've been dominant in the region. They're always the top dog in MENA. They've been playing together. Wawa, Ray, and Clue have been playing together since 2022. So this is a team that has a lot of synergy. They understand what they need to do, but can they get to the same level of KPL Dream Team? I'm not entirely sure.
That's right. Actually, I'm super curious because we know that teams like to be aggressive in the early stages of the game. KPL Dream Team, that's the whole onus of the gameplay, right? So the question is, can Falcon fend off that early game aggression? And if they can they turn it around and close the game?
Yeah, I mean, don't know. Again, this is one of those things, it's kind of an unknown thing because you're kind of going up against a big dog. It's a scary one at the end of the day, but are you able to kind of compete? I mean, I think there was a funny moment where Blam was telling us in the car. How about you walk us through what some of the victory conditions or what they were going to celebrate about?
All right, so, you know, they were talking about if they managed to get a kill or if they managed to last 10 minutes in the game, they would be cheering. So I'm waiting for the official response from the team when we see them in the game later. And of course, these are huge expectations and standards set by the team, right? Because let's be honest, this is a monster of a squad on the side of KPL Dream Team. There's a reason why they're called the Dream Team.
Of course. It's so scary. I mean, they were voted in here, in case you didn't understand, like how it would all play. There are 7 of them going into this one. Again, they have so much star potential. They've just recently won the championship on the Wolf squad, and there's like, how are they going to play together? This is one of those things where now you're kind of sharing strats almost. This is, you know, across the entire league. So there's, again, just how are they going to play together?
Well, they can explore a couple of options, one of which is actually an individual style play, right? So let's win in the lanes and let's just 1v1 across the map. But, you know, these are just guesses. So let's take a look at the actual results here. Band picks, let's go.
Ooh, this is going to be a spicy one. And I think that Falcons already in the interview with Solar, he was kind of giving away all of his hand. I don't know if it's like for show or whatnot, but he was kind of talking about, you know, the potential picks that they might have.
It could be my Shinui for the Falcons.
I would love to give false information to my opponents as well. Who knows, they might manage
Charlotte event coming out from KPL.
It could be a monster of a Byron coming out from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, and the Loong Band here, Mai as well. They're targeting, they've done their research on the KPL Dream Team. You know, Rong loves to play the Mai. That's his signature hero.
Yeah.
In return,
Rong-
KPL,
Rong
kind of with the
has
Da
very
Qiao ban.
nice
No,
Mai.
no surprises there. There's a lot of potential and flexibility.
Okay,
that you-
Da Qiao
Adding
Ali
on to
ban
that, they're going to
coming
ban
out
out the
from
RD
KPL.
as well. Now, we've already seen in Season 2, right? These are a few of the meta picks as well. So it's very dangerous to allow this to slip through the drafts and allow them into the hands of the opponent. So
What will be the
well
first
done
pick?
by
Will they
both
be
teams,
taking
but
the
this is just the
Argon?
start. Clue
Oh,
gonna lock
Dolia.
in the
Dolia first
Dolia.
pick.
He's teasing it. It will be locked in, so it will be
Just
a Dolia.
like
We
what
will
he
be
said in
looking
the
at
interview.
Celestial Melody. That's going to be the refresher of an ultimate, so you get 2 big skills in team fights as
Yeah,
well.
there
It's
you
actually
go.
a very
Tashimi
popular
and
pick
Lady
even
Sun.
into Season 2. I think going into
Alright.
this one, it was going to be interesting, right? This is definitely not the same patch that we were on in terms of that Season 2 Invitational. Things have kind of changed. We've gotten 3 new heroes. It might shake up the meta a little bit, but again, they're kind of sticking to their guns. Dahlia still
Will we
the pick,
be
but
having the Hino?
Ogren and the Lady Soon pick right
it's
away.
gonna be a
Yep.
Diren
So, you know,
Jet
in
and Lady
most
Chen.
cases, I think teams will allow the Algren to be leaked out. There is a strat to go up against it. You just need control. You just need huge burst. But at
Ming
this
with
point,
Lady
I was
Sun.
just
That's a
gonna
very
talk
strong
about
bot
it.
laner.
Ming is going to be the target role for the side of KPL. A very strong drop
Oh,
altogether.
you
Because
know it's
right
gonna
now,
be
there's
so
gonna be
in the
3
face
different
now.
targets. You have to burst
So
down,
fierce.
or it
So he's
will
gonna
be death
have so
at
much
your
burst that
Okay. I
Diren
want to go back to the
Lodia
Ogren
can't
pick,
kill
the
Diren
latest
Jet in
hero,
time.
who has just literally dominated all my games as of late.
Yep.
It's been frustrating, right? So, like, you know, if first pick here, or the second and third pick here by KPL Dream Team, I mean, they seem to want it. It's the priority going into this one. Very strong hero, right?
Simply put, Soul Resonance. That's the passive that Ogren
ban
has,
on the
and that's the
lane
killer
and
blow,
ban
right?
on the
If you're less
frost
than
because
4%
mid
of
lane
your
has not
health,
been taken
it's an
out. Yep.
instant hit.
Wrong
Once he
has
hits that
very
CS
high
state.
accuracy
now
on the
to add
frost.
on to the trouble, Ming,
And
with
they
his
are just
ultimate, will
targeting
be
back
able
on
to
the
restore
top,
life as
the
well.
Clash and the
Boyabizi
jungle,
trying to
which
deal
is
with the Ogren.
the
Lady Sun is gonna have the time
Musashi
of her life with
and
the rolling raids
the
rolling around the battlefield.
lane
But of
coming out
course,
from the
this
KPL
is
side.
not, you know,
Okay,
even
another
shades of
mid
Falcons.
ban is
Falcons have
gonna
a
go
pretty
to
strong
Soul
drop
Yu.
as well. The Lady Sun and the Demons here, they will be able to offer a lot
Okay.
of damage. That destructive deluge.
Let's see. Personally, if I'm from
Yeah,
Falcon,
Lady
I would
Jean, what the most popular
like
pick in the Season 2 Invitational.
play,
Very strong.
what's that?
I don't think that the
The
patch
Hano
wise,
into
she's
jungle,
really
because
taking any
Hano has
hits.
a
I
very
think that
strong
we're going to still see a
combo
lot of
with
potential
Dolia.
going into this one. So I like that pick in
KPL
response to,
side, let's
you know,
see
again,
what
Ming,
will
Lady
they
Sun,
be
and Ogren.
covering.
But,
They are denying the Hano. There you go.
It is going to be picked out, but there's one more
Halo
thing. They
is most
actually
likely
banned
going
out
in
the
the mid.
Musashi. We were talking about this, you know, amongst all the other talents as well. Musashi is a very huge counter.
Wonder
to
what
the
will
Ogren, and it
fly
looks like
final
Falcon
pick
did
in the
miss that
Clash
opportunity
B.
to even things out.
Let's
But
see
of course,
what
that's
jungle
not the
will be
end of
coming
the
out.
day for them. There
Jungle
are other
and the
opportunities
Clash
such
will
as
be
the
coming
Liao,
out from
such
the
as the
side
Dongguan.
of
These are
Falcon.
heroes that could suppress down the Ogren. But once again, Hano, he's going to be in the battlefield, and with the Fate Rewind, he's going to cause a lot of problems as well. Right now, Falcons, they need to figure out solutions.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of those solutions include some sort of, you know, CC, right? Be able to just lock him down, make sure that he doesn't get it. But okay, it looks like something to go with the Mayan and the Yuan. Are these good counter
up
picks?
against
Is this
Mayan,
enough control
what
to deal with this?
will fly
I think
be
so,
picking?
because there's a lot of iframes offered by both the Mayin and Yuhuan as well. So with the Melody of Peace for Yuhuan's ultimate, she will be able to get the heals into the team. They can kind of clump up as well. And with the addition of the Dolia,
There's a lot of healing
with
coming
the
out from
refresh on
the
the
side of
ultimates,
Falcon.
it
That's
could
what
be
he had said.
decisive in major team fights starting from level 4.
Okay. And this is, again, very interesting by KPL because of the fact that this is not the traditional patch that they would have played on, right? So they're kind of adjusting to what the current patch is on this global release. It might be a little bit different, but now here's the Byron pick, kind of rounding out that draft. Is that going to be enough? Is that what you want as your top laner?
Oh, for sure.
Actually,
because
okay.
here's the
Overall,
win
it's
condition
very
for the
strong.
side of Falcons, right? They have to break
So
through the
for the
life
side of
bars, they have to
Falcon,
break through
yeah,
the
Clash
shield
will
of
be
KPL,
Mayan.
and if they can't,
Jungle
it's gonna
will
be
be
death,
Yuhuan.
right? And at this point, if you
Mid
take a
will
look at the
be
drop,
Lady
it's
Chen.
really hard to
Farm
go up
will
against
be
his heroes.
Diren
Right,
Jie.
Byron
Roam
with the
will
force field
be
suppression. That's a
the
lot of
Dolia.
armor you have to
For the
shred
side
through.
of
This
KPL,
Ogren, there is
the
a
Clash
there's
will
so many
be
lives bars
Byron.
you have to
The
melt down,
jungle
and
will
I
be
fear it might not
Argon.
be enough damage coming in from the side of
The
Falcons.
mid
Okay, not enough
will
damage.
be
Okay, all right, we're gonna have to see this
Hino.
one, and I think
And a
going
farm
into this
is
one, I was
Lady
kind of
Shirk,
like,
and last
actually
but
the
not
picks are
least,
pretty,
the
you
role
know,
will
meta,
be
I would
Ming.
say. Going again,
Here we
referring
go
back to season 2, I think that this is
going
definitely
in
very
with
strong.
the hit chip with the
Nothing is
coach
too
from
different, but again, it might be
the
the fact that
side of
KPL just
Falcon.
play this on another level. I think we'll see
Let's see
the
who's the
first
coach
3 to
for
5 minutes are going to be
Falcon.
very
Oh, they
important
did
to see
put
where this
it
game
here.
goes, right? Because I'm hoping it's not a stomp. I
Okay.
do hope that the local squad from Saudi Arabia, the Team Falcons can actually soar here.
Yep, it's going to be a challenge at this point because I think Ogren right now, one of the fastest junglers as well. Yuan does match the pace. She can double stack camps as well. So we'll see if the invade is going to come in from either team. That's going to negatively affect the growth rate of any of these junglers.
Okay, Esports World Cup Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason. This is, of course, day one. We're going to go into Group B. This is KPL Dream Team. This is the first time we're seeing the squad stay together. But now let's talk a little bit about the drafts. Who do you give the advantage to?
Okay, very aggressive invade coming out from the side of KPL.
His home, and it's going to be a 3-man invade at this point. So Falcons, they're struggling. Ray could be the first one to fall.
Oh my gosh, Ray on the run. He's going to give up first blood. Inuo will pick this one off. But is it a little too much commitment? Of course, nobody's really in the lanes. So I just invade the enemy jungle for the first 3 to 5 minutes and make the Falcons play in their own fountain.
Yep, that's definitely a strat, right? First minute, we already have all 5 heroes, just jump into the side of Falcon's jungle, and it's really hard to come back from this because Sofian, he was pushed back all the way. He's missing 1 wave altogether.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. I mean, that first blood is obviously going to get them snowballing here. Ogren on that one, just kind of up in front, being very difficult, I would say. Just taking as much farm as possible, being greedy. That's kind of what you want, and they already have like a 1.1k net worth lead by this KPL team.
Yep, I think we have the expectations that at this point, the KPL Dream Team will have at least 1,000 gold a minute, adding in advantage.
Really? 1,000? Is that what you're going to pace it?
Yep.
Okay, so what do Falcons need to do to get themselves, a much better early game? Because it looks like they're going to go in, Fly dives for this one. The rolling rate grenade missile does kind of connect him, but he's going to goes in for whatever. He's going to go for this 1 versus 3, and he's going to go down, and no fear will take that.
Yep, he burns the flash as well. Not a very nice scene here. Ray getting chased down.
Oh my gosh, Pong is just continuing to just be a menace. It's 2 versus 1, and Falcons don't want any of that action. And they're just going to deal with the minions, try to get as much farm as possible. But again, this net worth lead is starting to grow.
Yep, but it's exactly what they need to do, right? They need to get away from the action. They need to make the trades. They need to make their appearance at the other sides of the map. They can't fight against KPL Dream Team just yet.
Yeah, this is sad. Wawa is all the way in the mid lane. They've almost completely given up in the top lane. They're kind of sticking together, holding hands, singing Kumbaya by the Tyrant lair. But, again, tough situation. They need to find ways to get some sort of farm. I mean, Nabil flashes away. He's going to be fine.
Yep, Path of Passing gonna lay down. It's a barrier at this point because they don't have the ability to really fight up against the likes of KPL just yet.
Lady just really helped them a lot with the
it is going to be close to a 2,000 goal lead.
Yeah,
I think without this Lady Chan,
but again, Falcons are finding
shaky.
they're trying to at least defend their own jungle. They've been pushed back. The tower T1 has already been taken out. Tough situation, right? KPL understand the right timings. They understand when they need to go. It's almost 4 minutes, and they're probably going to set themselves up for that Tyrant.
Yep, it's a difficult position because Pang as well, he's level 7. So Holler, if you take a look at the jungler, Ray here is only level 5. That's a 2-level deficit. And with the major objectives starting to spawn in the next 30 seconds. So
30 seconds?
It's almost a guarantee for KPL Dream Team.
This is like rank games. Like the enemy jungler is 2 levels ahead of my own team's jungler. Just a tough situation.
Okay,
and now Nabil completely zoned away, has really struggled. He's even falling behind. I mean, the level differential is actually quite high too.
Yep, and if you take a look at what they're giving up just to save their own lives, it's pretty hard because, Nabil now does not have an ultimate and Pang did not use his as well.
Yeah, not at all. And look at Wrong, just kind of chipping away at that tower, throwing out those scepters, being just deadly. Oh, here it looks like they're going to go. Pang just gets it, and it looks like they're going to get that kill. Clue will go down, and it looks like they've got no minions, so now they're going to back off, turn that into a Tyrant kill here.
Yep. 4 minutes, all 5 heroes at the Tyrant. This is something that is really, really clear. KPL Dream Team, they know what they're doing. We're questioning about the synergy. Well, question answered. They have major synergy on this side.
I mean, it's one of those things where you have that early game, right? You set
well,
yourself
I
up,
think this game might just end
okay,
in less than 10 minutes.
We know the Tyrant is going to be up, so we're going to kind of go for
4
that
minutes
roam
they
kill.
already
We're going to
taken out
force
the
it
first
down.
tower.
We're going
Now
to
they
take
are
that pick
forcing
off
the
so
second
that we get an
tower
easy
already.
one. But they're going to dive in this one, and Sofian, no
That's the
chance. He's
second
going to be
bot
killed.
tower,
Uno
but
will
that
take
will
this,
be
and
a
they're going to
third tower.
take Clue down as well. and it's just a matter of time.
And you
And
see,
KPL cleaning up. They've got
Falcon
2 kills.
tried so hard to go
Punk is
for
pushing
any kill,
them to the
but
side. Another powerful
they
passing
still
at
can't
this
get
point.
any.
There's nothing much that Falcons can do. They just have to hang on, but that's the only thing they can do. They can
And you
only
see,
hang
for Rock,
We
right?
were talking about the fact that
he
Falcons
does the
needed
way,
that 1 kill.
like,
They would
where he
celebrate
put
it,
his ulti,
but it's
like
looking
returning.
like a difficult
He's
situation,
playing
even
so
getting
aggressive.
that initial kill. But I'm hoping that they'll get it and then it'll snowball into something.
Yep. At this point, it looks like, KPL Dream Team, they're kind of funneling everything into Pang, or rather, he's making the calls to the team. I'm gonna get the kills, guys. Let's give a little bit more space to farm. This lady soon will get fed really, really fast. Take a look at the gold diff here.
Oh, it's actually quite high. I mean, look at the jungle, right? Pong going in for this one wrong, just doing a lot of damage. Sophian just kind of, they're trying to just stay alive. They have 4 members of Falcons here just trying to just hold the fort, so to speak, but they're going to be flanked on the side.
Oh
my gosh,
that ulti.
Almost a kill.
Yep, that is this
Almost
shell shocked at
killed.
this point, right? With the ultimate
Duran
coming in
Jie.
from the lady soon, Eno doing so much work for the team as well. That's going to be a lot of structural damage coming in from the side of KPL Dream Team, and once again, the jungle is for the taking.
Yeah, for the taking. Again, just the timing, right? Understanding how they do it. If you want a clean game, this is how you do it.
Oh,
the Scepter's
nice.
on point. Oh, Fly going in for this one. He's been
Nice
pushed back
engage
by
coming
the
out
O.
from
Doesn't even a
Fly,
little bit
and
careful.
now
They do have the
they can
damage.
just take
Not
this
enough.
mid lane
Pong going diving
easily.
in for this one, and he does get the pick off, and now Bill will be down for 20 seconds. Pong again, just on that side. Just an absolute terror.
They got one. They got one. Falcon got 1 kill, but at this point, it's still KPL Dream Team taking a
How did
very
Eno die?
furious lead now. 6.5 minutes in, 7-1. They are about 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, 6,000. Tough situation, but it's 6 minutes. You were talking about the farm that they were going to gain, but I didn't know that it was going to be a gold differential for every single minute. Tough. But Ray, again, just trying to deal with the minions here. Pong on the backside, they found him. Oh, the unending sorrow, keeping him alive, at least for now. Falcon just staying alive.
Yep, they are definitely just staying alive at this point. But, the time is ticking. And at this point, 7 minutes into the game, they haven't really exposed the base just yet. So I think Falcons have, yes, a little bit to celebrate over at this point.
Yeah. I mean, okay, it's a matter of finding space, right? You see what KPL are doing in terms of just kind of grouping up, and when they need to make those attacks, they're doing it in numbers. They're finding people that are isolated, and they're able to dive deep and to go in for this one. And Wawa right now being chased all the way back to his base, not having any space at all. KPL just kind of on the run.
Yep, that's right. This is the T3 being threatened at this point. Wrong is just being ballsy with at this point.
Oh, Wawa got pulled away. He was going in. The rest of the team was not on the same page, and KPL are going to make him pay.
Yep, they're going to ask him, what are you doing? Right, at this point, no, so KPL Dream Team, a very strong showing thus far. 7 minutes and 40, we are heading into the 8-minute mark, and the goal lead is still growing.
Still growing, still have a chance. They're just going to wait for the next minion wave here. They're going to look to do this one. But with 4 members of Falcons right now just fighting over that farm, trying to get themselves into this game. Tough situation. Again, KPL pushing it down with the minion wave here.
Yep, and this is why the drafts make so much sense for the side of KPL Dream Team, right? Who do you melt at this point? Wrong is too tanky for you to melt. Pang is just having the lifesteal of his life, and Byron, so many shields to offer. And yes, is probably your best go-to option, but he's protected by Ming. No fear.
Yeah, no fear, no chance. I mean, at this point, Inuo just kind of making them pay just to show their faces. But Pong going in for this one? No, they're going to look to just take that, use it to distract as they take the bottom T3. That's going to be taken out. Inuo will take this one. Wrong all the way up in the front line. He can fate rewind, and he's going to zip on out of there.
Yep, his Scepters of Fate are extremely painful, and this is not looking good at all for Falcons.
Yeah, and Wawa just, again, as the Mayin, you want to be split pushing. You want to get yourself a little bit of space by that team, but it's tough. And Ray, that ultimate shell was doing some work, but Sophian does survive here.
Yep, they're going to force the ultimate here. Pong, no, it is not Pong. Fly gets it.
Fly coming in from the bottom, make sure he takes him out, does get the kill. Now they've taken the, complete spaced away.
Okay,
they're going to take the
mid
T3. Everything is wide open. KPL just waiting for the minions who are going to slowly truck their way into the base. They're going to go in. They're going to get some pad there at KDA. Sophie is down as well. Inuo will take it down. Clue, looks like they're going to take this one. Game ends at 9 minutes. KPL very clean.
Yep, they were so strong, so dominant, and welcome. This is the KPL Dream Team. That's why they are the Dream Team.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, it's just one game. Somebody had to go first against this KPL Dream team, and it happened to be the Falcons on this one. We saw the potential. We saw how they were just able to outplay this one. But again, KPL just really rolling from minute one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And talking about rolling, it's Eno who is rolling into this game as well. I believe he should be the top form of the game, if I'm not wrong. The last of we saw of itemizations, he had already 3 core items as we hit that 9-minute mark, and he was just destroying the side of Falcons.
Yeah, just absolutely destroying, just in complete control. There was no moment where there was like, there's a gap that they can have. But I think if you're one of the other 10 teams in this league, in this tournament, excuse me, like, what are you going to do? Like, you see this, like, how do you respond to like a thrashing, so to speak?
Well, we will take a look at how the game progressed, right? So from level 1, you notice that, you know, the jungler Pang actually just went in straight for the invade. Not only that, they also pressured Sophian at the farm lane. So there was a 3-pronged attack. All lanes were being pushed in, and the aggression was so strong. Okay. But let's go over to the interview here. Let's take a look at what this is going to be like.
And I think shortly it's going to be our game.
Here we have it, pretty much finishing the first match in a record time. Well, congratulations for the first win. How do you feel about being here in the Esports World Cup?
首先呢，非常恭喜你们第一局这么快的赢下来了。然后呢，想要问一下你来到我们的沙特，来到利雅得，包括这次参加 EWC 是怎样的感觉呢？
能够来参加 EWC 这样的盛事是非常开心的。利雅得是座非常美丽的城市。
It's a great honor to be here to attend into such aggressive, massive tournament, and we're very happy to be at Riyadh. And this is a beautiful place. We all love it. And next up, we're going to be asking a few in-game questions because you're performing extremely aggressive. How about the early game invasion? What's your plan and strategy after the draft? 我们看到第一局啊，其实我们前期的野区入侵做得非常的凶啊。那我们在 BP 结束之后呢，局内是怎么样讨论，有一个怎样的战术呢，可以把这一局拿下来的呢？
我们的阵容前期比较强势，然后就在前期规划一下野区节奏，从前期取得一些优势吧。
I think our draft thrive at the early game because we are really aggressive. So we have some plan about a strategy in the early game, and we did according to our coach told us. And yeah, I think we did a great job.
Sure, they did, and you're ready for the next match.
下场比赛很快就要开始了，你们做好准备了吗？怎么看待呢？
我们会全力备战下场比赛，尊重每一个对手，加油。
We are always ready, and we are all prepared for the future matchup, and with our biggest respect towards any enemies.
And we are ready to see that happen right here at the EWC with the Honor of Kings. And now we're going to hand it over to our studio again. Let's go.
Congratulations to the KPL Dream Team taking the first victory in a swift fashion. It was such an amazing game to watch, and it was a great opportunity for us to see the new hero, Ogren. Remember that Ogren is available now, a warrior hero with a balance of offense and defense. It is able to condense the spirits of enemy heroes to assist our side in battle. That saying that he possesses a very special attack method. When in the activated Seer state, his basic attacks can instantly kill targets with low health. A tip for everyone watching, in addition to the ultimate move, Ogren's first skill can be activated a second time, allowing entry into the Seer state. If you want Ogren there, you can go into game right now. It's already available for everyone. The way that the KPL Dream Team used that hero right now, it was really
I feel like everyone is just overwhelmed by their aggressiveness, right?
Yep.
And their dominance in game. And speaking to Ogren, I would say Pan, he's the best Ogren user. I mean, from my perspective, because he has been using Ogren for 11 times back in KPL, and he won 9 out of 11.
Wow.
And this is the 12th time, and he won it again. And I would say also for Ogren, there's some counterattacks towards the hero. For example, like Sun Bing pick as a support, or Musashi pick as a jungler, or the Yang Yuan that they go for in this matchup for Falcon. That's a really nice, decent draw. Actually, they're trying to keep distance with Ogren, avoid of this melee fight. But the point is how you're gonna stand for it if they're just being really aggressive and just trying to take everything that they can.
While talking about Ogren in terms of that, remember that Ogren is going to be completely available right now. Get, can you please talk to us? what are going to be some strats with Ogren? Talk to us about this hero a little bit.
Definitely Ogren is going to be the most popular hero right now. Definitely if you go to ranked game right now, everybody's going to be using it. It's going to have a lot of strategy. You can flex it as a top laner or the normal jungle as Palm play here. They went for the counter jungle, as you can see, putting early aggression, and the advantage just worked out so well and gaining the goal so fast for Lady Sun to take off with definitely super great advantage for the KPL Dream Team in the very beginning.
Just look at the way that the KPL Dream Team was playing. Like, it was always a 4-man rotation at the beginning of the game. And I believe that was very difficult for Falcons to actually be
just happens so naturally, led them to take everything that they can. But the problem is how they started to do that. Remember that opening that they did, the early invasion in the blue buff side? It's like they threw a stone, but they hit 3 different targets. First, they got the blue buff. Yeah. They got the calculation about your refraction about your buffs. And second, they feed 1 more wave, if you remember, on the top for Eno, right? They cut 1 wave off. Just let him to have 100 goal lead before the first minute. And also, they just shred down a bit on main, which could be the only threat, as we can see, right? Around like 6 minutes, get his hand on Eno's Lady Sun. So that's the most clever part that KPL Dream Team did for their opening setting.
Let's talk about that, man, as we have right now the MVP for our game. Let's see who we have right in there. Inuo on that Lady Sun is going to be our MVP for this match. KDA of 5-1-5 and a total gold of 8,200 in 9 minutes.
Yeah. And I really want to show this to you guys is that Lady Sun is the most picked hero for Eno so far, back into KPL for his 6 years involving into the tournament. So he's really good at pilot this hero.
It is very difficult to play against Eno, right, because he's so good in such a different amount of different heroes. It is not even like you can just ban 2 of his heroes and then you already control him. He's a very strong player.
Yes, and he is going to be a really good farmer. Some say his farming level is so high that it's going to be average of 1,000 gold per minute. That's insane, and definitely one of the highest farmers right in the KPO.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight this out, is that they not even mentioned to there pair him up with the main that No Fear is playing, because it's just empowered this hero more, right? Let him to farm up in a faster speed and to let him just, totally lead the game.
Let's start seeing, just analyze the numbers. Let's just see the data behind this, because it's incredible that you get to see a pair of Inuo and No Fear on that Lady Sun and Ming. Was there any chance? Was there any chance for Sofian just to face them off in a 1v2 and actually being able to take a victory?
I feel like they can, but the thing is that they get a void about laning. The point that when they're picking out Direnjie with this Dolia is that Falcon try to highlight their laning phase.
Yes.
Try to contest Eno and No Fear at the bottom, head to head. But the thing is, they can't find Eno. Where is him? He's in their own blue buff area, and that's the point.
That was really difficult, Nugget, just for them to try to actually get eyes on where Eno was position was.
Yeah. Also, everything connected really well because Pan invaded them so early, leaving their red buff just for Eno. I mean, Pan took all their buffs in the very beginning and leaves so many golds in their own jungle, so Eno can farm up so fast. Eventually, that farm took off, and he got all his items, and everything just went so well for the KPL Dream Team.
I like that rotation, that the main core of the game could actually be anyone, right? Because if you decide just to give all the gold to Eno, you know that there's going to be a strong core player that is going to carry us up until the end line. So what can the other teams do about this? We already saw Team Falcons just coming up with a strategy. They chose Dolia and Yuhuan just to try to act against that Ogren pick, right? But was it really necessary? Was it really the answer to actually face this KPL Dream Team?
I feel like if they want to do so, maybe Sun Bin or Musashi can be more decent as a counterattack towards Ogren. But still, here's the point. I saw a lot of highlights made by Falcon. Beyond the game, actually. Just watch the top laner, the confront laner, the main, how he played Wawa, right? I know that like during the laning, right, he suffered so much by those tower dives dealt by KPL Dream Team. But the point is, he's always trying to get his hand, right? When he's surrounded by his enemy, he tried to flash in and cut Ino down. And he even achieved that around like 6 or 7 minutes in game. So I do believe if they just highlight that part and just empower their early game style, and then that's gonna be okay.
We gotta understand that, right? Like, this is a celebration. It's a great opportunity for Team Falcons to actually be able to learn and try to prove some new things. Now, we're gonna go to a little break, then we're gonna come back to Boom Esports against Loops. Let's have a break, and then we're gonna be back right over here with more of this tournament.
Rather was longer than a lot of the other teams. They had to go through the Honor of Kings Open Series, Series 1. So, they were one of these teams that had to fight through a lot to get here, same like Weibo Gaming. So I think this is the matchup, the match to look out for today, especially on this stream, because we'll be seeing both these teams rather fight out against each other to find out who will be on top, who will be surviving in this group, because Group B, you've got, like you said, you've got the KPL Dream Team, you've also got, the likes of Weibo Gaming, Falcons, Loops also in here. So if All Gamers Global, if they're able to get a point out of Weibo Gaming, then we might see a different hierarchy in this group settle down.
Basically, this are the kind of the teams where we might expect some, tiebreaker kind of thing. So we'll fight about that. But yeah, both of them coming from Hong Kong as well. We'll just have to find out who will be on top. But of course, don't you guys miss out this EWZ lane skin
Hong Kong?
promotion, because this is so exciting. We
I
are
thought
launching
Weibo is
EWZ
from
exclusive
Malaysia.
Skin, very exclusive, from August 2nd to 8th, where you can purchase this skin at a special price offer of 710 tokens instead of the 888 tokens. Who wouldn't love that discount? It's about like 300, I think. No, like 100 plus. And of course, what's even more exciting is that if you spend tokens to purchase this skin through the in-game new skin event page, you have the chance to participate to get limited time tokens back. So isn't it amazing? I mean, it's like you get a refund, but of course you have to spend the amount of limited time token skin back.
I mean, the skin is definitely worth it. We saw it in action yesterday during our preparation, and it was something else. It was something that we both just shouted out when we just saw it, and it's definitely something to look forward to seeing. And another thing that we want to look forward to seeing as well is our upcoming match. It is going to be Impunity against Vivo Stars, and both of these teams are from Group A. Impunity hailing from Myanmar, and Vivo Stars from Brazil, of course. So Vivo Stars, they were the season 1 Honor of Kings season 1 Invitational champion. They came up 3rd and 4th in season 2, and Impunity has been in the scene for quite some time. They finished shared 5th place in season 2 Invitational with a pretty decent result as well. So this is a much closer matchup than most people would think, just looking at their rankings.
Oh wow, I'm excited about that. And actually, I keep on refreshing the HOK camp that we have, should there be any updates, especially after our game 1 for this stream. But then again, I'm really looking forward to that. Speaking of, like, of course, the potential, I mean, we have a new hero, which is Ogren. What do you think about Ogren right now in the current meta of Honor of Kings Global?
I think for those who hasn't really had a lot of experience playing with or against that hero, they're still trying to figure things out. What's the best composition to play around it? What's the best way to counter it? There's the obvious ways of building anti-healing, but a lot of people don't realize that the indirect way is to pick up more crowd control, pick up more stuns, pick up more single target control for that hero. He is he isn't as strong as people think they are, and we might see him slightly overrated in the first day or even through the first few games of the group stage. But as teams start to realize and start to learn how to play against it, we might see him start to fall off a little bit.
We'll see about that. Who is going to be the first confident team to pick up the Opera? But let's take a look at the Impunity lineup in here. Again, hailing from Myanmar, we have Zero. Ooh, almost the same name in here, just different spelling. Shaolin, Megumi, Ashing, and Black. All right, that is your Impunity Esports roster. And I mean, who do you think in here between the players of Impunity should we actually be highlighting, or we should be eyeing on our eyes too?
Well, X-Hero had a pretty good run in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. Asing as well, definitely a beast, someone you want to look out for. So both these players would be my go-tos in terms of win conditions, or even just players to focus on. Like these two players, they have a lot of experience in the game. They definitely know what they're doing, and you know they are a major key to their team's success. And it all boils down to them, these two players, to try and find a way to defeat Vivo Keystars, the Chalk VR multi-time champion, and they are running a newer roster, the same roster they were running in the Season 2 Invitational. And if you caught one of the interviews, it was Danny that said this is the strongest version of Vivo Keystars yet. And despite not being able to finish top 2 in the Season 2 Invitational, they are still a force to be reckoned with.
Wow, I love that. I love that confidence wherein you really trust your teams, right? But for sure, I mean, all of the teams that we have right now at this Invitational Midseason at EWC really have to build a trust over their teammates, because, you know, your compositions and your execution can only be effective as 100% or even more once you've got that confidence and trust with your teammates. But you know, I'm even more excited because I saw, like, you know, following on the social media pages of these teams, you know, some really had a deep boot camp, you know, scrimmages in preparation. I think you were like, okay, sharing with me some information about scrimmages as well, which I don't know if it's okay to share, but it's gonna be interesting how, because those are just scrimmages, they could be just like, you know, practicing some heroes and all that, but it might be different in here in the actual stage.
Yep, it's you know, all your preparation, it sets you up for a good start, but when it comes down to it, when it boils down to the matches itself, it is your form at that time. It is how you adapt to situations that you faced before or never faced before. It's how you be able to read your opponents. It's how you're able to find that one way to defeat your opponent, even if you're coming from a bad situation. That is what all the competition is about. That is what the Esports World Cup is about, and that is what's going to be what Game 1 is about, because Impunity against Vivo Keystars is definitely a very interesting match to witness, because these two teams, I don't remember if they faced in the Season 2 Invitational. Obviously Vivo Keystars, they dominated their groups, but with that sort of information, where both of these teams came from the same tournament, they would have studied their opponents, so that their homework is definitely going to be very important for them to prepare for this match.
Important as it is. And yeah, again guys, we do have, just to let you know what's actually surprising in here before we're actually starting off the draft thing. Don't forget about the championship mode, a very new in-game mode that is about to start on Saturday evening time, wherein you can probably unlock the newest Booyan skin for free. But I guess less of that, because we are ready here into the action. Again, this is our first series of the day, Impunity versus Vivo Keystars. This is best of 1, a round robin match. So I think this is the bans that we're already seeing, right? So automatic, Hino, Lane, Dolia, Ogren ban? Ooh, interesting. Like an early ban in the Ogren. Is this really that scary right now?
My first pick.
It's because I guess it's new, so teams aren't very familiar with countering or playing against it. So why not just take it out off the pool until someone figures out, or until a mini meta is formed. I mean, we haven't talked about a lot of about the mini meta, but it does form throughout the tournament, where teams suddenly realize there's that light bulb on top of their head that, hey, this hero is actually pretty broken. And we've seen a lot of teams, a lot of different roads to the championship come from that sort of situation. But we get a new hero on the draft here. It's going to be Long, the newest marksman in the pool, and it is picked up there by Impunity along with the Mai Shernui and the Dun.
That's so true, and I'm loving the Zhang Fei pick though coming from VKS in here because you know a recent patch that he's got, I think that added some more capability for him to actually engage and give some protection and you know stop the opponents in dealing those continuous damage, and I think that will allow the early later on
This
if
is a
we come
50-50.
into the power spike of this particular hero or maybe the late game to actually give more free hits, deal more damage up against the opponent, you know, and stop the sustain coming up from the Dune, let's say.
Yep, absolutely, and not to mention the setups for Lady Zen as well to land better skills. You know, the setup, the crowd control. There is a lot of team fight here for the side of Vivo Keystars. They're banning also strong team fight heroes from the pool with the Sun Bin as well as the Lian Po ban from VKS. They don't want Impunity to have a lot of team fight, and that is looking like it's working out for them. There's not much more team fight heroes left in the pool for Impunity to pick up. They do ban out the Jing and the Musashi to try and protect mainly the Mai Shunui
Well,
because
I do
Long
think
is a
that there will still
very
be the luck.
elusive marksman by himself. He's not easy to bring down. He has plenty of CC of his own, move speed, healing, and even his ultimate gives him a long
There's
duration
also
of time where
Luna.
he can just reposition himself. So, you know, Impunity might go for another route. They might go for a heavy single target burst sort of route and try and take the fights fast and quick before the main team fight starts to happen.
That's true. I definitely agree. Infinite vastness. I mean, you are definitely untargetable on that state of the ultimate. And at the same time, one thing I noticed in here, of course, in the middle lane, if I take a look at the mid lane fight that we have in here, I think just during the early stages of fight or during the early laning phase, Mai Shiranui or Lady Gen rather will just have to be very careful on the potential pickoffs that this that Megumi or Mai Shiranui might do in the early stages, unless of course he's got Kaiser or Zhang Fei ready to also go for the kills. But Kaiser, an additional sustain in here for the side of VKS, which I also love, I think, and will allow Arlie to give that free hit. So I'm seeing a lot of team fight potential in here coming from the lineup so far, coming from VKS.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on the other side, Impunity is just going full on that single target burst. They've got the Dharma, they've got the Liang to try and lock down maybe the Kaiser, maybe the Arlie. So, you know, Liang was one of those heroes that didn't see too much action in the Season 2 Invitational as a support that's able to lock down a single target. So it's great to see him picked up more to counter heroes like the Arlie. You know, you don't want the Arlie to just have free reign wherever he wants. With that single target lockdown with Liang, you have opportunities to just lock him down, but that also leaves Mayin open in the pool, and Mayin will be picked up there by VKS in the hands of Niap. So VKS, they've got Danny on his one of his more favorite heroes, which is the Kaiser. They've got one on the Lady Zen, and they got Sasser on the Arlie as well. So these are very comfortable, familiar picks for the side of VKS. While, you know, Impunity, they had to go for a more unorthodox sort of pick. You know, the Liang Dharma as well as the Mai Shinui. That's a lot of single target burst as well as lockdown, not to mention the tempo that they can play with the Mai. It might set us up for a quick game, but if Impunity falters in the early game, we might see a completely different story, and this might be VKS's game to take.
That's true. And at the same time, though, I think they have to, I mean, as Leah, I mean, if you're this hero, I mean, you really have to good with skill shots, right? Okay.
Yep.
If you really want to utilize, of course, your barrier power ward, you would want to make sure that you're really going to be blocking off your targets, or especially if we're talking about an Arlie that is very mobile, can actually just, you know, avoid, and even of course the latest update coming from with the Arlie as well, wherein of course the Maple Dance can block off some range damage as well. So let's see about that, because we are going to be heading on to our game one already. This is the best of one match between Impunity versus Vivo Keystars.
It's going to come down to the laning stage, especially on the Dun and the Mai Shiranui. Let's see what sort of early aggression they can get. Maybe early invades into the jungle. Maybe to shut down the Mayin, we'll see the Dun rotating up towards the top a lot. But that's where he's going to start off with, trying to give the Dharma a good start, get him that level advantage, and then just allow the Dharma to do his own thing against the Mayin. Because Dharma's stronger in the early game, while Mayin does pick off after the level 4 stage.
Yeah, that's so true. And I'm pretty understanding here, like, as to how aggressive it is right now for Impunity. They've got more early game heroes in here, such as the Dun. You really want to take advantage of that. So I like the aggression that they've done in here. I think what they need to be very careful of later on is once the power spike is already on to Kaiser. What he got the level 4 already, his ultimate Invincible Warrior. Gotta be careful on that one. But we see a toggle in here into the bottom lane part of the map. I mean, I don't think there's gonna be full commitment as of now.
No, definitely not. I mean, Shaolin is almost level 3. That's when he's strongest in the lane, being able to have all his skills up and running. That's when it's almost impossible to shoot him out of lane, except if ganks do come from the Kaiser or from the Lady Zen. So until then, this Long will be very... He'll be a lane bully, making sure that the Arlie cannot go close to hit creeps, and he'll be able to excel his farm pretty quickly. But you know, Danny early on, we're not going to expect to see too much of a rotation from the Kaiser. He doesn't have a lot of setup, he doesn't have a lot of stuns, he needs to rely on his teammates a little bit. So we might be seeing at least another minute before Danny actually does anything across the map.
True. Well, then he meets the Mai Shiranui just to say hi here and there. You're right. I mean, Kaiser definitely not the one to set up team fights. We gotta wait either the Lady Jen or the Zhang Fei for them to do that setup. For the meantime, you can see a super low HP Zhang Fei in here. Gonna be the first blood from the hands of Black in there in the middle lane. What a good point for coming from Impunity. But that's a roamer, so I think there's still a moment for Kisar to actually catch up onto the golden clock. You can see an invade happening here, coming from the side of Impunity, just disrupting him here. Danny on his jungle.
Yeah, managed to take away the Crimson Golem buff away from Danny, which is going to slow down and annoy Danny a little bit. Not the end of the world, of course. This is still early game. Danny probably wasn't expecting to get anything done in terms of setting up kills, but it does take away some of that gold and also gives Black a good start as well. So all in all, Impunity is off to a great start, I think, but let's see if they're able to keep this up once the mid-game stage and once the power spikes of VKS starts to reach, because we're almost at level 4 there for the Zhang Fei as well as mainly the Zhang Fei as well as Liang. Liang's already level 4, so we might see VKS start to pressure across the map. Maybe on the first Tyrant is where they're looking for the first fight.
That's true. I'm also actually looking forward to Zero in here, getting that pick off onto one target. Could be one or Wise Azar in here, or Arlie and the Lady Jen. You know, at least to remove all the damage, main damage sources coming from the side of VKS. But again, the rotation coming from Kaiser in here. They potentially would want a sandwich really this long. They don't want this long to actually get this power spike.
They're putting 5 members show, but they catch up with Lady Zen towards the back line. One's gonna fall. That's the Mai Shunwei for you. The burst damage. Mai going towards the back line, almost getting a kill. But will he pay for his life? Backlines though. White Sasser in trouble, but he'll be able to back off.
Here we go, continuing with the team fight. However, Long is actually free hitting onto the backline, deleting more member coming from the side of VKS. You know what, I was just actually mentioning a while ago, okay, we hope the Mai Shiranui Shero will actually be able to pick off a target. Apparently, he was the one who was actually picked up first.
Yep. Still, a 2-for-1 trade does set things up nicely there for the side of Impunity. We talked about it in the draft. They needed a good start. They needed early snowball to get their heroes going, and they can't take the game too long. So that was as good of a start as you wished for. I mean, one falling that quickly, the burst damage was huge. Unfortunately, they did lose X0, but you know, 2-for-1 trade, they're gonna take it any time of the day.
Yeah, that's so true. And there you go, the free hit again coming from Shaolin in here from the back line, seeing that from our highlight replay. But then again, there goes, of course, the Calm once more. Gonna be waiting for another objective to be taken in here. This is 2k gold lead that definitely VKS needs to catch up onto, because they can't give that further power spike or more golden farm going to Shaolin. Shaolin have yet to actually go down, maybe onto the hands of Wise Azar in here, into potential team fights that could happen later on. But for the meantime, what are you seeing in here? It seems like we're seeing Kaiser just looking for team fights just like this one. Will they be able to get the Mai Shiranui first? Not very mobile, but yeah, I think Kaiser in here, Danny will definitely have to look for the proper team fights to go on to.
Yeah, it's not easy for the Kaiser this early on. You know, Invincible Warrior only lasts a couple of seconds. and his items aren't complete yet. He doesn't have the sort of items he needs to really play and force in the backlines. Pops forces Mayna to pop his ultimate, which is a great win there for the side of Impunity, because it means that the moment they take the next fight as quickly as possible, there's not going to be a Zhangfei ultimate.
That is so true. No ultimate from the Zhangfei in here, and Danny actually going so low, still being chased out, but will be able to survive with a slither of health. But then again, the rest of the members of Impunity in here will just go try to invade the jungle camp of VK as well. There's actually another job being done by Arlie in the bot.
Yeah, but they get the tier 1 mid though, which is super important to control both the main jungle objectives and as well as the both golem buffs. That is a trade that Impunity will take any day. That mid tier 1 tower going down is going to set themselves up and also pressure VKS quite a bit, because you know Danny right now, even if he's trying to get that Azure Golem, he needs his teammates around him, because you never know when the invades from the side of Impunity are coming. While on the other side, you know, Impunity, they can just do anything they want on the map because they have control in the mid lanes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this Kaiser is quite dependent on the Azure Golem, but getting pressured here and there at the same time with the Mayna getting his ultimate propped as well as Zhangfei. You know, team fights couldn't happen anytime soon. But for the meantime in here, we can see the engage coming from the side of VKS. They're getting mad on the side of Impunity, killing off Ashen in here in the process. But I love the cross-map play being done by Mai Shiranui. Shero on the bottom lane part of the map, taking down the tower once more.
They lose one hero, but they did manage to get the Overlord, and they get the tier 1 tower bottom as well. Like you said, that's gonna be you know, staving off the bleeding. Losing one hero is not great, but not the end of the world, especially if you get something else done across the map. So Impunity still keeping their lead. It's 1,500 gold, still a decent spot at this point. But the next upcoming fight is going to be very important, because that will signify whether if Impunity is able to extend the lead or will VKS crawl back. Because the next fight in the 8-minute mark for the next Tyrants will, in my opinion, probably decide the game.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're about to close the mid-game time. Come late game, we're talking about Shadow Overlord, which of course gonna help you in terms of lane pushing, and at the same time, additional buffs coming from the Shadow Tyrant as well. And of course, if we're talking about late game, they do have that. We're talking about an Arlie in here that can actually go deal further damage from their side, and maybe the potential for an even tankier Zhangfei, which can go for more setups later on. But I think, you know what, Impunity is doing a good job so far in proccing this ultimate coming from the Zhangfei.
They've definitely been forcing his hand and, you know, forcing VKS to not favorable fights, but this Tyrant's gonna be important. Rotations, 5 all-time heroes are hitting towards the bottom. It gets taken down there by Danny. That's a good start, but VKS win this fight.
No, Impunity Black will fall down onto the hands of the members of VKS, and here we can see a free-hitting Assassin in here at the same time. And in the bottom lane part of the map, Mayin just had a 1v1 up against Ashing in the bot, forcing them to back away. Seems like somehow we can see the money in here, the gold gap in here is actually decreasing, and it seems like Vivo Keystar is catching up.
Yeah. Definitely. So only 1,000. It's actually a 1,400 lead right now, and that's off the bat of as well as of getting the Tyrant and getting a kill on towards Black. Because Dun is one of those heroes who just falls off. Like, hey, we talked about pickoffs. That's a kill, instant kill there on towards Niap. He's one of the more important heroes there for VKS towards the mid and late game stages. So any pickoffs you can get like that is going to set yourself out very nicely. So Impunity, that was a good job getting that kill. Definitely unexpected there for VKS.
I mean, we were talking about Megumi on a Liang and Cheryl on a Mai Shiranui. That's too much CC you have to deal with. There goes the stun, of course, coming from the Liang, the control power word, and of course the kicks here and there coming from the Mai Shiranui as well. So that was quite unfortunate for Niap, though, not able to survive on that. But we can see the rest of the members in here coming from Impunity wanting to contest the Tyrant right here already. I wonder if there's gonna be a steal in here coming from the side of VKS. Good way to actually stop them from that, but I think something's happening onto the bottom lane part of the map as well, where Zero will actually fall down. The comeback play. You killed me a while ago, I'm gonna get you. But for the meantime, Sasser will actually fall down onto the hands of Ashing in here. The rest of the members of Impunity wanting to continue this fight, but they said, Dharma, well, I will just go onto the middle lane, try to find another target, maybe flank 1, 2, 1. But then again, with the protection coming from Zhang Fei, that will not happen.
Yeah, Ashing getting the opening to go for the early. That was an instant fight win there for the side of Impunity, and they get a lockdown here as well on towards Niap. Niap's gonna run away, barely surviving, able to heal up just in time. And that was Niap, just having to thank his lucky stars there. Oh, Reina in trouble. He might get bursted down, knocked out, pops the ultimate, able to survive.
Yes, good use of the ultimate still coming from the Zhang Unbridled Outburst just to disengage, but I guess Danny in here cannot go for the 1v2 fight against the Dun, and the Maizunui has to back away, wait for the rest of the teammate to go back alive. Especially Mina doesn't have the ultimate available, and they're basically scattered across the map right now. So in a way, somehow, I find the rotations disorganized. I was looking for more aggressive team fights as well, coming from Mena at the same time. I mean, during the draft, we're talking about, okay, they are so good, they can definitely go for that setups, but we're not seeing that happen cleanly as of now.
Yeah, they're playing a bit defensive, but here, Gun taking a lot of damage. Black almost falling there, but able to back off just in time. But that also gives the opening there for Vivo Keystars to go for the Shadow Overlord, and this fight might not be what Impunity wants right now. The heroes are not here, but let's see how it goes.
Oh, let's see how we go indeed, but Niap actually just pushed away the Maizunui right at the back. Who's gonna get the steal? And there you go, Ashing will actually steal that objective in favor of Impunity right now, and the rest of the members in here, however, 3 members from the side of Impunity already has fallen down. Sasser is all alone on the side of VKS, now 1 for 1 right now remaining for the rest of the men. But again, Impunity stole that objective. Okay.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, they got 4 kills there. They did lose 4 heroes for themselves. It ended up with a 4-for-4 trade, but with the Shadow Overlords, that's gonna push out the lanes quite a bit. The Vanguards have already spawned. The bottom tier 3 tower down to half HP already. So, all in all, they got almost 2,000 gold lead just from that fight. And let's take a look at how it went again. Huge pickup from Danny from the start, and then Asing able to lock down one of those members as well. Sasser barely surviving towards the end, but the long on towards the back lines, way too much damage.
Way too much damage indeed, but I'm actually surprised, okay? Ended up still on a 1-for-1, but nice steal again coming from Ashing in there. Didn't even have the smite on his side. Usually we would see the 2 smite strategy in here, which we actually can see on VKS right now, but to no afford, still it was stolen by Impunity in here. Well, gold lead still onto the hands of Impunity. It seems like they're not allowing VKS to actually catch up.
Yeah, definitely. They are, pushing their advantage constantly, taking fights with their goal advantage. But, they were definitely hoping for something better than a 4-for-4 trade in the last fight. So this next fight is going to be very important for them to see if they are able to take the lead here. Mid lane getting pressured here from the side of VKS, trying to wrestle some map control back in their favor. The tier 1 tower still very healthy though for the side of Impunity, as they're just angling, just positioning himself across the map. Done. Able to back away to safety. The burst damage from Shaolin is starting to rack up there. Reina taking so much damage from the 1-2 combo from Shaolin. So he is starting to do a lot of pure damage, and if he lands one of those lucky crits, he might be able to burst down the Arlie with a single combo.
True, we'll just have to wait if Vivo Keystar will actually let that happen. But I love the position of Ashing in here, when he's just waiting to potentially flank maybe on the Lady Jet. I mean, look at the reach, the potential reach of him on the Lady Jet as well as the Arlie. The moment that the Arlie or the Lady Jet actually go onto that side where Ashing is actually hiding, it could be disaster. It could be the end of Vivo Keystar. But let's hold that thought, because it didn't happen anyway, because Vivo Keystar just took the right route to just be, safe into the map. Still though, you can see the mid lane tower of Impunity is still standing strong, but Maizunui is actually hiding somewhere in the map. potentially waiting for a pickoff.
Yeah, he must try and go for the steal. He low. Invisible Warrior is caught. Can he get the steal? No, Danny gets the last hit, but a fight's about to ensue. Black is already low. He has to back off. And I think that is going to be the end of that fight. That will be VKS taking a quick Tyrant for his team. That's going to allow them to take the next upcoming fight with additional damage. But Impunity, if they are smart, they're just going to drag out the game and play across the side lanes to stall this buff and take a fight after it ends.
Yeah, and I think that's what they are actually doing. Just waiting for this Arlie to get more farm for himself and just wait for the opportunity where they actually have a good formation in the map. Not gonna go on to this part of the jungle wherein, you know, there are a lot of walls and gonna be harder to actually go for that formation. But Holophot, because we can see Black in here super low with HP getting sandwiched and killed off by the Arlie in here. And there's even further because they are wanting to take the mid lane tower already. Could this potentially be it? But no, they're actually going to go for this Overlord take as well, as they would potentially want this to help them out in going for lane push.
Yeah, that looks like it was a mistake there from Black, or maybe just miscommunication across the team. He was going, the rest of his team was retreating. Maybe he felt that he was just cornered and had to try and take a fight, but that definitely allowed VKS to get a little bit more of an advantage. Danny spots out Ashing, but able to back off. Just trading damage a little bit for now. Danny's reaching that point where he's starting to become unkillable here.
And I think this is the late game that we are waiting for VKS right now. And look at that, right off the bat, they got 2 towers just right after taking the Shadow Overlord. And now it is a chance for opportunity. It's now a place for Impunity now to try to get a pickup once more while they're actually on the high ground. But let's see about that, if there's going to be any chances for them to see one or Caesar in here to be in the map, to be visible in the map, to get flanked by either My Shiranui or the Dharma.
If Shaolin doing a lot of damage there to Mena, but that bottom lane is going to be pushed out quite a bit. They will be able to deal with the Vanguard rather quickly, but not before they lose that power. So now Zhang Fei forced to recall back to base. That's gonna be you without your main team fight control for a couple of seconds. So if this opening is looked out there by Black, they might be able to find a fight here for Impunity. But both teams are still playing very safe right now.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity though, they seem to be taking advantage that non-presence of Mena in the map from a while ago. Now you can see them having that control, but I don't know, they don't also care about the Shadow Vanguards, but Holophot, because we can see it here, the fight's happening right now. Unbridled Outburst has been used. We can see one still all alive, and one member will fall down, ashing onto the hands of Caesar in here. More kills going on to Caesar, and what just happened?
We are back to even game here, Kaisaya. It's even in gold. The lanes are all pushed out. Both teams are pretty much neck and neck right now, but it's a 4 versus 5. Oh, lots of damage there by Sasser. Has to back off there. One punch there from the Mai Shinui. Got her to half health, so she definitely has to look out for the damage that the Mai can bring to her.
Definitely, you definitely want to build some way for you to resist all those burst damage coming from the Mai Shiranui. But then again, everyone's almost complete. Could just wait for 2 seconds or one from Ashing to be present in the map, then they can go back. And we're talking about the final showdown almost at 20-minute game time, because now this is gonna get trickier, you know, like you really want to get this buff in here coming from the Tempest Dragon. It's gonna give you some true damage, at the same time some shields up for the team fight, and it seems like they're gonna be forcing off the team fight right now in here. Megumin is super low into the map right now. Black will fall down onto the hands of Caesar, as well as Shaolin in here. Oh, look at the zone being created by the Jump Fei, and at the same time, the rest of the members in here, 2 members left for the side of Impunity right now. Shaolin will fall down as well, and the rest of the members too, and it is a wipe out. This is what VKS has been waiting for. They don't need a Tempest. They know that they have the draft for team fights, and now they take advantage of it, potentially ending this best of 1 round match up against Impunity. So I guess anytime soon, there is no one coming back from the base, from the side of Impunity, as VKS tops it all down.
I mean, that was just the draft, the late game composition VKS come into play here. Once it reached that 12-minute mark and when Impunity couldn't get any of those high ground towers, it was
It's a
just
PT,
VKS's
man.
game true and true. I mean, like you said, the superior team fight on the composition allowed them to feel confident of taking the game late, and towards the end game, I mean, Danny as well as Mayna just did so much damage in the team fights by themselves, allowing them to really just shut down this Long. And Shaolin, despite a great start, Long couldn't
VKS,
really
they are the
fight against
champions
such
of
tanky heroes
Brazil,
on the
so
side
yeah,
of Vivo
pretty
Keystars.
strong.
Yeah, and you also did mention during the draft, I mean, there's a lot of one-target skills that they have in here. Yes, they can do all that, like what they have been doing up against the main. Mayin was almost not having a good time wherever he goes on the top lane or the bottom lane, because he either gets picked off the Mai Shiranui or the Mai Shiranui and the Liang. But then again, that's about like, okay, one target. But of course, if we're talking about team fights, there's a lot of sustain, there's a lot of CC and protection coming from the Zhang Fei, and at the same time, you know, Kaiser almost undieable in here for as long as he gets the Azure Golem, and at the same time, you know, he can just like go for that almost useful invincible warrior mode that he has in his kit.
Yep, absolutely. You know, definitely played very well there, Danny and Mayna, both of them really playing that front line role really well and not allowing his opponents to get to the back lines or play as freely as they can. But the early game, we were talking about it was just so good there for the side between Impunity, getting favorable trades, getting things done across the map, even when they're losing heroes. But you know, I felt like they could have played a little bit more aggressive, really utilized the network they had on Ashing as well as Shaolin better, but they sort of let that game slip away from them.
Yeah, that's so true. And in here at around 10-minute game time, you can see there's still a lot of exchanges. And these are the moments wherein we can see the pick-offs coming from Ashero as well as me up in here, 1-for-1. No worries about that from the side of Impunity. But if we're talking about, you know, team fights, actual team fights, especially the moment we're talking about late game stage already, there's just so much potential coming from the side of VKS, especially Arlie. She almost doesn't need that protection that she needs into the back line, because she can just like go back to the parasol and just be safe.
Absolutely. And you know, this last fight there, I think it was a mistake there by Shaolin to just land in front of Danny. Probably not the situation you want to be in. He managed to get the kill though, but he did set himself up so that he was very easily picked off right after that. So great engagement there here from the side of VKS, securing their win in the group stage. And that puts VKS on top of the group at the moment. It is still very early on in the group stage, but hey, you know, you take every win you can get, especially with such close competition. You want to make sure you win every game that you're supposed to win, and try your best against those games where it's more of a 50-50 matchup. So great game there by Vivo Keystars, and I think Impunity definitely not their best showing yet, but hey, plenty more games for them in this group stage.
Yeah, that's so true. We have 2 days for the whole group stage, and of course, I mean, we're talking about top 4. So what are the chances, right? Like if you're just gonna do your best, you know, there's even more higher chances for you to actually make it up to the knockout stage, because we're taking the top 4 teams to move forward to the next round.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, we have so many things in store for you, ladies and gentlemen, in the Honor of Kings Esports World Cup. And one of the things that we want to talk about is the new Kong Ming skin that's available on very soon, actually. That's going to be the Yin and Yang skin. So from the 3rd of August until the 9th of August, you can get this skin at a discount, right? You heard that right. You get a discount of nearly 330 tokens. So it's going to be selling at a discounted price of 1,350 tokens. And you can get that skin to show off in the battlefield, because he is one of the more beautiful skins there for the Kong Ming.
So true, and that's a huge amount of discount. But for the meantime, we're just going to be heading on to a really short break. Up next will be the match between Team Vitality versus, again, Vivo Keystar. We just had their match a while ago. Once again, we're casters. I'm Kaisai. With me is Zero. We'll be back.
Why Clash always 1v5? He's trying to catch them. He's playing the flank role.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
The one who would control fate must be heartless. Raise the axe of God to smite all evil. Only then bless the people of Yimeng. Guide your fate. The cycle of rebirth.
I'm pretty sure you guys had fun watching that match between Impunity versus Vivo Kid Stars, and Vivo Kid Stars winning because here for our game 2 it is gonna be VKS versus Team Vitality. Once again, we're your casters. I'm Kaisai. With me is 0-0. What do you think about the previous match and the upcoming match of Vivo Kid Stars?
I think it was a good showing there by Impunity, but Vivo Key Stars able to make it out of there alive, and they have another match coming up next, which is against Vitality. But hey, this is one of the newer heroes available in the pool as well, along with Shlong. It is the Ogren that is available for you guys to play in the game right now. He is a warrior that can be both very defensive and also very aggressive, and the amount of lifesteal he's able to bring out is tremendous. So he's definitely a hero that you want to look out for when you're drafting for all these teams. So you have to draft with this hero in mind. But hey, we did see him banned in the first game, so obviously teams are still trying to find a way around it. But hey, if you haven't found a way to defeat it, maybe just ban it first, which is what we're seeing from all these teams at the moment. But once teams have figured it out, or when they're facing against a specific opponent, then we might just see the Ogren just ignored.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. We'll see about that. But for the meantime, our upcoming showdown will be Vivo Kid Stars once more, this time against Team Vitality from France. And Team Vitality is a mix of different players coming from a different country as well. I mean, would you like to tell us about these two teams that we are about to see?
Vitality had a good run in the Season 2 Invitational as well. They got 5th to 8th after a pretty decent group stage. They were in the same group as the Vivo Key Stars, and they only lost against Vivo Key Stars. So they are definitely a very decently experienced team. They definitely have learned a lot during the Season 2 Invitational, and they're coming in here trying to defeat one of the favorites. I mean, Vivo Keystars, they have been playing the game a long time. They have been one of the strongest teams in the entire global scene, but hey, it is a newer roster, I believe, for the side of Vitality. Instead of playing with Shanks, they're playing with Jask as their clash lane, as their farm lane.
And which makes us even more excited because, I mean, this is going to be their showing. And it is a big event. We're talking about Esports World Cup, you know, Invitational Midseason for this year. Way for them to actually showcase their might. But as we were talking about them, here you go. The lineup is going to be 90, Shanks, Highland, Benji, and CT Boy. I mean, these guys, I think they are ready to show Vivo Keystars what new strategies they have, and you know, maybe potentially can make an upset. We'll just have to find out.
Yeah, this team is pretty interesting from the European region, of course. I mean, Vitality, they are a mix, like you said, of multiple different nationalities. They've got 2 Chinese players in the team. They've got a couple of German players as well. So it is it's an experiment, a very interesting experiment there by the Vitality organization to try and find a recipe for success. But it's not going to be easy against their opponents. I mean, Vivo Keystars, they have been multiple time champions in the Chalk BR scene, and they are looking like much better than they were in Season 2.
Yeah, we'll have to find out though. And one thing I want to point out though is, like, you know, the communication, right? Like, okay, for sure they have to make use of English for them to understand each other, unless they know, like, let's say one just speak Deutsch or Chinese, right? So for sure we are seeing that. But let's take a look at this prediction that we have. 63% on to Vivo Keystars, and for Vitality it's 37%. Really, just like what you said, Vivo Keystars, I mean, the favorite right now because of what they have shown in the previous events. But I wonder, like, what is going to be the showing right now with a pretty, new roster in here, or like a slight re-roster in here that they have. I wonder what's going to be new, because this could be a surprise for Vivo Keystars as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, 40-60 is a pretty good odd if you're on the side of Vitality. You're pretty happy with the odds. Obviously, they are not going to be the favorites in this matchup. They're definitely the underdogs, but hey, this is pretty close in terms of the confidence that you're instilling in the audience against the Season 1 champions. That is going to be a good morale boost, and I hope that, you know, Vitality is able to live that up to the audience expectation.
Not bad, not bad. It's like close to 50, right?
Oh yeah,
it's just like 37, but if you round it up, it's close to 50. It can be. So yeah, then again, this is talking about like momentum. For sure, VK has already had that. You know, they don't have to, like, probably they just took a break. They were like, they don't have to make adjustments. They've got the momentum already, and I think that's one advantage that they have. At the same time, confidence. But of course, Team Vitality at the same time was able to spectate what is in it for Vivo Keystars. They were able to, okay, these are their picks, this is how they play. But yeah, so somehow there's the pros and cons in here as well.
Yeah, I think that definitely comes into play, especially in this sort of format. You know, you played back to back. That means, you know, you definitely are on a roll if you came off a win. But, you know, fatigue might start to come in. You might start to confuse the two teams if you're when you were preparing. So this might be, like you said, pros and cons on both sides, and it comes down to the team's experience as well as how they prepare for such situations for them to be able to exploit, or at least make sure that they do not fall for any sort of mind games from their opponents.
That's so true. And we just want to bring up, guys, so if you're posting anything about Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason, don't you forget to use the hashtag HOKXEWC2024, because if you post, and of course the admins and moderators see that, you will probably get a chance to win some permanent skins. And of course, at the same time, by following our social media pages, you can receive the latest news and updates and esports information about what's happening happening in Honor of Kings. So make sure you follow the channel now, and don't hesitate to share what are your thoughts are in social media. Again, don't forget to use the hashtag HOKXEWC2024.
Yeah, Honor of Kings is everywhere. They are on YouTube, they are on Facebook, they are on X. So make sure you follow all the channels. You also get all the latest esports information, not just the Esports World Cup, but also for other tournaments in the Honor of Kings scene. And also, of course, upcoming heroes that are released as well. So definitely a place you want to be. Make sure you're already following all those different social medias, and you get yourself updated with what's upcoming next.
Did you post already, Zero? I did post already something, making use of that hashtag. I hope you did, because we can get a chance to win these skins. Oh, you should do it now. I already did my selfie a while ago showing our casters this. But yeah, everyone's definitely invited in that one. So the teams are just like preparing in here. Of course, it's an on-site event. And you know what? The experience that all of the people, all of the players, Honor of Kings players in Saudi Arabia are experiencing right now in Amazon Arena, Boulevard Riyadh City, I think is so intense and it's so fun. For sure they have something in there. I wish I could be there. We wish you could have been there.
We were talking during the season 2 invitational, me and Blam, we were talking about grabbing a shawarma there or two, but unfortunately it will only be Blam eating my portion of the shawarma. But hey, glad to see all of the players, all of the talents here online and there as well, being able to enjoy and witness a new part of history, because the Esports World Cup is pretty much the place to be right now if you are into the Honor of Kings competitive scene. And it's definitely looking like a very interesting 4 days to come for this tournament.
That's right. And what I like about this, we actually have like multiple broadcasts localized into several different languages. We have Tagalog, we have Chinese, Bahasa Malaysia, Thai, like everywhere. So like whichever you're comfortable at, I think you can see it like the in-game. You can also watch in-game, by the way. It's not just across the social media platforms. So in the in-game, depending on which region you are currently, that is the localized broadcast that you're going to be able to see. So make sure you check on your localized broadcast as well. But if you do prepare to hang out with me and Shiro, we're happy and glad to be with you guys as well.
Absolutely, and it's a very, very good match to tune into as well, because Vitality as well as Vivo Keystars, they are very experienced teams. They've been able to play in the season 2 invitational. Vivo Keystars have played in KIC even for the past 2 seasons. So definitely a very experienced team, very experienced players on both sides, and they're gonna need all the experience that they've garnered, and of course the support staff as well. Vivo Keystars is with a new coach. It is the same coach they had in the season 2 invitational, but it is different from their coach from season 1 and their previous coach as well. So Joko coming in for the team once again. He's been able to bring the team to newer heights. But yeah, he's up against a tough challenge, because we have Andy for the coach of Vitality, who has a lot of KPL experience as well.
I mean, experienced coaches that you really would want to get and take advantage of all of those. You utilize that to your team's potential and help your team to actually get to the level that they can do. And I'm pretty sure with all of these highly experienced coaches, they could really give that contribution into opening up more like ideas, strategy, right? And of course it's very much needed, but they're the ones to study the different strategies and how to actually counter out the playstyle of their opponents, regardless whoever it is. And yeah, I think that will definitely contribute a lot. But of course, the execution will be onto the hands of the player themselves. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. They are on stage. People are watching over them on site and online. They could be hearing some feedbacks as well, and comments and social media and wherever. So there's a lot of pressure in there. So it's not an easy task to be a pro player in Honor of Kings, for sure.
Yep, absolutely. The distractions, from social media definitely can come into play here. Obviously, there is more pressure. There is more expectations on towards the side of Vivo Keystars, where else, Vitality, they're coming in as a much younger team compared to their opponents. They have less expectations. They just have to outperform themselves and their opponents to take the win. So they do have that going for them, and they do have the experience as well in the Honor of Kings scene. So we'll see, in this matchup, which one of these two teams will be able to take this, because if Vitality takes this win, they are pretty much 1 foot in through the door towards the playoffs. But if they lose this, then Group A might see a much more different outcome than what we expect. But hey, draft's about to start here, Kaisaya, and we're about to go in. Heino and Mai Shunui banned out almost instantly, as well as a Dolia ban there for Vitality, which leaves VKS to think, hey, what do we want to take out here? Is it going to be the Ogren? Are we going to let through the Long? Or, are we going to just allow both those heroes to go through and pick one of those for ourselves?
Yeah, that's true. But also don't forget the Daxiao being opened right now as we see the Lady Jen getting banned as well. But then again, it makes you think, okay, if you are in the blue side, you only get to secure one hero. And with that one hero to secure, you want to make sure that this is going to pay off later on. It seems like they are going to be looking at the Arlie, which is, again, we saw a while ago, late game potential or the power spike potential. She has it.
Yeah, VKS will pick up the Ogren as well as the Princess Frost. So utility CC Mage already locked in there for VKS. One has plenty of experience on that hero. He's definitely no stranger to that, being one of the more meta heroes in towards the mid lane. And Ogren is going to be picked up there by Danny to be played in the jungle. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Ogren in this stream at least. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But Vitality, ooh, that's going to be a Shangguan and Musashi instantly picked up. So a lot of single target focus damage, trying to burst down this Ogren as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's so true. And we're talking about early game potential as well. With the Shangguan, you definitely would want to get those first blood kill to take advantage of your power spike. And maybe allow your Arlie to go online as well. But pretty balancing here with the Musashi. But we're talking about hard CC as well. Definitely can go for engage in here. So, but of course, with Princess Frost on the side of VKS, he needs to make sure that he's going to be choosing his battles. Yeah. Like, definitely you would want some backup with you as well. But yeah, we'll see about that as we head on to our next phases of the ban. Ooh, our Yarya ban in here. Seems like they don't want that combo between the Yarya and the Arlie.
Yeah, or even Arya plus Arya Shangguan, Arya Musashi. Those are very potent combinations in the support role. So Vitality won't have that defensive support for themselves. But, a Zhang Fei still left in the pool if they want to bolster up their team fight a little bit. If they don't, they can go for something a little bit more unorthodox, like the Guiguzi is still open for them. The Ming is available for them if they want to play it with the Arlie as well. But yeah, like 2 new heroes on the side of VKS, the Long and the Ogren being picked up by them. And let's see if they're able to play those heroes to the fullest.
If they're gonna make an Honor of Kings content, this is gonna be coming from VKS game up against Vitality because they had to have the 2, very fresh heroes. But yeah, you mentioned about the Guigutsu. I mean, I want to see this particular roamer as well. I mean, lots of surprise plays that this one can do, and at the same time CCs and setups. But then again, it's gonna be up to the teams. Still, there is no roamer from the side of team VKS and Vitality, but there are actually a lot of roamer ban, the Zhuangzi as well as the Zhang Fei being added into the ban pool.
Yep. We have been seeing the Zhuangzi picked up and just put into compositions more often after the recent buff. Definitely much more viable than he was previously. But will be taken out there by Vitality. Not many supports left in the pool for them. Would this be a Ming? Would this be a consort Guiguzi? Maybe that could be good for their pickoffs and speed. But if they're playing into the Lianpo and Princess Frost, it's tough. There's a lot of team fight there for the side of Vivo Keystars.
Seems like Vivo Keystar really love this team fight type of composition, right? A while ago on their matchup against Impunity, that is their setup. Of course, just this time, it's just different set of heroes, but still the same playstyle that they can do. And I think they just have to wait for, of course, the power spike that may come up of along in here. But at the same time, they have to respect the early potential of Ogren. Ogren is a very early game hero. So I think we should look forward to seeing that first blood coming from VKS as well, or the pick-off. Trying to take down as early as possible the Arlie as well and not allow her to go online. But Amatsu secure in here as the support of Vitality. What do you think about that?
I'm not a huge fan of the Moses support in this particular lineup. There's, I think, too much single target. You got the Dharma, you got the Shangguan. He does make the single target fights better, but it doesn't help your team fights a lot. So I'm a little bit I don't really like the Moses pick here, but it might work out there by Vitality if they're able to get these long range pickoffs in towards a better sort of 5 versus 4 fight where they outnumber their opponents. But hey, it might turn out good for them, but we'll see. Niap gets his hand on the Mayin once again.
Yeah, Niap on the Mayin. We saw how he played the Mayin well, just getting picked off by single targets a while ago. But yeah, going back onto Matsu though, I mean, yeah, that's so true. But I guess if he is able to utilize the pokes he can do with the Cannon Blast, maybe he can shut down the farm lane side early on. But of course, it's gonna be tough because we're talking about a Lienpo in here that has a lot of sustain and at the same time a lot of CC as well. So if we're talking about late game and of course team fights, I'm definitely eyeing more onto the side of VKS composition. But if we're talking about Shangguan getting the early and Musashi as well, allowing the Arlie to go online as soon as possible, maybe Team Vitality can do it.
Yeah, they definitely have the earlier power spike, you know, the Shangguan, the Musashi. If they both play together very well, we might be seeing them take the game in their own hands with their aggression. But if BKS is able to do the same thing they did in the previous series, which is stall out the fights, get towards their power spikes, which is much later than their opponents, and then take the win from there, it will be going towards the VKS way. So laning stage going to be important for Vitality. VKS less so. They just need to make sure they don't lose out in the laning stage too much and try and stall out this game. Try and defend their high ground by the 8 to 12 minute mark, and if they're able to do that, they should take the late game.
Now it's not just up to them to execute whatever Coach Zero has told us. But yeah, we saw the potential of the composition. Now it's a matter of execution. But don't you forget, guys, again, the Ogren skin, Ogren promotion that we have right now. Again, this is an amazing warrior. Actually, you can see him being played by Daniel right now. Balance of offense and defense, able to condense spirit of enemy heroes to assist in the battles. Again, very early game stage hero, which has the Seer state, wherein his basic attacks can kill off targets immediately if they have a low HP. So yeah, let's take a look at the action of this Ogren being used by Danny right now on the side of VKS.
Yeah, this game is pretty interesting because Vitality has opted to push Shangguan in towards the bottom lane and allow Arlie to farm up in the mid lane, which has given them a slight lead, not the biggest of leads, but it allows them to be more active across the map, find sort of openings to get a couple of jungle steals, get a bit of aggression going on. Musashi going towards the top lane to try and maybe pick off Niap before he's level 4 to help out the Dharma. But you know, the Dharma 90s on the Saint Seiya skin, very, very nice skin on the Dharma. Bottom lane, ooh, good stun there by Mozu, but the Long able to heal up, able to push them back, keep them alive for a bit, just create the distance to keep them alive, and they're not going to be able to progress any further from that.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Cannon blasts here and there. That's going to be super annoying for a short-ranged hero like that of the Maina, like that of Maina's hero, Lienpo. So that's going to be annoying for him until he builds his, you know, itemization. So much about that. But we talk about 90. Seems like being bullied by 2 members on the side of Vivo Kid Stars up there. Seems like they're trying to contest at 1 and they don't want the Dharma to also go online.
Yeah, Dharma's only level 4 right now, Niap's already level 5, so a little bit of an advantage going towards the way of Niap. His skills are going to do a little bit more damage. Whatever is going to be huge in the upcoming fights is if Niap's able to pick off maybe the Arlie, maybe the Shangguan before he's able to pop her ultimate. So that's going to be something to look out for if you are the side of Vitality. But very passive game so far. Both sides just content on really just farming across the map. Danny might be in some trouble. Here comes the ultimate there. He's going to get a kill on towards Danny. That's going to be a first blood going towards the way of Highland.
Really nice finishing stroke in there. A while ago we were talking about, okay, this Shangguan really needs to find that first blood, or you know, even the Shangguan or the Musashi. But there you go, we got it coming from the side of Vitality right now. But there goes the duel to death coming from the Musashi, killing off the target, preheating Shank right now, killing off the life of one. Princess Frost is gone in the map, and they go for the invade. Lienpo is gonna go for that knock-off, but then again, no other casualties onto the side of Team Vitality, as they are safe, pretty safe, no kills from the side of VKS.
Yep, they managed to take away the Sage Golem, Azure Golem buff, which is huge for the Ogren. Ogren really needs all the cooldown reduction and mana regeneration he can get. So that's going to slow down his game a little bit. And he's definitely not going to be too happy about that. But top lane, 90 trying to lay the paint on towards Niap. Mid lane, Highland might be in some trouble.
Definitely though. Though we can see that Winter is here. You're already pop, not gonna be useful anytime soon. That Vitality goes for any team fight. But knowing that there is no ult onto one right now, they are gonna go for this easy contestant onto the Tyrant. Of course, anytime soon that they would see potential team fight that is gonna give some magical chain lightning buff for coming from them as well. Because we're talking about some source of magic damage, not only coming from Shangguan, but there's also some magic damage coming from Shank's Arlie. But hold a thought, because will there be a fight? No, they're just carrying off away for now.
Yeah, Benji was in a good position to just stop them from progressing on towards Shanks. And yeah, Vitality off to a decent start for the heroes. I mean, 1,600 gold in their favor right now. CT Boy rotating towards the top to try and pressure on towards Niep with the Dharma. They definitely have the burst damage to burst her down if she gets caught out. So Niep has to watch out not to be caught out by CT Boy here.
Ooh, I love the zoning in here, the position coming from the side of Vitality.
Island.
Even the Shangguan will be actually scaring off the Mayin in there. If you're not going to be backing away, I'm going to give you some painting. I'm going to give you some finishing stroke. That is what the Shangguan Highland was saying. But hold a thought, because we have a fight happening in here. An invade coming from the side of VKS right now. And there goes the Tremor Smash being used by the Lienpo. Unfortunately, not catching a lot of members on the side of Vitality. To Noah Ford, they're not going to get any kills as of yet still.
Yeah, good movements there by Vitality. They baited out Winter's coming as well as the Tremor from Mena. So that's two huge team fights ultimate off cooldown right now from the side of VKS. And Vitality, look at that. They're pushing towards the bottom lane, really just using the timing without the ultimate. Sasser doing a lot of damage, though Shanks in some trouble, but here comes Highland towards the back line. Long able to pop this ultimate and back off for now, but he's trying to re-engage. Will he fall? Almost dying, but Highland might be the next one to fall here. Almost bring him down.
Just getting a lot of damage, but the Cannon Blast is here, and Shank's not yet even done, because he's gonna go for that kill up against one. One will fall down, and one member down once more from the side of VKS. But in the meantime, we see some tussle ongoing onto the top side part of the map right now. The jungle count of Vitality, super low in HP, was at Ogran, but will be able to save thanks to that path of passing being used. But look at this Arlie all alone in the bottom left part of the map. Gonna get deleted by the Mayin Niap, and that is still gonna be the first kill coming from the side of VKS.
Good rotation there by Niap, able to pick off Shanks. That's gonna be a huge kill for them to try and slow down this Arlie before she reaches her critical mass there in towards the mid game. So that allows VKS to buy some time for Sasser to try and come back in towards this game. His laning stage was okay, but not the best they could hope for. But hey, oh no.
Oh no, indeed. CT Boy in here trying to see all the damage right now. But we're seeing here, Tremor Smash has been used, but it's gonna get deleted by Highland right now again. That is the guy who actually got the first blood. He said, you're gonna get deleted. Even though you have some sort of tankiness in here, you are not yet on your power spike. So I guess in here, VKS rather, or Vitality will just need to keep up with their momentum right now and has to finish this game as early as possible before we can see, before they see Vivo Kid stars on actually getting their late game potential. But Olafat not yet even in here done for the T5, because we can see Long making use of the infinite vastness in here, trying to go for a kill. Will be able to go for that kill up against one more member on the side of Team Vitality. Yes, he will, because 90 is down. Highland as well getting slowed down. The triple kill coming from Danny. What is this? All alone is Shanks right now.
4 heroes quickly brought down there by Vivo Keystars that will allow them to pressure on this mid tower. Shanks in some trouble. Parasol is up. He's able to back. Whoa, that's very aggressive. He's trying to go for the kill, but Sasser able to survive and actually get a return onto her Shanks. That's going to be an ace from the side of VKS, and that's going to be them back into this game.
I think he should just really just back away. He was all alone. There is definitely no way. Even though, okay, you are very mobile, but definitely with a lot of CC coming from Lienpo as well as the Princess Frost, that is not something you cannot, move away from.
This fight, I thought it would have gone towards the way of Vitality, but somehow, one able to survive. A lot of damage taken by Danny, but Danny was able to get all the lifesteal up and running, keep him alive for as long as possible. And it was just Vitality had not enough burst damage, had not enough damage to finish them off. And then the prolonged fight is always going to go towards Algren's way.
That's so true. We'll just have to find out though, because I mean the gold lane is not as massive anyway as well. It's not just, I think it's just a matter of execution. For as long as there is no pick off onto Shanks right now, there's gonna be a source of damage. Even Highland as well. We can see that. Okay, I thought he's gonna go all in on that one. He could have potentially died as well, but safe to say he went back, did not finish the stroke coming from her ultimate. So I think it's safe. They just really have to find a way to go for a good formation first. But talking about formation, is this the one that's gonna be pulled off by Vivo Keystar? Okay, there's a lot of here and there right now, so no full commitment as of this time.
Yeah, both teams just trying to bring down this tier 1 mid tower that's gonna open up the enemy's jungle for them. But that's gonna be the first Shadow Tyrant spawning towards the bottom. They're trying to go for it. Here is Vitality, but VKS looking for a fight, itching for a fight in fact. But we have to look out for Dharma. Dharma might find an opening here that might change the fight of this game.
Yeah, that's so true. But talking about availability of ultimate, everyone has their ultimate up, so a lot of setup can be done coming from VKS as well. Now that they take down the mid lane tower, they're gonna get more vision onto both sides of the map. And speaking about that, both of the objectives are actually off for taking. But hold the thought, because we can see in here, Mayin actually getting cornered in here, but a follow-up being, or the chase coming from the Lienpo as well. CT Boy on a dangerous position right now, but there goes the shields here and there. Here's gonna go for the kill onto Danny. Very, oh my goodness, not very tanky. I mean, he's not the type of a tanky hero that you want to actually go for a front line. Usually, maybe he goes for the vision and the clean up, but quite unfortunately, he'll be taken down. And to no afford, they will not be able to contest or go for this objective.
And they do lose the Tyrant for that, and the mid tier 1 is in some trouble as well. So great fight there for Vitality. They get the tower, they get the objective, they get the kill on towards Danny. This Algren, he is not very sustainable if he gets imperiled as well as just get chain knocked up from their side. And the burst damage from Shangguan definitely enough to bring him down rather quickly.
Yeah, that's so true. But now we can see though the reclaiming of position onto the top side part of the map. All of the members of Vitality in here are, closely together, so in case team fight would happen, but nope, there's the Mayin actually catching up. A potential team fight would happen right now. There goes the finishing stroke. Will be able to finish it though, because there goes one who fall down as well, thanks to the Dharma, but VKS Danny actually trying to go for the free hit, but to no afford, because he will fall down as well. Sizer all alone. And here we can see the rest of the members of Vitality now free hitting as well. I think I really love 90's setup in there, or rather the pick off. And now what just happened? This is now Shanks just wanting to go all straight forward onto the middle lane.
He just needs the creeps. He has the physical damage for sure. And once those creeps arrive at that tower, this tier 3 tower is not long for this world. CT Boy there to back him up as well. So that's going to be Vitality taking the first tier 3 of the game. We were talking about how Vitality needed to take a tier 3 as by the 12-minute mark. Sure, it is the 13-minute mark, slightly later than you would expect, but hey, they're still in a very commanding lead right now.
That's so true. I mean, this is okay. Now it's now 5k gold lead we're talking about right now.
Harley's huge.
Harley definitely will hurt a lot with the itemization that he is, even a longer range in terms of damage that he can pull off. I mean, we do know that there's a slight disadvantage in terms of if you compare it up against Long, but then again, he is now well fed definitely can, you know, burst down any tanky heroes, even in the form of the Lianpo. So I think we just have, in terms of like waiting for the proper formation, we just have to wait for Shanks to actually get that position to free hit anywhere in the map. But if VKS is able to pick off anyone from the main sources of damage coming from Vitality, they definitely can also like turn the tables around.
Yep, definitely one good fight is what Vitality needs to try and claw their way back into this game. The network lead definitely not helping them out. Shangguan dropping the ultimate. Are they going to bring down the Lian Pono? Meina's taking a lot of that damage, but still stays alive for the moment. Oh, Arlie almost getting the kill there, but Shanks a little bit not enough damage there. Danny barely managing to survive, but that's going to be the Vanguard going towards the way of Vitality, and they will start pushing maybe the top or maybe the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's true. And well, with that buff, of course, they definitely can take advantage of that one in going for that push. They're definitely gonna deal more damage if they go onto the lane where the Vanguard is. But seems like they're gonna go for the team fight onto the top side part of the map right now. Look at the back line being initiated in here by City Boy, but City Boy super low on HP thanks to the shield. However, still gonna be able to survive with a slither of a... Look at his HP bar, super low right now. He definitely needs to back away.
Yeah, good itemization there by City Boys, keeping him alive. That was too close to call. I mean, I thought City Boy was pretty much dead at that point, but somehow managing to survive there and able to back off and get his HP up before the Vanguard does spawn to help them push out. So that's gonna be an opening for VKS, but it's not gonna be too much of time left because this Tyrant is gonna go towards the way of Vitality.
So true, and this is a free one. Really nice way to actually create that space by the Matsu in here. Almost close, but look at this damage coming from the Arlie Shanks. Just taking down the life of the Lianpo, even a double kill. There is no tanky hero in here for the side of VKS said Vitality, and there you go. All of the members of Vitality healthy, all alive, and these are like 2 members remaining from the side of VKS. Is this gonna be it? We're talking about 33 seconds death timer right now, but there's still a possibility on fast clearing though. But look at this finishing stroke being done by this Shangguan, defeating the life of VKS 1. But there you go. This is the underdog play that Vitality has just showcased us. What a win.
We're talking about how 30%, 40% odds look absolutely perfect there for the side of Vitality, and they definitely showcased to us that, hey, underdogs, they have a story to tell too. And that story is they will take a map, they will take a win against Vivo Keystars, against a team that they couldn't find a win in the Season 2 Invitational. This is the growth that this team has showcased throughout this preparation phase for the Esports World Cup, and right now Group A looks very interesting.
Wow, I mean, I am so impressed. This is like, I mean, sometimes like when you become the underdog or like they're like lesser support, this just challenges here, right? To just focus on like doing the best. And I guess again, the coach helped as well for sure in, you know, re-strategizing, making sure that they can actually pull off the composition that they have drafted from a while ago, and it went really perfect. We were looking for the Shangguan early pick off, and that did actually happen. I think it really paid off as well in making sure we're in, okay, Benji will just be poking out whoever it is that will try to go on to either the Arlie or the Shangguan. I mean, there's not much protection needed between these two because they're quite mobile anyway, but still, the poke really hurt a lot. I mean, we saw even Meina, that's a Lianpo, quite tanky as well as Niap as well. So, but the damage onto the late game coming from the Arlie, I think that really hurt a lot.
Oh, absolutely. That was, you know, a great showing there by Vitality, the early game aggression, and then them really dismantling those team fights. Sure, there was some lapses there for Vitality towards the mid game, but their late game execution, their late game fights, their targeting as well as just team fight positioning was absolutely perfect. And long 0-2 so far, at least in Stream B. It is not a good showing for the new hero.
At least we got a lot of highlights from Danny. I mean, you remember the triple kill that Danny got on theOgrab. But yeah, for two new heroes, being on the losing side, that's not a good showing. But I think we can just like select some bits of highlight coming from the whole stream. But then again, this is an amazing series to watch. To be honest, a lot of things can happen. I mean, Vivo Keystar got their 1 point up against Impunity. Now it's the time of Vitality to actually shine. And you can see this is 60-minute game time, wherein Shanks is just basically free hitting from the back line. They're having a hard time with this like 4-item power spike that was given to her. And I think thanks to the confidence coming from the Shangwon a while ago, Highland for doing that early pick offs.
Absolutely great fight there. And I think, you know, MVP for me from the side of Vitality definitely has to be CT Boy. CT Boy there, really great showing from him in this match, and he was able to really play the Musashi to its fullest. I mean, Musashi is one of those heroes that if he's not played well, he falls off. He doesn't do much around the map, but CT Boy in this game was able to lock down key targets, able to go for very crucial knockups, very crucial the imperils to be able to really just force the hand. And this was a
Let's switch it over because our next game is gonna be here in the stream A.
Because after this video and after this performance, I am really want to get in there.
And also, I can see the talents that those players has, because we know that Oren and also Lorna is just being newly launched in this patch, and you can see how well they played with those heroes, right? Pure talents.
You know what, like, we know exactly that it was a team effort for LGD Gaming to actually win, but someone needed to take that MVP. Like, someone needed to carry the team all the way. Musang King told us that he believes that his support was the best, and I want to agree with him. That Liempo is the match MVP. Joe is going to collect that MVP, put it in his pocket, because without him, the whole strat would have fallen apart.
True. I mean, like, the way how you're gonna counterattack that strategy is that you need to predict the max movement their opponents might take. And also, speaking to the team fight, I really want to highlight his ultimate, because he need to smash on the ground 3 times, but only the 3rd smash will allow them to knock them up and just cut them down from the Dacha's elevator, the teleportation.
The timing that you need to have, right? Like, it's
4 seconds countdown for Dacha's second ability.
You do not need just to completely immediately just drop in there. Like, you just need to kind of like just get the gaps so you can actually get the right moment.
Exactly, and that's the mechanics that we can see, you know, the detailed movement that they are using, they're piloting this Limpo.
Amazing performance by all of them, Get.
Yeah, definitely Limpo has to do all the heavy liftings for LGD. Also, that moment that's so well calculated. He's doing the tanking, he's doing the vision control, he's doing the knockup, and it's perfectly done, and the team wasn't able to do it without him.
Like, I agree on terms of that. Like, sometimes what you want from your support is just someone that can come in, suck in some damage, get you some initiation. The vision is vital if you actually want to be able to initiate the fights. And the way that Joe played this, I hope that everyone at home can really take notes and really try to play the game later on.
And I really like this game. So far, this is the best game right now in EWC. Do you agree?
Yeah,
with that?
I agree. Definitely.
Right? So many things just be contained into this one game. All of those operations that they did, the mechanics that they did, just like a lot for us to digest in this one game.
Amazing game. 5v13 in terms of kills. I want to talk about that in terms of kills right now that we can analyze a little bit of the number game.
Sure.
LGD wanted to fight. Team Secret wanted to stall. Like, they really wanted to run away and try to push the game to 20.
True.
They really needed the game to get to 20 for them to actually turn things around.
Yeah. But the thing is that the only initiator from TS composition is Fuzi, right? So the thing is that LGD is trying to let Okran or Lung using his ultimate or use that Liempo smash, try to get a void about the initiator and try to do a lot of counterattack against Fuzi.
Just look at the damage taken by Musang King. 62,000 he's taking. Like, he's sucking in so much damage, almost the same as Chua.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the vision control and also how tanky they are being those engagement and try to build up quite like a comfortable setting for Loon to do all of those happening.
Yeah, for me, I feel like I was a little bit worried about LGD in the beginning. TS was doing so well. I mean, TS was in the zone. You see that Fuzi took out that Lady Jin so fast, and everything's going so well, but the shifting point was that jungle fight in the red area of the LGD where Limpo lock this Dachao up and allows the whole team to go in for the cleanup. So that was a turning point for the entire game for me. So from that point on, LGD would have a smooth sailing from that point on.
All right, guys, this has been a very excited game. Let's right now just think with very cool heads. The previous meta just told us that Dachao Fuzi, it was the pick. It was just the strat that you need to do if you really wanted to go. New patch, new tournaments. Do you guys think that that strat is still going to be that strong as what we had before?
I would say for TS still gonna be a strong pick because LGD know how to play Loon, the new hero. But I'm not sure that whether other teams can do so well in game by using that Lianpo and this Oregon and Ogren and also the Loon. So still, it's gonna be a powerful pick for TS again.
Okay, so we can agree on the fact that it's gonna be a powerful pick for TS. Is it gonna be a powerful pick for every other team as well? What do you think, Edgar?
I feel like it's going to be another powerful pick for other team as well because this composition has been in the game for a very, very long time. This strategy is very well known, also in the KPO region as well. So I don't think that is going to be a trouble for other team to use as well. And to a new addition to the new heroes that we just joined in, just too many heroes to ban right now. We got Lady Jun, we got Loon, we got Ogren, so many heroes, so many available strategies. So not even really one that's really matter. I feel like they can use any strategy, the new hero strategy, or they can go with the old-fashioned Dachao and Fuji strategy.
Old-fashioned Dachao and Fuji strategy is still going to be online.
Yes.
What would have just changed in terms of the BP in order to give Team Secret a little bit of bigger advantage? We were talking while the BP was happening about your thoughts on what could have been a little bit different in terms of bans and picks.
I would say they ban away Heino and Zhangfei first, right?
Yes.
For the first phase. It's because they are worried about Heino will be the one to be the tankiest person on the opponent's draft. And also Zhangfei, by using his ultimate, he can easily just blow everyone away and just push them back.
True.
I would say take Long instead of Heino as the first ban when they're playing against LGD.
Yeah.
But if they're playing against other teams, I would say Heino and Zhangfei will be the most suitable one to be at the first phase.
So you believe that they should have just picked that instead of actually banning it away?
Yeah, that's also going to be a nice solution.
Okay. What do you think, Eket?
I feel like that's going to be the same for me. I have to agree with Nora here, and definitely her analysis of the game was so deep. And going into the predictions, even predicting that Angela was going to be a really, really great
I like that one.
against Ogren.
That was a gigantic flex from Nora.
True. I said so.
Yes.
And the reason why I named Angela in that draft is because Angela can do so good burst out damage in the early game and not just prioritize the mid lane, but also can be a nice counter attack against Ogren. Just keep the distance and also do those burst of damage, kill him instantly. But the problem is that once you're using Angela, the combo need to mate in a quite decent way. Once Fuzi break the ultimate and bounce someone in his ultimate, Angela need to be there. And that's a problem. You need to catch up with Fuzi's pace, right? Directly throw out your stat and make the insta-kill. If you can't do that, you're be in the deficit during the engagement. You only got one chance.
A very big gamble right over there with that
True.
Angela, right? Is it a everything or nothing? Well, right now, before we move on to the next games, right now we're going to present you one more video explaining Ogren, this new hero that is available for everyone. Watch it and then tell us on over there what you think.
The one who would control fate must be heartless. Raise the axe of God to smite all. Only then bless the people of Yimeng. Guide your fate. The cycle of rebirth.
We are back in the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason. Well, they're already, how many games? 3 games have already passed. Like, I feel like it's been so excited that it's just like, I feel like time's just flying. We're gonna move into the 4th one right now. We're gonna have Team Impunity Esports against Team Kagendra.
Can I still be hyped? I mean, this looks gonna be a good one. I feel like Impunity.
It's alright to be hyped, kid.
Okay.
It's totally fine. You be as hyped as you want. What about if you talk to us a little bit about Impunity Esports?
Well, Impunity Esports, they had made their name since 2022 in HOK because they won several tournaments as a champion. And also, they are just being so dominating in game. But recently, I'm kind of worried about this team because it seems like they are not catching up with the patch. So I'm going to test it out for today's matchup. But still, I want to highlight the mid laner of Impunity, X Hero. He was a mid laner at the first time, and then he rotated to be at a confront laner, and then he rotated back to be the mid laner. So you can see like how talented this gamer, the pro gamer has, right? And also he's a captain of Impunity.
I have a soft spot for Impunity Esports, man, because for me they do represent the process of making the game international because they've been with us for such a long time. On the other side, Team Kagendra.
Kagendra, also known as Cage, they've been together for a very, very long time. Also, their late game strategy is going to be their main point focus. I mean, they've been learning the rope of the game. They got all the fundamentals down. They have different strategies, like also, you know, using the Dulia and the Kaiser combo as well. So they know a lot of strategies. So coming to the game against Impunity, I've had full confidence in Kagendra.
We had a very good opportunity just to talk to Team Kagendra. We talked to Wiro in this pre-match interview. Let's see what he can share with us.
It's Chuchu with me here. It's going to be Wiro from the side of Kagendra. He's the jungler for the team. Now, Wiro, this is your first time in Riyadh, and EWC also is the first time. How so far for you?
Everything in Saudi Arabia is very lavishly, I think. Yeah, what is it? In Indonesia, it's mewah.
Luxury.
Luxury.
Wow. What do you think? What is the most favorite of all this luxury you've been through?
I think especially the food. Maybe because the hotel is very expensive. The food is really great.
Yeah, he's liking it. All the time it's available for you guys to just take it right.
And even the hotel prepared sajada for us to pray.
Ah, yes, I love it too. For Muslims, we do have the prayer mat that's being prepared as well. Now, okay, we had such a great time here in EWC in Riyadh, but when it comes to the games, how's the preparation for you guys, Kagendra, to come here in EWC?
Okay, for today we have match against Impunity and then against LGD. We know their playstyle, especially Impunity, also LGD. Yeah, we have prepared a lot in strategy.
So you'll be studying them since the season too?
Yeah, studying and also improving our team also.
And what's going to be difference from the season 2 and in the mid-season invitation at the EWC now for you guys?
I think not much different, but more discipline for us.
In terms of what way?
In terms of gameplay, of course.
So communication-wise, you think it's okay for your team now?
Communication, I think still can be more improvement from our side.
So maybe we can see that if it actually have a result or not for your first match against Impunity later. But last and not least, of course, shouting out to your fans all the way in Indonesia out there. Use Indonesia, it's fine as long as you got your points across.
Oke, untuk semua pendukung tim Indonesia, terutama tim kami Kagendra, dukung kami terus di EWC Kagendra. Semoga juara, amin.
Amin. Thank you so much, Wiro. See you guys on the stage later on.
Thank you, see you.
Thank you very much to Kagendra. Thank you to Wiro on sharing with us his experiences over here about the hotel, right? Like, he's loving it.
He's having good time.
Yeah, definitely. By the sound of them, I feel like they're ready. They're ready for this.
Of course they're ready, man. Come on, Team Kagendra against Impunity Esports is going to be our next match. We are super hyped about everything that is going to happen. What about if we just send it over there to the Amazon Arena and let's see what's going to happen in this match.
And we're back again here to the Amazon Arena with more clashes to be seen here with our Warriors. And I guess we are ready. Sky, let's go.
Next up on the stage, welcome Team Impunity Esports.
Okay. Here are our boys. Oh, this is a very important match for us.
They strive from failure, they rise up again and reborn from the ashes. That's how good they are.
He is very strong.
Reborn from ashes. Let's see what's going to happen right now as they're going to go against their competition. Hailing all the way from Indonesia, let's hear it for Kagendra. Well, we're gonna see some youthful and innovative strategies in this match. What do you think?
You know, I have no idea what's gonna be happening on stage, but I'm 100% sure it's gonna be an electrifying game as well. So, no more time waiting. Hat to you.
Take it away.
And we're going to stay in Group A. This is Impunity, the squad from Myanmar, going up against Kagendra from Indonesia. These are teams that kind of, you know, they got 5th through 8th in Season 2. They kind of snuck their way in. They did a decent job of the group stage to make sure that they got here. But, you know, Impunity versus Kagendra, your thoughts on this one, Kindo?
I think it could be Kagendra taking a win against Impunity. Now, we all know Impunity has had a long history from 2022. And, you know, Kagendra kind of burst onto the scene very recently as of late. But I think, you know, the Kages, they might have that special sauce to kind of edge it out over Impunity. Now, of course, I think I have been taking a look at the performance thus far, especially in Season 2. I think they have what it takes to really, you know, bring the A game. Now, once again, some of the things that we have to take a look at is that the coach for Kagendra is actually one of the youngest coaches amongst all the teams in Season 2. And I think he brings a lot of fresh perspective and a lot of creativity into the draft as well.
Yeah, age is just a number, let's be honest here. But getting your team on board, again, coaching is one of those things where, you know, anyone can do it if they know how to kind of manage a team. Getting the team on the same page is very important here. And let's see if they are on the same page. Let's head into the draft now. This Loom pick by Impunity. Your thoughts on that as a first pick?
I think Loom as a first pick, it keeps it very open, right? It's now Kage. It looks like they want to ignore this Loom pick altogether, right? It's going to be the Mai Shiranui along with the Dolia. Now, this is reminiscent of Season 2 Invitationals once again, right? They're looking for that Mai Shiranui who's going to be played by Senku here. Now, I have to say, Senku really impressed me in Season 2. I can expect, and I think we should all expect, that he's going to be really aggressive on this Mai, because if this Mai is not aggressive, it's Impunity's game.
Yeah, definitely. And, I like the Loon pick, especially first. I think Zhao Lin is the guy you really want to prioritize. Zhao Lin had the second highest average kills throughout the entire Season 2 Invitational. So this is a guy that really knows how to take the team and put it on its back. He's kind of rounded it off with the Dune and the Lady Jun here, kind of going into this one. But Kagendra, Mai, you talked about it. The Dolia, you know, very top-tier roamer that everybody kind of wants. It's great with the Celestial Melody, but Kaiser, we haven't seen it today. This is the first pick that we saw.
Kaiser
it did have quite a presence in Season 2. It's very
Kagendra.
tanky and someone you need to deal with.
Yeah, so at this point, you know, I want to bring us back into the Loom pick. You're asking me about it. Right now, it's really...
There is a lot of
the 0-0 get the kind of farm lane
Loom.
that he wants. Because right now, both teams have... the draft is really clear, right? We're just going to put a shield in front. And at this point, whoever shields breaks first is going to get punished.
Okay, all right. It's always about breaking the shields, though. There's no, you know, like... No?
What, breaking?
Yeah, that's the only way. Okay. All right. But no, I think it's apt, right? I think, okay, now as Kagendra, though, who are you looking to kind of counter pick against the Loom? Like, what is the best laning hero for you?
I actually absolutely love a Marco Polo going up against Loom, simply because you get to play the range game, right? You get to play the positioning game. At this point, the Resplendent Gun going up against Loom's 3-pronged attack. with his 3 different skills. It would be impressive to see how this 1v1 matchup is going to look like, but you know, both teams, they don't want to keep it honest. It's never going to be a 1v1. It's going to be someone hiding in the bush. Presumably, it's going to be this Wee Raw coming in with the Skyfall. It could be Mai coming in from Senku, you know, getting the uppercuts in as well. At the same time, it could be the destructive Deluge coming in from the side of XU as well.
Yeah, and Kagendra are basically, their draft is like, we just want to run at you. You know, we have the aggressive lineup. We want to just find you wherever you go. Try to hide from us because we have attacks from all avenues, so to speak. We have the angles that you would want. And again, the Celestial Melody just on top of it, just to kind of do it again, right?
Yep, and at this point, I think Kagendra have a nice draft, right? Because Dolia's Celestial Melody, we could be used to refresh the Skyfall. It could even be given to the double Invincible Warrior for the side of the Kaiser as well. Now, if you take a look at what they have on the side of Impunity, they are equally as impressive as well because they buy a lot of time, right? Lady Chen gets the CC on you, Ocean of Tears flowing side, procs the passive, you're locked down. Bye-bye. It's going to be this Charlotte coming in from Ah Sing. And of course, Black with the Tun with the Unruly Blade. He's going to have a lot of access into the backlines on the side of Kagendra as well.
Yeah, I love the fact that also they've picked out the Marco Polo. You were saying, like, how do they counter the Lung and the Marco Polo? It's like they're listening in. Or you're in their ear. I don't really know. Either way, they've kind of agreed with you in terms of the pick here. I think it's a smart pick. I think it rounds out that draft.
Yeah, of course. You know, I've played a couple of games of Marco myself as well. My win rate is only 26%, but when I win games, I win them hard. And I win them against
Sir, a golf score is not a good score for this kind of thing. I think that you want that win rate at least above 50%.
Well, this is the thing about stats, right? If you're a professional player, the stats matter. But I'm not. I'm a professional shout.
So hang on. We played the other day, and you were like, I'm going to pick this Marco Polo. What? Did you know that your win rate was 26% at that time? I would not have signed up for this.
It was 31.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go into this one. This is, of course, game 4, best of 1, Impunity Kagendra here. All right, which of the lineups do you like better?
I prefer Kagendra's lineup at this point, right? I think at this point, Senku will be the one responsible to set the pacing. If Mai gets the first blood, gets that power spike earlier than the likes of X-Hero, it could be a very detrimental and difficult time for the side of Impunity. But of course, with that being said, history based on the facts, Kagendra don't have the best early game styles.
Yeah. They're gonna do well in the late game. They just gotta get themselves to there so that they don't really have that issue, right? I'm hoping that the break that they had from Season 2, they've kind of, boot camped this, right? Like, what are the flaws that we have? And trying to, make sure that we have a better early game. But Hans getting gone on, he's going to give up first blood. Ashing will slice him down.
Yeah, history repeats itself. This time slightly different. No ganks on Hans. It's going to be a 1v1 outplay by Ashing here. And this could spell the tone of the game.
Would you say that he Ashing him to death? I'll show myself.
Keep his mind cool.
Oh, I like that, right? It's Charlotte, so we get the sing, sing, sing.
Yeah, exactly, right? Okay, all right. Nonetheless, we're going to go to the bottom lane here. Okay, this Marco Polo versus the Loom.
So that is a
you
very
kind of talked about the fact that, Marco Polo is the right counter pick. But I still feel like Marco Polo really needs that space to kind of farm. Loom is a little bit more, I would say, self-sufficient, at least in my eyes. But, your thoughts on this bottom lane?
He needs to wait for the usage of Riding the Wind because of the knockback. That's going to cancel his ultimate for sure. Once again, that's also why Megumi's Liempo is going to be very, very important at this point. Because when 0-0 uses the Fever Barrage, if they have no lockdowns, they don't have any stuns, he's going to be able to get the full potential of the damage down.
Yeah. I think that control is going to be key, right? Just making sure that they have it. But okay, Senku here going in for this one. He does that. Shinobi knocks him in, but they had friends, and Kagendra makes him pay, and X-Hero is down.
Well, we might be looking Ashing will not be able to get that slice in onto Senku. Senku needs to watch his positioning at this point because Ashing, backline access, easy.
Ooh, Senku getting a little bit low. Almost got baited out. The splash bounce. Oh no, he goes in for this one, Ashing. Oh, with the tri-slash, didn't have the damage. Senku will just heal with the healing dude.
Yep, and I don't know. I mean, that is what makes Senku good, right? But it's so scary to watch because as a Kagendra fan, maybe you're like, hey, do you really want to go in? Are you going to get the kill?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to see a lot of mine. I think the outplay potential is definitely there. Senku is, top tier with him, with her, excuse me. Nonetheless, I think that it's a situation where you got to be careful. She's like very, glass cannon type. She has the potential for outplay, but it's kind of risky.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take a look at the game now. 3.5 minutes in, we're 30 seconds away from the first neutral objectives coming out for both teams. We're tied at 1 kill apiece, but there is a 1K goal lead coming out from the side of Impunity.
Yeah, it's an early lead, and that's what Impunity want to do.
Play very well.
They play better from, ahead, so to speak. X-Hero, though, kind of forcing it out, making Senku just stick to that. As the Mai, you kind of want to clear your wave as fast as possible. Black, on the backside, he's going to get pushed away, and he's going to be completely ignored. But to just finish my point real quick, Mai looking to kind of push out, clear the wave, and then to make rotations.
Yeah, you can see the missed comms coming in here, and Black wants to try and get something, but I don't think that's it's just the point yet.
Oh, the Tyrant solo, who's gonna get it, and Wiro will take that one. And now it looks like, the Trevor smash was on point, connects onto 3, but Wiro will go down. And that was a huge one for Megumi.
Yeah, it's a trade, but it's still a trade in favor of Impunity at this point. They want more, they need more.
Oh, the wind slash a little off the mark, but the Skyfall, he goes right into this one. He focuses in on a Black, and Hans will take him down. And the Skyfall, you gotta be so careful. But 0-0, he goes down as well. And looks like it's gonna be a 1-for-1.
Yep, that actually is going to be the scoreline for him. So 0 kills, many deaths on this point. But 0-0, there could be a comeback later parts of the game. I would really love to see the itemizations in comparison between Xiaolin as well as 0-0.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's a 2-level difference. Xiaolin right now, right, versus 0-0, who's not had, dying obviously did not help, but now you're further behind. Tough situation for Kagendra. They need to create some space, maybe do a rotation, but with that bottom T1 taken out, you're having a hard time. But here's the replay.
All right, let's take a look. So Xiaolin, once again, just left to his own devices, right? This 3-man knockup, like you mentioned, Megumi created so much space. Xiaolin was just having free hits all the way. And, at this point, Kagendra, I think they need to reposition themselves in fights because it's hard, right? X-Hero has been landing this Oceans of Tears time and time again, and it proves to be so potent for the side of Kagendra.
Yeah, and X-Hero on that Lady Jean needs to be careful. Positioning, we talked about it earlier today, very key, but Senku can kind of jump on you at a moment's notice, right? It's one of those things where you need to be safe, you need to understand where you are, play a little bit defensively, but I think X-Hero really knows how to do it. He's definitely top tier with his Lady Jean.
Yeah, he's able to plan out that, that first icicle coming out from the passive for the Ocean of Tears as well, but it looks like Kagendra once again, being pressured all over again by Impunity. This is where the experience comes in. The Myanmar boys looking so strong.
Yeah, looking very strong. And in the top lane, Han so low. Ashing not able to get that finishing touch. Does get it in the end, and Ashing is kind of rolling in that top lane.
Yep, continuing with the Xings here. It's going to be 4-2, as it's going to be a 2,000 goal lead as well.
Yeah, and looks like it's going to turn into an Overlord. You've turned your kills, you've converted into objectives. And Impunity playing this one to the T, understanding what they need to do. They've got a 3K net worth lead, invading the enemy jungle, making it very uncomfortable for Kagendra to even leave the lane.
Yep, this is, this is the second time I've seen them attack the 4 camp, and nobody has made any attempt to stop that just yet from Kagendra. So they're losing in these little trades. It might not seem like much, but you can see the result of it, right? That's like 2,500 gold ahead for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, but Megumi getting forced here with the Resplendent Revolver doing some damage. The Ocean of Tears bouncing around. Moofers will eat most of that one. But Impunity, again, just taking the lane. Wind Slash does actually connect on the Senku, who just gets under the tower.
Yeah, so it's not looking too great for the side of Kagendra, but Impunity, I feel like they aren't exactly pushing and, making sure that the pressure is getting to the side of Kagendra.
Yeah, and, they're going to wait in the wings. They're going to play things a little bit slower at this point. Get Wira a little bit more time. He's behind in terms of, levels, experience, as well as the net worth. Wira needs that farm, and they're trying to prioritize him, trying to get in. But Senku, here's the attack. They do have the Shinobi pushing him back. X-Hero is going to be killed. You talk about positioning, but hey, when you get forced into this one, they'll just eat you up.
Yeah, Celestial Melody now dropped down onto reroll, which means he has Invincible Warrior once again. So we might be looking at a fight coming out from Kagendra. They're willing to take one more.
Yeah, willing to take it, but I don't think that they're going to find the right avenue of attack on this one. Kagendra's still sticking around. Weroll will go for the flank, wait in the bushes. They find Black, who scouts it out. He's been burst rammed, and Weroll taking a lot of damage using the Invincible Warrior just to stay alive.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's really smart from the side of Impunity, right? And this puts them in the perfect position to capitalize this. They get the free Tyrant, and this is the 8.5-minute Tyrant. So they will have enough time to work through the debuff for their Primal Bond before they start working on that 10-minute Shadow Overlord.
Oof, oof, oof. And I mean, Impunity playing that really smart. Like forcing out the Invincible Warrior and then taking it in, turning it into the Tyrant, right? It's just really smart play. Understanding cooldowns, know what you have to do, kind of push things along. And again, Impunity just really forcing Kagendra to literally just sit on her tower.
Yep, I really like the itemization coming out from Xiaolin here. Axe of Torment as well as the Eternity Blade going into the Master Sword for sure. Now, the reason why I find this so intriguing is because, you know, most of the time as a farm lane or marksman, you want to go for Daybreaker, right? Increase attack speed. But the Axe of Torment gives you more life. And it does the same as well. It gives you 85 damage, it gives you an armor pierce. So I really like the fact that Xiaolin is just itemizing just to be a little bit more survivable. And it has shown to make the difference in the fight between them and Kagendra.
Yeah, it's about itemization. And oh my gosh, we were all the way up in the front. Invincible Warrior tanking most of it. He's going to be fine. But he did, again, on cooldown again. Got to be careful. Impunity waiting for the next creep wave to do that potentially again.
Yep, and to make matters worse, X-Hero just got its hands on the Frozen Breath. It's going to be a hard time walking around the likes of Impunity, right? The flowing side is going to be bouncing between all the different members, and here they're looking for more. But Black is going to tank that.
Yeah, Unruly Blades back to safety. Black, you know, not using the surfboard. I think he could have used that probably in style, no?
Well, he was on land, right? We don't do land surfing here.
Well, you know, you just jump on it. It works. But, okay. Still love the skin. Megumi on the side, in the front, kind of tanking things around, zoning them away. They're going to look to take out this Tyrant. Megumi gets the burst ram onto Moofers. But Xiaolin all the way up at the front. He does get a Kachusen to the face, but they're going to back off. They're going to try to take down this Tyrant.
Yep, it's all about the team fight, and Moofers here suffering quite a bit of damage, forced to use the Wave Breaker on the backlines, just healing himself alone at this point. I want to keep my eyes on 0-0.
Oh, Invisible Warrior, they're going to go for this one. They're splendid. Oh, they do the damage, and they kill the Tyrant to Black. We'll go for this, the Infinite Fastness, just to back up into safety. Moofers is already down. Ashing will get credit for this one, and now they want more. No, Ashing is going to have to back off. He does get scared of the Resplendent Revolver.
Just diving in, and this is where the backline access makes so much sense for the draft of Impunity, right? Megumi doing so well to just be disruptive, and at the same time, Asing and Xiaolin just chasing away the entirety of Kagendra.
Yeah, and Impunity have done a great job. They were forcing the action on that T1. They finally knocked it down. That took some time, and you know, commending Kagendra here for being somewhat defensive and being able to hold that, but now things have kind of fallen off a little bit. It's about a 5K net worth lead. Impunity really in the driver's seat here.
Yep, and this is going to be a domino effect, right? So one turret falls, suddenly there's two, there's three, and there's going to be a total of 5 turrets taken away from Kagendra.
Yeah, and Black being forced in with the Invincible Warrior from Weera, forcing this one out. Black tanking most of this. The unruly, the Wind Slash knocks him up, but, you know, he's going to back off.
Yep, he's taken so much punishment, and he drops to, what, a third of his health? You know, Kagendra at this point, they need to be really careful because they need to buy so much time for 0-0. He does not have sufficient damage just yet.
Not yet, but, you know, they just need time, right? 0-0, largely quiet, right? We haven't seen him, he had that early death, and now he's just kind of been waiting in the wings, trying to farm as much as possible, try to get themselves back in this game. But, you know, right now, Kagendra have been on the defensive. All they're trying to do is just, again, buy time.
Yep, they need that extra E to change the yet into the yeet so they can kill some members on the side of Impunity, man.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're doing there. And yeah, that's the way. They need to deal with these minions here. Look at this. Black is just taking the overload for free. Kagendra right now just all hands on deck in terms of the defense. Not able to get anything going. And again, Kagendra really struggling to find any sort of farm.
Yep. At this point, there's a lot of items that need to be built up on the side of Kagendra, right? They need like voice stuff done already for Senku. They need more. They need like probably the Starbreaker. They need like Axe Torment. They need Daybreaker even for the side of 0-0 to be able to melt down Black, because he has been soaking up for the team, and boy, has that made the fights difficult for Kagendra.
Yeah, they need a lot more than just the Starbreaker at this point, right? I was thinking therapy, but you were going with the items, and I think the items is probably the best ramp to go. But Ashing here, just getting back to safety, he's going to be fine. But, you know, again, Impunity just doing a great job of just pushing it out. You know, with the next minion wave, they've got all 5 members here, forcing them back. 0-0, Responder Revolt. Oh, the backside. We're going for this one. He does have the Infinite Warrior, the Unruly Blade, and the Skyfall. They're looking to turn this around, but Hans might have gone too deep. And it looks like he's going to go back. He's just going to go all in for this one. Hans is down for the count. And now Kagendra with only 4 members. Tough situation, but there are no minions to push.
Yep, this is silver lining as Weeraw did not fall to that attempt.
Oh, 0-0! Oh, the Fever Barrage, but he got stopped and he's going to be killed. And Impunity are like, all right, I'll take that free food.
Yep, and that's the whole point, right? If you can stop the Fever Barrage, they don't have any damage.
They don't have much. And Black, oh, it looks like he does go down. He was trying to go all in for this mid T3, and they're pushing all 3 towers. It looks like they've taken them. Ashing will take the top one as well, and it looks like things have crumbled. Kagendra right now, the base wide open. They need to figure out some sort of way to fortify their defense.
Yep, it is a barren wasteland, and that is the case for Kagendra's base. I mean, we have seen this in Season 2. Right? Multiple times on the side of Kagendra, but this feels like where Kagendra gets to their strongest form.
Strongest form, but tough, right? Kagendra really have not any space to breathe. Let's check out that replay here.
Yep, this was the mistake for them. You know, the opening that 0-0 allowed for that comeback, and that really opened the doors for the base to be just taken apart from the side of Impunity.
I'm going to rate that Marco Polo play as a 0-0.
Well done.
I'll show myself out again. All right, but Impunity here, like literally just backing off, regrouping, understanding that they have full control of this game. Tough situation for, you know, Kagendra, right? Getting back into this one, they're going to have to find some sort of way, but the lanes are all kind of pushing. Ashing is pushing the bottom lane. Just really, you know, no space to breathe.
Yep, someone needs to find Xiaolin on the side of Kagendra, right? Until then, it's not going to be any easier for them, and it might be the end of the game for them at this point.
Yeah, might be the end here. Ride the wind, knocking him up. Weeraw backing off, and he's going to have to heal just to keep himself alive for this one, just to sustain. They need to deal with the minions. Xiaolin just picking him off from afar with the flaming palms, making it difficult. Kagendra right now just backing off, just trying to survive.
Yep, movers just continually using the ult to try and push them away, slow them down. Anything that helps them at this point is great. But there's one thing, Ashing actually has the Sage's Sanctuary, and that's going to be 6v5 technically.
Technically, yeah. I mean, going into this one, yeah, they're going to have to do this one. Oh, they're going to go for this one. The Fever Barrage, the Stasis keeps him alive. Splendor, that is. And Black still up in the front line. Infinite Vastness, he's going to back off. He's going to use it to regroup. Senku is looking for the flank, but he's at half-life. Does need to be careful on that backside. But Ashing will push out the wave, not really worry about Senku.
Okay, so Impunity, they took that fight. They didn't get punished too hard. But there's a couple of things that Kagendra needs to notice, right? Number one, Xiaolin did get down to half his health. So they're doing something correct here.
Okay, you're looking at that as a win of just half-life? Like, I guess baby steps, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, that makes sense. I just think, you know, it's a tough, like, really not a good situation to be in. It's one of those things where you need to get the pick off, but they, you know, Impunity have done such a good job of protecting Xiaolin, who's done amazing job. I don't think he's died a single time this game. We're going to have to check that one out.
Yeah, for now, I think that is a fact. I don't think he has fallen to once just yet. And at this point, once again, Kagendra, they're holding on. It's about a 7k gold advantage, but Senku doing really well for himself with the itemizations. You know, at this point, I think the game could stand on Senku's positioning.
Yeah. And okay, so if you're Kagendra though, what are you looking to do? How do you get back in this game?
Oh, well, I think they have to burst someone down, right? Or at least steal this objective. Can they do it? It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Black will take credit for this one. Weeraw getting whittled down. Movers is going to be actually the first to fall. Zhao Lin gets credit, and 0-0 down again. It's an all-out retreat. The first ram knocking him up. Weiro can't even get back into the base. He's going to be focused here with that wind slash, not slowing him down. But on the backside, Ashin continuing to fight. You talked about the Sage of Splendor, and that's going to be the expended one. Senku is down. The base is wide open, and it looks like they're going to close house, pad that KDA, maybe get Hans. No, they're going to take the base, and Impunity win 11-4.
All right, Myanmar, they do it. So they get rid of Kagendra in this game. That's going to put them higher in the table for their group itself, which means they put a best foot forward, securing potentially a good future in our Honor of Kings mid-season invitationals.
Yeah, that first game, key, right? It sets the tone of what you want to do. Coming in positive, ensuring that you're more on the top of the bracket as opposed to or the group. Definitely very important, and that's what you want to do is going into this one. But let's talk a little bit more about Kagendra here. What could they have done? Like, it seemed like they were really not playing the game that we know Kagendra to play.
You know what? I agree, because I think it should be a growth from Season 2.
Yeah.
But it felt like a replay of Season 2 Invitation. You know, they couldn't figure out the communications in the team fights, and the drop was okay, right? But at this point, when you're playing from behind, a mine doesn't work well from behind.
Yeah, definitely. And I felt that way too. I think that there's a lot of things that they could have worked on. Unfortunately, that game did not go very well. They only got 4 kills to their name, had a tough time. They were playing super defensive, very struggling in that sense. But, you know, let's find out exactly what happens with the interview here with the Impunity squad.
And we have here another winner, another king with another victory here. So, pretty much, Ashin, congratulations for this win. How do you feel about it?
首先呢，恭喜阿星选手获得本局比赛的胜利啊！这一次获胜完了，现在心情怎么样？感觉如何？
感觉心情就谁来都能战胜吧。
Oh, I feel really happy about this. I think we can overcome any possible enemies in the future.
Any possible enemies, but pretty much let's get more technical.
Of course. So share with us the particular reason you choose Charlotte as a top laner, and as your opponent like Marco Polo and Maishanu is a really flexible and mobile hero. So how do you cope with this? 跟我们分享一下为什么这一局会拿夏洛特，以及对面的后排是马可波罗跟火舞嘛，比较灵活。那你当时在团战当中的一个定位会是怎么样呢？
其实吧。 这把夏洛特是教练让我拿的。
Okay. Any other? No.
还有，就是我想玩其他英雄的，但教练说这英雄可以，我就信他了，拿一把。
All right, honestly speaking, the reason we choose Charlotte is because our coach told me to choose. Actually, I wanted to pick others, but I think we can see that hero happening on stage in the future games.
All right, let's look forward to the future. Now, any teams you want to look forward to face off with?
未来想和谁交手呢？
跟梦之队吧。
KPL Dream Team, definitely.
KPL Dream, let's see about that. And now more taking over. Back to you, studio.
Congratulations to Team Impunity on that victory. That is putting them one step forward and probably making it to the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the chance to get it, especially they won against Cage right now.
Definitely. And also like the pick Ashin had.
Yeah.
Charlotte did a really nice job. And also the coach did a good job on the VP phase.
Agree.
Banning out that lane. And that took away their composition of their top warrior, and they have to switch it to an alternative hero, which is going to be Naza.
Yeah, and he did his job. He made the solo happen.
Exactly. Like when you're playing Charlotte, like there's a very difficult problem about that hero. It needs a lot of items. Like Charlotte needs items in order to be able to have online like all the damage. What made Asin just for his damage to be online so early in the game?
So early, it's going to be that first blood, cash injection, getting that Axel Torment so early on, and that's going to be super helpful for him. Also later on, he is going to the backline consistently, putting pressure on Cage.
Yeah, I agree on that. What about that? What do you think about that pick over there, Nora? Do you think that it was a good gamble?
For the Shala?
Yes.
I would say yes. And he made his job down.
Now, of course, look at these highlights right over here. I love how in the early game, like Impunity already had a 3,000 gold advantage. So in the moments that Charlotte needed to jump in, it was already like on.
Yeah.
needed just to deal damage, already available. Something that we do not see a lot of time.
Yeah, and I do like the patience that Impunity show up in this game because not only Charlotte but also Loon, the marksman, need item, at least 3 items to be equipped. So you can see like how patient that Impunity was in the early game and try to stabilize every scene and just get the map control. And after everyone's fully decked out, just check the engagement. It has been done in such a beautiful way.
But what allows them just to be able to engage with such a confidence right over here? I believe that they act very mature. The way that they were just planning on all this thing, they never looked rushed. It never looked like they wanted just to fight just for the sake of fighting. It just gave me the feeling that they really have grown up a lot.
True. And I would say that's something to do with Kagendra's composition as well. Because as you can see, Kagendra's composition, you need them to, pull it out and just dive right in as a group. But as you can see in the engagement, everyone just split up and just dive right in one by one. That's some mistake that I bet that Kagendra made in game.
Let's talk about the good things about Team Kagendra. Something that I really love was their rotations.
Yeah.
Their 3-1-1 rotation just caught always trying to catch people just in the brush, like waiting in there.
Definitely. That's going to be the one advantage that they do have. They're really patient and they learn not to be hasty. Definitely from the previous matches, and that's going to be a true advantage. Definitely hiding in the bushes and waiting for the enemies to do the face check. And that's going to be a really nice strategy. It worked out well, but in the end, it kind of really like went downhill from there on because Impunity, because of the low, the 3 damage, the Eternity Blade, Axe of Torment, and the Master Sword was way too much damage for Kagendra to handle.
It was very too much damage. We know that all this Team Impunity was amazing playing in this game, but at the same time, we need to give the MVP to someone. Like one person needed to stand up on business, and that was Asin. With that Charlotte, he needs to give half of that MVP to his coach that actually forced him to play that.
And with 0 deaths, right? Check the statistic, it's 7-0-2. The man is on fire.
I agree on that. I love Asin. Him for such a long time, and sometimes he could just give you the vibe that he's just kind of like, I don't care about this. But then when you talk about him, he's so passionate about the game.
Yeah, I feel like the man can play any hero. Definitely shout out to the coaches for letting him playing this Charlotte, and he done a great job looking at using that flash consecutively, also getting the backline, getting the pressure, and it's just such an awesome game for Impunity today.
Oh my, come on, like that Charlotte pick over there was amazing. Just the way that he played in here is just for everyone to take notes on. Everyone needs to understand the advantage of that Charlotte in there. That we know that the BP was actually what made it actually happen, right? Like being able to ban as a lane allows him just to be on that Charlotte.
Yeah, also the mechanics that he show up is that Charlotte really relies a lot on his cooldown reduction in the early game, up to like 30%. It might be the standard for this Charlotte to be, able to do a lot of damage. But you can see in the solos on the top, he did it without the 30% of cooldown reduction. He just made it. So that's why I was so amazed by his performance in game.
I'm loving this. On the other side, Team Kagendra, someone needed just to stand up and try to really carry the team. They got the Kaiser, they got the Dahlia, the Marco Polo, that was a very good pick. What didn't click in there?
I feel like Dahlia was really working well for Kagendra. I mean, the double ultimate worked for Marco Polo. It worked for Kaiser, it worked for Najam. I feel like in the very end, it was just too much overwhelming. The power coming in from the lone, the new hero. They didn't have time to deal with that. So many picks and so many opportunities that were just lost in the final match. And also that barrage came in for the Marco Polo. It didn't even work out because there was pretty much no front line for Kagendra to go through.
It was really difficult for them. They wanted to stall, to try to push it to 20 minutes, trying to survive to the 20-minute mark, to kind of like just flip a coin and just see if they could just get in a 50-50. But it was just too much coming from Team Impunity.
Yeah, I feel like they're kind of lost after Impunity just get control of the map, and when they're really rushed in to make something happen, that's gonna be the mistake that they might have, right? Because they are really rushing to do something, and they just split up and just made it as one by one.
All right. Now, we have the A stream right over here with us, guys. And we're going to move to the B stream and see what is happening right over there. Chuchu has prepared something for us. Let's check that out.
Hey guys, it's Chucha. I'm keeping it updating for you guys for Group B stage, group stage in day 1 for our tournament here right now. For the opening of the day, we had KPL Dream Team versus Team Falcon, where it was a landslide win for KPL Dream Team. They won the game just over 9 minutes for our opening of the day. Next, we do have Team Impunity versus VKS or Vivo Stars, which Impunity was quite okay at first, but it was a comeback win coming up from Vivo Stars after YC's Ali just smashing it from mid to late game. Next, we do have Team Vitality versus VKS, and it seems like Team Vitality got their revenge for the win against VKS. Team Vitality, they revamped for this tournament here right now. Changes so much when it comes to gameplay, more variety of their strategy, just making a clean, disciplined win against Vivo Stars. Last but not least, we had Falcon versus Loop, where Loop's just also smashing it against Falcon. And Loops, I have to say, thanks to Mythis Sunbin, it actually has been very proactive throughout the entire game that cost them the win. But the question is, for the side of Team Falcon, as well as Vivo Stars, are they safe or are they not yet for the playoff? We're going to have to wait and see. And that's the update from me, Chuchu.
Thank you very much, Chuchu, just giving us all the information from the B stream. Now, Group A and Group B, Nora, get. Already, Loop's taking an advantage. 2 games, 2 dubs. By now, the best performances on day 1.
Yeah, Loops, I love it. I know that this team is going to do so good when they're being put under the spotlight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I talked to Kaiba too. Like, they're definitely going to be put on spot, and they're definitely going to do a lot better on the stage versus the scrim. So congratulations to Luke getting that 2 win.
Congratulations to them. Let's get the ball rolling forward, because we have our next game. It's going to be KPL Dream Team against Boom Esports. Our representatives from the Philippines are going to be facing the big tyrant. Can they really come in and demonstrate that this is an opportunity for them to shine?
Yeah. I mean, like, KPL Dream Team, they already showed their dominance for game 1, right? The debut for them in EWC. So we can just talk a bit more about Boom, I guess, because they already played also, right, as well. They played 1 game. So I do believe that they have the time to prepare to play against KPL Dream Team.
Let's be realistic. Boom Esports did not play badly against Loops. Like, Loops was very dominant. Loops was playing really well, but does not mean that Boom played badly. Now, playing against the KPL Dream Team, get. What do you think is going to have to be the strat for them to take the win?
Oh, Boom is definitely going to go up against the uphill battle right here. I mean, they're still recovering for the first battle with Loops. They're bleeding right now, but they're getting a lot of recovery. I feel like they have to think of this game outside the box versus the KPL Dream Team. I mean, it's going to be a tough battle, but I feel like they're going to learn a lot from this game. Also, from the previous match from Loop, they're going to re-strategize their composition, pretty much going to do it in full action, also versus against KPL Dream Team.
All right, let's send it to the Amazon Arena. Let's see what's going to happen in our next game.
And we're back again right here at the Amazon Arena. But before we even move on, we got some crazy odds happening here. Are you ready for KPL Dream Club?
再来一次，你们准备好了吗？
Well, let's go.
Let's go with the one and only KPL Dream Team. I strongly believe that this is just the beginning of an undefeated legend here.
I can definitely see that as well, but coming in right now with a loud Boom hailing all the way from the Philippines. Let's hear it for Boom Esports. upcoming match is going to be with a lot of unwavering strategies taking place here. Super excited for this one.
Of course, just hope the two teams are ready to show us what true honor looks like on the real battlefield. Right now, gaming time. Let's hit to our studios. Yella.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Mid-Season Invitational. And you may be surprised that we have changed. It is not Kindo, Fu, and Hola. It is myself, Blam, and with me is Stuart. How's it going, Stuart?
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, it's such an honor to be here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, to cast this amazing tournament that's going on. We've already had 4 games, we're already halfway through the day, and Blam, we get to see the amazing KPL Dream Team again after the absolute stomp that happened in game number 1.
A stomp. I think it was a stomp with both feet. It was definitely firmly placed on the ground with a 9-minute victory against Team Valken. So already Boom Esports has a roof that they need to get to top the previous victim of KPL Dream Team. But we are into the draft now, and we're already seeing a little bit more of a different draft onto the side of KPL. We have the Dolia priority ban onto the blue side, and we're looking at the Chao and the Haino ban for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw that the KPL was prioritizing so many of these really, really strong picks. We saw Boom already in our first game as well. Boom has already played 1 game. They tried that Athena strategy that they also tried at the Season 2 Invitational. Unfortunately, it didn't work for them, so it seems like they're going for a different route this time with the Ali and the Lady Shen, with Long being taken out of the cards. Normally, you see this trade of players going for Long and also Ali, but with them banning Long, really nice to see that priority on the Ali in the end.
Yes, and that was my next question, is who is going to be the ADC for KPL? Are they going to keep it with the Lady Sun now that they don't have the Ming combo? But pairing that Dolia with the Hu Huan in the jungle is going to be a fantastic combo here for the Dream Team. And over to Boom, they do go for the Masashi just in case the KPL Dream Team was going to go for the Orgren. As we know, those high CC enemy heroes are generally the better counter for a hero, the new hero, Orgren.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Orgren hasn't been picked or banned yet in this series, which is super surprising to see. We've seen very high priority on both of these 2 new heroes. We saw Long had a really, really strong performance from LGD. We saw Orgren also for the KPL Dream Team. I'm super curious to see the approach that KPL Dream Team are going to have in this game as well. It seems like they are playing with some different players as well, with Chance also playing in this game. So they're playing with a bit of a rotation squad since this is a Dream Team, just to give everyone a bit of stage time. But it also means that their drafts are super flexible as well, because so many of these players can just jump in and play to such a high standards.
Yes, Pang is sitting this one out, it seems, and we're getting high in this KPL matchup this time around. But funnily enough, we see the Mutsu ban and the Cayenne ban come through, so that must be something that they know that Boom Esports are going to go for. We haven't really seen the Cayenne on impressive in this tournament yet, and we already know that it's going to already be a slim pull for the support heroes, but with the likes of the Masashi, we could see something like the Sun Bin come through, or they could go for the tank like Zhang Fei, which we know has been such a contested pick in Season 2, but not so much this time around.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were watching we were lucky enough to watch the SEA Last Chance qualify to this tournament, where both Boom Esports and RRQ were not really prioritizing Zhang Fei at all, which is super surprising to see, since it is a very, very strong tank in the support role, and it is going to be that Lian Po. So it does seem like there is a bit of an adaptation since the Season 2 Invitationals. A lot of players prioritizing the Lian Po over the Zhang Fei thanks to all this crowd control. But the one thing from KPL that I want to kind of highlight is that Yu Huan, it looks like it's going into the mid lane, because with the Menki going into the jungle. So this is something different. We've seen Yu Huan already in the jungle, played by Falcons. Didn't unfortunately go too well for them. So now KPL Dream Team are like, hey, if you want to see how it's done, this is how it's done right here for this game.
I mean, it's a fantastic compliment and pick for the side of the KPL with Dolia as well, because obviously double the airtime from the Hu Huan is such a fantastic feature to have on the KPL Dream Team. But seeing Monkey come through and the Elaine, and as we know so far in that Clash lane, Elaine has been a very contested pick this far. But I'm really interested to see this Lian Po support pick come through from Boom, as we saw in the last game that he did go for the Distraction Athena, which did work well. It didn't work as well as it did against VKS in Season 2. We were sat in the crowd with all these beautiful people that were there already, but it didn't quite work against Loops, because we were saying if this is how they get the victory, they did it against VKS. Let's see if they can manage to get that one up on Loops with the Athena. And with it being a best of one, this is where we need to see these huge drafts come out of to try and get that victory.
For sure. I think a lot of people definitely put Boom high up on their tier list in terms of the S2 Invitational. They were underperforming, in my opinion, you know, with the likes of Vitality and VKS going through. We know that Philippines is a very, very big region, very popular region with Honor of Kings and also just mobile MOBAs in general. So I really want to see kind of Boom bounce back. This is going to be an absolute giant to try and come back against, you know, with the KPL Dream Team. But as you mentioned, with that Athena kind of distraction strategy not really working out for them, this is something that we were talking about when we were actually sitting in the crowd. We were talking to each other. We were saying, you know, Boom have come up with this strategy before. They know how to play this strategy. But now that they've actually not won against it, they need a plan B. And this might be their plan B at the moment that they're playing against the KPL Dream Team.
Yes, and the draft is looking pretty much fine for both of these teams, I would say, because Boom having the Masashi, I don't think we've seen the Masashi come through yet, at least not on Stream A. Stream B could be a little bit of a different story, but I think my best thing about Stream B so far, as we were sitting for food before this, Stu, was the fact that Team Vitality was able to take down VKS. I was like, oh, what a win for EU, baby. Take that one, Brazil.
No, it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, obviously both of us being from the EMEA region is super exciting to see us as well. And as we saw before this draft, we can see that, you know, Choo Choo's keeping us up to date throughout the day of the Stream B as well. So if you are just watching the Stream A, you will be updated throughout the day. But yeah, huge win for Team Vitality. And you know, Boom are going to look to try and have to come back as well, because, you know, losing that first series, Boom have to try and actually get in a win now. It's going to be difficult against this KPL Dream Team. You know, we have to try and find a team to be able to take them down. I think that's the big thing they were talking about on the analyst desk right at the start of the day. You know, who are the teams that can actually take down? Who are the kind of underdogs in this tournament that can take down the KPL Dream Team? We already saw Falcons. You know, we can talk a little bit about that Falcons game, because we saw all-out aggression from the KPL Dream Team. Level 1 invades. The Lady Sun again being picked this time around. We saw the Lady Sun playing in the mid lane to start things off, pushing out that mid wave, and we saw the Pang in the end on the Orgrin, level 1 invading, super aggression, and there was no space for Falcons to move around. So Boom have to be careful. They have to analyze that first game that the KPL were playing and be like, okay, how can we counter this aggression? How can we make sure that we don't get put so far behind that we're going to lose in another 9-minute game?
Yeah, I think that's where the bar is currently set, is just getting past that 9-minute mark, maybe getting an extra kill on the board for themselves. But thank you for your patience. We are into this best of one between the KPL Dream, which is their second game of the day, and Boom Esports. Again, Boom is currently lost so far within the group stages. So if it's a time to sort of shine, it's definitely against the KPL team. It is their time to make the giant bleed. And so far, we're not seeing that level 1 engage, but when you're on a hero like the Monkey, I don't think we're going to see as an aggressive engage into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. I think before with the Orgrin, as we see a crazy level 1 trade already into the bot side with the crazy level 1 the Lady Sun has, her extra range that she can get on her first ability. They're even going as far as behind the tower already to start things off to try and get a little bit of advantage. But yeah, Lady Sun, super aggressive hero to play down in the bot side, being able to take the early game trade against the Army.
Yep, super aggressive plays is what's currently going on, but it's all in the lane right now. And currently, Byron gets knocked up. It's a 2v1 in the Clash lane. First blood going over to Wrong. KPL setting the bar high. We were thinking that the aggression was going to be level 1 in the jungle, but no, it's taking place in these side lanes, baby.
It just shows that KPL can play so many different strategies and fly with the perfect tower dive in the end. You can just tell how talented and how much these KPL knows. They know how much the tower damage is going to do to you. They survived on one HP, knowing that extra little bit of tower aggro is going to be enough to be able to secure that kill. And as you said, a bit of an early advantage here for the KPL Dream Team. Now, as you see, there's Dragon actually coming from behind, maybe looking to surprise. But they read it like a book. They knew that something was up behind them.
Yeah, Chance really calling out that phase check there. They clearly are the team to do this. Some teams may just even wandered into that little trap there. It would have been quite a snare for Boom Esports to get that on top of KPL Dream Team if it was the case. But currently, so far, we're seeing the KPL Dream Team are up ever so slightly in the gold, and there's no just about that 1k gold difference right now going into that 2-minute mark. It's definitely a little bit more of a pulled, stripped back, less aggression as we saw against Team Falcons. I don't know if that was something that was just a little bit of a revenge call, but okay, a lot of damage onto Toshi, forcing the Ali out of the team fight, which is going to be detrimental to trying to keep or any damage being taken place in that T1 in the bot lane, but we're seeing a great push in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's just so fascinating to see the rotation from the KPL Dream Team as well. You know, these are players that have been playing the game for years and years. They've been playing at the top level over in China. And you can just see the rotations, the invades. It's not the same aggression that we saw against Falcons. You know, I think that was super surprising just in general. And we can actually see here that it's Boom Esports actually the ones looking to try and invade and try and shut down the Menki a little bit. But it does mean that they might get a little bit caught out in the top sides.
Okay, Death on the Sunset comes through for Fly there. He's able to keep him alive just a little bit. But Boom are all here. It's currently a 4v4 as they are coming around. There we go. High gets the kill onto Dragon. That is a second kill for the KPL team. This Menki is not here to be messed with. You going to his tutorial. Oh, what a trade. He's back down and getting another kill onto Toshi. Oh, this guy is everywhere.
Absolutely insane. It was actually Boom Esports the ones that are looking to try and play aggressive. They're trying to do the same again here in the invade, but they need to be so careful. The communication from this KPL Dream Team, and look, they're here again. They're here with the rotations again. You could try and invade the KPL, but they will have backup the entire time. The Musashi is going to get taken down in the end, just as the big objectives spawn. So they have free reign over the Tyrant or the Overlord, depending on which one they choose.
Yeah, that's definitely not the place or time you want your jungle to be falling down is in those neutral objectives, Stu. It means that, like you said, the Tyrant and the Overlord are free game, but we're actually not seeing any kind of push onto these now, not even the Tyrant, because, again, that bot lane is looking pretty even, other than obviously the first tier turret going down. But in terms of the minion wave and in terms of support on the map, we are already seeing a lot more presence up in the Clash lane. And KPL Fly looking to take another T1. So working those side lanes like we see most of these teams do. They keep that mid lane a little bit more fruitful because it allows for a bit more easy access onto the minions. But less about that. Boom, Ajix kind of steps in a little bit too far. He's taking quite a bit of damage from Monkey, but the Dolia comes through, gets the kill onto Ajix right now for KPL. Currently 5-0. Not a single blood on the board for Boom, but is this going to be the turnaround now? No, Dragon gets on and targeted, and 2 turrets are taken on KPL Fly, but it's going to be impressive that goes down, and that was an impressive kill by the KPL team.
Beautiful again from the KPL Dream Team. Wrong with the ultimate there on Hugh Huan was so perfect. You see the Musashi coming in, using his ultimate, trying to lock down the Hugh Huan, but it got completely cancelled by Hugh Huan's ultimate. Really, really nice counter there from the KPL Dream Team, and then they were able to counter engage after that as well. But Boom are not actually going to be, you know, being able to kind of slow down the aggression in the end as well. As we can see here, Musashi also going down again. That Menki is just so powerful right now. Super tanky, being able to scale super well into the late game as we see a bit of player camps there as well. But Boom Esports need to find a way to slow this game down. This is something that KPL Dream Team do so well. Once you give them an edge, they will take a mile. They do so well at being able to take these small advantages in the early game, and they can use that to rotate as a team around the map. You see, they took the mid lane tower. They've taken the top lane tower already. Boom Esports at the moment are looking to try and take that tier 1 tower in the bot lane, but they might even just lose their base.
Yes, and I mean, that's definitely not a great trade for the teams here. Losing first here for high ground turret and also losing some blood here, Stu. Dragon goes down. Are they going to be able to get a kill for Boom? No, Midgie is on the run. Could this be the end?
They might end it here.
In 6 minutes, Stu. Oh, they are holding on. KPL just got crushed with the Liampo ultimate, but they're still in there. The minion wave is not just yet. This is the second lifeline for Boom as they're holding on to their crystal right now, but it looks like like KPL are not giving up that pressure, Stu. They want to win this game, but they are now backing off. They're like, no, let's let them get a little bit further in this game because we're already miles.
Yeah, they didn't want to take that extra bit of advantage. They took a little bit of a trade, that huge Liam Poe ultimate from Impressive. We saw how well he was playing Liam Poe in that SEA qualifier that was played here in Riyadh, and you saw how he can be a super playmaker for this Team Boom, but there's just no playmaking that you can make against this Dream Team.
There's just so much slow. You just saw it there from Impressive, just kind of just like running, slow jogging away like he's going up some elevations. But unfortunately for him, he does get caught out there once more by KPL Dream Team. And with second wave of minions coming around, it looks like Midgie's trying to just get rid of those minions so they cannot aggress.
They clear the wave.
The Crystal, but we saw that Fly was looking pretty low. Thanks for the death on Sunset. He's able to escape that near close to the feet and also denying Boom Esports of that kill.
Yeah, it's super nice from Boom Esports. They're actually being able to defend against the base, but the problem is that their base is just in shambles at the moment. Their base is all over the place. You can see they can't even go out of their own base. You know, since the main key is going to be super tanky, you have the Hugh Huan, which is going to have so much sustain as well. You're seeing Musashi trying to actually go into his jungle just to get a little bit of farm, just to get a little bit of gold. But this KPL Dream Team is just taking everything away from Boom Esports. You're seeing Ali at the moment up into the Clash lane. Look, just trying to get a little bit of farm, but what are you doing there, Toshi? Your base might even just end.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to minimize the amount of minions coming through into the Crystal, but Boom Dragon does go down once more on the side of Boom Esports, but it looks like this could be the final wave with the super minion here. There's that Q1 ultimate coming through, the huge death on Sunset that takes down Impressive. They still have the minions here. The Crystal is still alive. They wanted to get the ace, but they got the Crystal instead. KPL taking a second win today, Stu.
Absolutely beautiful from the KPL Dream Team. You can see the fans in the crowd as well. We had the chance of being able to sit in the crowd and see the crowd here trying to cheer on the KPL Dream Team. Two super dominant games. Falcons, 9 minutes. Boom Esports here as well, also 9 minutes. You can see that there is just nothing that these teams can do. This KPL Dream Team is so far and above the rest at the moment, and it's just, who could take them down, Blam, at this point? Like, they just look on a whole nother level than every other team in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, they do have one more victim today, or maybe a victor on the side of them, and maybe they will be the ones that take them down. But unfortunately, it's not Boom Esports. It could be a G Global later on, but just looking at those stats is just phenomenal. Such a great presence across the map. We saw a little bit of a presence change as well.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. KPL Dream Team coming up absolutely huge here in the second game. They're going to look to try and go 3-0 in a couple of games' time as well after this. So this isn't the last time that we're going to be seeing the KPL Dream Team today, but an absolutely incredible performance. Flawless as well. 0 deaths across the whole board.
They have a no-death run in their second game, but again, fantastic effort from the KPL Dream. I'm pretty sure the audience are feeling it in the Amazon Arena, but we're going to pass it back over to the stage.
Another glorious, victorious moment. But before that, seeing the crowd of KPL Dream Team, make some noise, everybody!
听听你们声音好吗？
Amazing, beautiful. How do you feel knowing that you have fans flying all over from China to Saudi Arabia right here for the EWC?
首先呢，恭喜5位选手获得这局比赛的胜利。那同时呢，看到我们现场有这么多很热情的粉丝啊，追随你们来到利雅得，有什么话想要跟他们说的吗？
就今天的场子和来到现场的观众一样热情，对，特别的热情。
I think the whole atmosphere at the arena is super high and as high as the passion that our supporters are giving us. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Let's go more into the technical stuff here.
Of course. It's a long way to 2024 EWC, so what's the internal goal for KPL Dream Team? 其实呢，在 EWC 的比赛呢，还会有接下来比较多的时间。那整体来说 ，KPL 梦之队的一个大目标和方向是什么呢？
最大的目标就是夺冠嘛，然后小目标就是稳住每一把，然后把自己的心态啊调整好，就是稳扎稳打，对。
So the biggest goal for us is finally, of course, the final glory, the final champion, and like tiny little details and goals is for us trying to maintain a very good mentality, stable health and stable conditions, and keep fighting for every single matchup in the future.
Keep fighting. You know, the previous match we have Impunity saying that they look forward to go against you. What do you have to say about that?
我们上场比赛呢，Impunity 的阿星选手其实说他们很想和你们交手，你有什么想回应的吗？
对，我们也特别期待和他们的交手，因为私下有交流嘛，所以说很希望在赛场上能和他们交手。对。
Okay, we look forward to that match in particular as well because we have so many deep communication with Impunity as well when we're doing streams. So yeah, looking forward to that matchup.
Looking forward indeed, and I guess it's time to go back to the studio.
Congratulations to the KPL Dream Team taking one more victory. A lot of people wanted Boom Esports to demonstrate what they could do against the KPL Dream Team. And I'm going to tell you the truth, I do not think that they just looked bad. They looked actually pretty well.
True. We can just, scrutinize the strategy when they play against KPL Dream Team is that they focus a lot on taking flight down.
Yes.
See, they just give it all out and trying to take that island down around the riverside. And secondly is that they did the blue buff invasion instead of KPL team did, right?
Exactly. Like you can see in that moment that they actually had the confidence to come over here and just really try their very best against a giant. Like we need to be realistic. Before the game, we most likely already knew what was going to be the result. But the Boom Esports, they came in with the spirit of really coming in and trying to learn, trying to experience this. You can start seeing it from the first movements, right? Like you can see this one right over here. This is amazing. They come in and they want to take fly on the 1v1, knowing that this might be my last chance to really play against the man.
That was really, really close, to be honest, to seeing Fly be put into that position. But you can see he's playing very aggressively.
This
and
one
also,
over here as well.
Yeah, down the map. It was a really nice mechanics show by Arlie.
Of course, like you can, I just love the way as Blam and Stuart were commenting on the fact that the KPL Dream Team just rotates and they roam around in a completely different way. It's just very different to all the other teams just to understand their rotations. Their understanding of the times of the game is completely different to the rest. So it's very upsetting to not understanding the rhythm, right?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Boom tried to buy more time for this game. I feel like they're a little bit hasty this game, and they should have went a little bit slower. Because if you give a lot of chances, okay, KPL Dream Team, they're gonna get at you. They're gonna get at every single moment they can. So I feel like what they need to do next time is to slow down the pace.
Dude, but you gotta agree with me on the fact that this was an entertaining match.
Yes.
I believe that if they would have just like kind of camped over there and they just waited and just kind of stall and tried to buy time, it is true. Maybe they would have made it to the 9 minutes, to the 10 minutes mark. But would that have been like the spirit that we actually want? Like we want to see the teams really try to take it there, trying to go with everything they have, passion, with the mission of trying to win, instead of just kind of like trying to survive. To win and to survive are different things.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can play in both ways as long as you can win it.
Yeah.
And I would say, like, for KPL's Dream Team, one thing really amazed me is that although they did the rotation, but the coordination still stayed tight.
Oh, that was amazing. Who was the MVP for this game? I would love to know. It needs to be high. It's going to be high in that monkey. What high is going to be in charge of that? 505, the KDA.
Yes, Hai. He did the rotation, being the jungler, and Hai was representing Team China back in the 19th Asian Games. And speaking to the KPL League, Hai has claimed the championship for 7 times with the millionaire Rong, and they are actually from the same club back in China.
Yes, exactly. Like Huahai is one of those players that we actually love a lot, right? Like he's been around for a long time, and he's always been on the discussion about like who are the top junglers in the game, right?
Oh, I know. That's going to be a huge competition. I mean, him and Pan kind of have a small competition for each other. You know, some say Hai is better, some say it's Pan better, but I feel like both of them definitely are playing at the highest level.
And there's another thing that I really want to talk about Hai is that he made his debut in KPL region by using Arlie originally and by claiming a pentakill. He's so far. The debut day, the first game he played in KPL when he was, you know, yeah, that was insanely crazy.
That was amazing. Like, it's one of those beautiful things that we love just seeing.
Yeah.
When someone comes in and just gets a pentakill in their first game, you know that they're it. They're him. Totally.
Like, okay, the genius coming right now.
Oh, that's lovely. Now let's talk a little bit about the heroes. We got to see a Yu Huan, right? The Yu Huan pick in here was a completely different one to the one that we have started seeing in the Season 2 Invitationals.
Sure.
Like, what is the difference in between the Yu Huan that right now was played by KPL and the one that we have seen before, Gegen?
Yeah, this KPL build is going to be mid Yu Huan. I mean, this hero is going to be full of flexibility. You can pick it as a jungler. You can pick it as a, like a support. But this one, they use it as a mid laner, and they use it really, really effectively, healing the whole team, using the AoE ability in its ultimates to heal and damage the enemies at the same time. Also, if they can do a lot of, hit and run, their spacing is so awesome. And yeah, really, really great strategy here by the KPL team.
It is one of the beautiful things about Honor of Kings, right? Like, you have a very big variety of different heroes, of different ways how to play. And one other hero that is right out there is Komin. Remember to get ready to elevate your gameplay with the brand new Komin skin, Yin and Yang. From August 3rd to August 9th, you can snag this stunning skin at the limited time discount price of just 1,350 tokens, down from the original price of 1,688 tokens. Grab the Komin Yin and Yang skin now and show off your style in the battlefield. Komin, do you think that Komin is going to be out there?
For this matchup, I guess that's possible because I know that one of the junglers is pretty good at playing Komin. As a jungler, I mean. But I do like the idea how you're putting this, that if you're the best thing about playing HOK is that you don't really need to put heroes in a fixed position. Wherever you want to use it, for example, Monkey as a jungler, as a top laner, that's okay, that's fine. And also for Komin, same.
Let's wait and see what is going to happen about that. Are we going to see Komin, yes or no? We're going to look more about that as we come back from the break. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason. We are live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have had amazing games. And right now we're gonna move to the next one. LGD Gaming against Team Kagendra. LGD Gaming being the team that everyone is looking forward to, right?
True.
We know that besides the KPL Dream Team, well, LGD Gaming, they're the champions right now. Do you think that right now, after watching them play and watching KPL Dream Team play, LGD Gaming, do they have a chance?
I do believe there's a chance left for LGD Gaming, and I know that they are aiming for that chance to play against KPL Dream Team. And as also like speaking to the last game that they played for that one against TS, that was really good because instead of saying that they won the game, I would say they won themselves. Because they never won against TS when they were using the Dachao strategy. But you see the first showcase that they made in EWC, they did it.
And I agree with you in terms of that. Like, right? It's not just like the victory that gives you the 1 point. It's not that 1 point. It's just going to be like overcoming something that before was very difficult for you. What do you think, Edgar?
I feel definitely LGD has the potential to beat a KPL team. Definitely. They've been training in the KPL region for a very, very long time. They have scrims against the KPL team in China. So definitely they're playing at a really, really high caliber. And definitely they're going to be maybe the first team to get a point away from the KPL Dream Team.
All right, STC Play predictions. Kagendra and LGD Gaming. Who are you voting for?
I'm going to vote for LGD Gaming.
LGD Gaming, yeah? Good?
Same thing, LGD team.
You know what? I'm going to go Team Kagendra. And I'm just going to go with it just because of I like when tournaments are really leveled. I love to see that. And I hope that Team Kagendra is going to bring it on. Now, let's toss the ball back to the Amazon Arena and let's see what is going to happen in this amazing game.
And we are on it again with another match to honor more kings. Well, Sky, the honor is all yours.
All right, right on the stage, let's welcome Team LGD Gaming. We're looking forward to see their impressive moves in the game. Just hope their opponent is ready for that aggression.
Oh, they are absolutely ready, hailing all the way from Indonesia. Let's go with Kagendra. Well, we'll be seeing some youthful energy and innovative strategies taking place with this one.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, please be prepared for an unforgettable showdown. It's gaming time. Back to you, studio. Yalla.
Oh, hello everyone, welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason. Me and Blam are a bit all over the place, but a team that's not all over the place at the moment is LGD Gaming, being able to take that first game that they were able to play in this tournament against Team Secret, which was the rematch of that Season 2 Invitational. We were lucky enough to watch that as well, and it was a super interesting game to watch, whereas Kagendra on the other side unfortunately lost their first game, so they're looking to really try and bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, the Team Secret against LGD was just one of those... It's becoming one of those staple matchups that we're seeing quite a lot within the global scene. It's going to be a rivalry for some time, I think, Stu, especially with both of these teams being from Malaysia. And both of them always putting up such a fantastic performance as well. So when we were watching it, we were like, oh my days, like Team Secret may win here. And then all of a sudden we saw the beasts of the south, the beasts of the east themselves, LGD Gaming, managing to take the victory overall from Team Secret. So again, well, it was a fantastic job by LGD, but their next contender is Kagendra, and we are getting into the draft, and we're looking at a Musashi Prio ban. Does this mean it's a storytelling of Orgren being picked up again?
I think Kagendra need to read this like a book. This is one of the very first times that we've seen Musashi being banned in the first rotation. We know there is a bit of a counterpick to the likes of Orgren, one of the new heroes. One other player I want to highlight as well is JR. Did play long in that first game against Team Secret, and that is going to be the priority pick. They don't want to prioritize Ogryn, they want to prioritize long, and I have to say, JR played a flawless game on long. We saw double kills, we saw triple kills flying all over the place, and we know, and I know as well from playing this hero as well, that this hero has a lot of burst damage, but it is going to be responded on the other side by the Ogryn and Dolia combo.
Yeah, what a great combo we have there with the Dolia and the Ogryn. Again, Dolia with her Celestial Blessing giving over those 2 ultimates. But like we said at that banning phase, that the banning of the Masashi, and we honestly thought that LGD were either going to take the Ogryn or they were baiting the Ogryn over to Kagendra, because again, if you pick Ogryn too early, all you need to do is get a little bit of CC on your team on the side of LGD, and they're going for the Princess Frost and the Dune pick as well, which was a big pick within Season 2. A great jungle, very tanky, has a fantastic engage, and he could just soak up a lot of damage whilst your backline just absolutely have their way with your enemy team.
For sure. I definitely feel like LGD were maybe kind of trying to predict Kagendra, trying to maybe predict that they were the ones that were going to ban long in the end. Yes. They probably weren't expecting both of them to be open. And to be honest, I think this actually favors Kagendra more than anything, because with LGD being on the left side, it means that they only get 1 prio pick. Yes. Whereas on Kagendra, they get the double prio pick, which is the Ogryn and the Dolia. We know both of these have been high priorities. And with the Dolia being picked, you're seeing the Sun being banned and the Shang Fei being banned as well. So the support pool at the moment being whittled down by Kagendra, where we see Hu Yi and Haino being banned on the side of LGD.
I'd be very surprised if we don't see the Lian Po again come through, because it has been a fantastic counter to the Ogryn we've seen so far within the mid-season Invitational as well. So again, Zhongfei, Sun Bin, all being taken out there. Zhongfei, as we know, has been such a prevalent pick within the support lane throughout all these tournaments so far within the global scene. And then we see the Hu Yi and the Haino getting banned as well. So Haino is another great flex pick, which we normally see in the mid lane, but in Season 2 had a big priority in that jungle.
100%, and we can see there's a couple of other picks that's come through. The Renji being the next option normally is the prio pick when the likes of Ali are off the board, the likes of Long are off the board, they go back to Derenji. Pretty decent in the early stages, especially with that Dolia being able to get the double stun with the ultimate, if you can chain that correctly. Mosey on the other side as well, so they're really going for a lot of crowd control. You have the crowd control from the Mayin, the stun from the Mosey, the Princess Frost with the stun as well. So all this CC that they're trying to do against this Ogryn, because we know this Ogryn has so much mobility. He can go over walls. He's just super annoying when he stands really, really close and he gets in the face of the enemy. But I'm not too sure if you want to be the face of the likes of Dune and Mayin, to be honest with you, and even the Princess Frost with the stun as well. And Shangguan being picked, I believe, for the first time on the A stream as well. Yep. So going to be an assassin in that mid lane against Princess Frost.
Yeah, last time we saw the Shangguan being picked up, it was Team Vitality. We do know that Highland loves that pick, but this is about Kagendra. This is about LGD Gaming, who is going to come on top of this. But just to reiterate the point of the draft, there is so much CC on the side of LGD Gaming, which could be at the detriment of Kagendra, especially with that Ogryn pick. But as well, obviously, one of the things we didn't mention was the knockup from the Dune pick as well. So yes, again, that double knockup is a great feature, especially within those early game engages. We already see that Dune is a fantastic early game hero to do a lot of damage, to clear his waves a little bit quicker and stuff like that. But then as towards the end of the game, you kind of see him fall off and be more of an assistant tank, just being that sponge that we know he is. The only other spongy hero that is resemblance to Dune is definitely the Kaiser.
100%. Super interesting to see this mid lane matchup. We saw that the Mai was picked a few games ago as well. This kind of assassin versus mage mid lane. The only worry that I have on the side of Kagendra in this game is their wave clear. They don't have really that great wave clear that we see, whereas on the other side for LGD, you have that Princess Frost that can use the ultimate, use all them AoE spells, and can really defend against the likes of Kagendra when they're trying to clear the waves, when they're trying to push down towers. So it's really, in my opinion, about trying to get this Shangguan ahead, get Senku ahead, trying to get him a first few kills. Interesting enough, they are putting Shangguan in the mid lane. We normally see the assassins go down to the bottom side, so they get a little bit more free time because we know how much priority is in that wave clear and trying to get that mid lane pressure.
Yep, it opens up a lot of doors and a lot of opportunities for those that are able to take that priority in the mid lane and also take the T1 turret. It's because it just opens up a huge buffet for whoever claims that T1. But again, this is a very coy early game. There is no sort of aggression, no massive engages. So this could be the difference here, but I feel like the Modsu pick here is definitely denying the Orgren being access into the back line of the side of LGD. I think it's probably a really, really good draft here on LGD for taking the Modsu rather than going for something a little bit more practical that we've seen recently, which is like the Liempo. Yeah,
I mean, with that Dune pick as well, you know that you have that front line already, so you don't really need that front line from the support role that we've seen for Lysa Shangfei, was obviously got banned this game, and also Liempo. So going for that support, so there's a little bit of damage in the mid lane there for Princess Frost. With that tank going into the jungle, it allows you to pick supports like the Mosey and set up plays just like this.
Oh, Dolia is almost going to get takeout. Can Mufas escape? No, we're seeing the Shangguan. He's trying to put a pressure on that front line to LGD, but we're able to get out with the Unruly Blade. Death on Sunset comes through. It is Kagendra getting the first blood onto LGD Gaming, but are they done yet, Stu? I do not think so. Modsu is only just managing to escape thanks to his abilities.
Bit of overextension in the air. The heal coming through from the Dolia, allowing to keep her alive. And you're seeing how strong this Orgren pick is as well. Just standing in the front line, tanking up so much damage. But the Mosey stun, again, setting up the play. It works this time. It didn't work the first time, but it was able to work this time around. But a trade kill in the end, a 1-for-1 in the end. So Kagendra still up in kills at the moment in this early game, which is exactly what they need with this composition.
Yes, I don't think we can call out LGD anytime soon, but we saw that Shangguan was able to do quite a bit of damage onto Princess Frost, not quite being able to re-engage. A double knockoff. Can they get the minion hit? Oh, Musang King with the assist of the MVP minion in the mid lane, getting the kill onto Shangguan.
Really, really nice play from Musang King. The finals MVP, remember, from that Season 2 Invitational. A player that loves to play these aggressive sort of junglers. You know, at the start of the Season 2 Invitational, he was playing the likes of Pei, the likes of Jing, but he's really adapted his playstyle to help his team more. Picking the likes of the Dune jungle, the Kaiser jungle, picking that tank so he can allow the rest of his team, especially someone like JR, to kind of pop off in these fights. But, I mean, speaking of JR, not really a lot of action has happened in this bot side at the moment. It's been just a lot of farming, which is what we expect from both of these down in the bottom side of the map. But I definitely favor Long in the late game for the scaling.
Yeah, try and just get some priority in the farm lane, it seems. So they can get that Tyrant. They do secure the first Tyrant of the game. So going over to LGD is Tyrant number 1. So now giving over that increased damage and obviously the lightning effect, which really helps get to that backline, as we can already see that Derenji is trying to get out there. Dolia comes through with the heals. We have the dragon in the sky. Kill gets taken from Kagendra, which is going to be Mayin, and they're not quite done yet. They're trying to take the T1, trying to get that double kill, and they secure it. Mufas goes down.
Beautiful play there from LGD, but they did lose their mid laner though in the mid lane, but it seems that Musang King is trying to trade back, not going to be able to in the end. But JR, perfect engage there. He was actually the one that took the tower aggro at the start, then he used his ultimate to juggle the tower aggro. He made sure he didn't take any more damage, and it allowed the likes of Zhe and also Xiang, sorry, to be able, on the Mayin, to be able to tower dive underneath for 0-0, taking down that Derenji in the end. So perfect tower dive, well executed there from LGD.
Yeah, even though they've got a victim of the first blood, we are able to see a cross-the-map trade in terms of those T1 turrets. One up into the clash lane, one down into the farm lane. So Kagendra really put in LGD's early game through their paces. They are not taking this lying down, but they are going down again. Orgren going in. Goes down. Senko as well. So that's 2 high damages coming through from Kagendra that they don't have anymore. door. And speaking of not having, that is a 3-0 trade for LGD right now, and Long is not quite done. JR, fantastic play. That is a 4-0. Stu, LGD, they let them get their foot in the door, and they're just like, no, let's slam that door shut and let's get a 4-0 trade.
And you're seeing what we were talking about in the draft. There's just so much crowd control on the side of LGD that Rira is having a really bad struggle here on the Augur, not really being able to do too much in these fights. The Shangwon as well also struggling, because Shangwon wants to combo all of her abilities to be able to get her ultimate in the end as well, to jump up, become untargetable, and do all this damage. But the setup play at the moment from this LGD squad has been so perfect. There was one little hiccup that we saw that they overextended a little bit, but other than that little hiccup at the moment, LGD are looking incredibly strong in this game.
Yeah, and here's a few of the stats and itemizations coming through. So Axa Tournament coming onto the Mayin, but a little bit less about that. We're seeing a bit more of a aggressive engage here from Kagendra. They are not quite done. They want to bring the fun to LGD. They don't want to be waiting to be the victim or be the one that's going to be cut out. But there we go. Hans takes down Princess Frost, and Mutsu in the back is getting assassinated by Hans as well. That is a double kill for the Clash lane on the side of Kagendra. JR goes down. Oh, what a trade. 3-1 for Kagendra, answering back pretty nicely.
I said that there was one hiccup from LGD. That's the second hiccup right there. You're seeing the LGD having a few moments in this game where they're kind of struggling a little bit. They have maybe too much setup play in the end, that they're following every single engage that they're looking for. You can see the Mosey with that long-range stun and the setup, but they need to be extremely careful, because the side of Kagendra can also counter-engage really well with the likes of the Augur and the Shangwon. As we're going to see here, there's just so much AoE damage at the moment from the Augur and also from the Elaine as well in the Clash lane. And even though JR was trying his best to do enough damage, he goes back in aggressive, but he's so low on HP that he's not able to do enough burst damage in the end. It does mean that Kagendra get that little bit of gold back that they really needed.
Yes, they definitely needed that in the stride. They are still behind, and this is classical LGD. Even though they may seem like at the face of it, they're struggling sometimes within these team fights, they're always ahead with these small minor details like the gold lead, like the minion priorities in the side lanes as well. But I just want to go back to what that replay was showing there. Princess Frost winter is coming. It's as if they knew they were in Saudi. It was like, there's no winter here, baby. It's not going to stop the side of Kagendra for getting that 3-1 trade. So it was really well played there by Kagendra. Again, like you said, second hiccup, Stu, but that could be another hiccup here. The first of potentially many here for Kagendra. That T2 going down in the farm lane, and we're already seeing a massive aggression. Even though there's a Vanguard on the side of Kagendra, we could see the T3, the higher ground turret, going down 9 minutes in.
And you can see that this is exactly what I was mentioning with this Kagendra lineup. There is no wave clear at all on the side of Kagendra. There is nothing that they can do to try and defend these towers. You can see the Shangwon was trying her best to walk up, try and clear these waves, try and get enough damage towards the minions. But there was not enough damage there at all to be able to clear the wave. And that meant that LGD can get that high ground tower in the bottom side of the match, which is going to allow them to get that pressure, which is going to be huge for when the 10-minute mark comes up, because they can take that Shadow Overlord and they can use that Shadow Vanguard to try and take even more high ground towers in the end.
Yeah, the only thing we can really hope for on the side of Kagendra here is seeing that Direnji being activated, because again, we know that this is such a great late game hero. Once he's got all his little pieces of equipment coming through and all those itemizations being finalized, he can do a lot of damage. And obviously he has the splash effect with his passive as well. And if you do give him a Tyrant, he's got the lightning rods and whatnot going on for him. So a lot could be had still here for Kagendra, but it looks like LGD want to take that second Tyrant of the game, and it is the Shadow Tyrant, so it is going to be enhanced now. So we are getting into that 10-minute mark, Stu. This is pretty much considered, for those that have not watched any Honor of Kings, this is getting into the late game for these two teams. And this is definitely not a KPL Dream Team game because it would have been over a minute ago. But none of that. We don't want to undershine the LGD right now as they're looking to try and take their second higher ground turret from Kagendra. There is plenty of effort from the backline here trying to deny and take down that minion wave. But
going in.
Still going for it. Death on Sunset comes through. We see that all grain is already gone down. And then another Death on Sunset just trying to push away the LGD. But Musang King takes down Hans. He's like, I'm sick of the Death on Sunset. Just give it a rest. JR takes down Mufa. It is another 4-0 trade. Down goes one, but this could be the downfall of the Crystal for Kagendra. Again, LGD taking in the second victory today from Kagendra.
Both LGD and the KPL Dream Team looking incredibly strong in this tournament. Very, very strong victory there from LGD. The setup play in the end. You saw in that last team fight that the Orgrim was trying his best to engage, trying to jump onto the backline, but there was just too much crowd control. The Orgrim couldn't escape, couldn't do anything, and when your jungler is down that early on in a team fight, it's a 4 versus 5, and even with that Dolia lane combo, as you mentioned, it's just extremely difficult for them as well. Really, really difficult in the end to be able to do that, but incredible performance again from LGD. 2-0 at the moment in this tournament so far in the group stage, and what are the first 2 games we've had? We've still got 2 more left to go today. We've still got some bangers left.
Still 2 more. I mean, the KPL fans at Rehad will be happy that it's going to be AG Global going next against a KPL. But back over to the studio now.
Congratulations to LGD Gaming on that second victory of the day, demonstrating that there's no doubt that they are the top dogs in their group.
Yeah, definitely. I never doubted about the result, but to be honest, in-game performance, I'm kind of a bit worried about this team. Because you can see like how hasty that LGD gaming was in-game. Because speaking to their draw, speaking to their composition, it's quite late game style. So they don't really need to rush into the opponent's jungle and try to grab everything that they want, right? And that actually just light up a cage, and then they just did really good counter-attack to us by using that all-in.
No, I agree with you in terms of that, because it comes down to a moment where you feel like LGD Gaming is always at the lead, but it never looks like Team Kagendra is actually disappeared or not in the race. So what do they need to do in order to just kind of like close the deal early on and not allow other teams to come back?
I feel like Kagendra just want to take their time. I mean, early game is going to be the aggressor. LGD went inside the jungle. I mean, they were so hasty and they're going in without noticing. Kagendra was always there. I feel like every time they try to go into the jungles, Kagendra always punish LGD back. Getting into that hasty moment is not going to be the way to go for LGD. So I feel like, yeah, Kagendra taking their times, they're definitely going to do a lot better in the next match.
No, I agree with you in terms of that. Like, I remember over there in Clash Lane, like there was a moment where it came from an initiation for LGD Gaming, it came down to a 0-3 trade for Kagendra.
Yes.
It's not the right way for them to be able to play in terms of that, or maybe we're just being picky. Maybe we're just being picky because we're expecting a lot from that, right? Like our expectations we're having right over here. Let's check on the highlights, because it was LGD taking control of the game since the start of it.
Yes, and here is something that I want to highlight. After they are trying to take down the milling tower of the other side of Kagendra, and then they're just being a little bit more hasty. Trying to do a lot of tower damage, you know.
Yeah, they just couldn't just kind of wait for the right moment just to jump in.
Yeah.
They saw an opportunity and they were always just willing it needs to be right now. It must be right now. And that might be a little bit of those mistakes that if you want to play to the next level, you cannot be allowing yourself.
I mean, the result seems to be very optimistic since we are watching the highlights, right? It's only the clips. But to be honest, in game, the advantage is not really stabilized.
Yeah. This one right over here, man. Like, check on that guy.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a really good. Also, I want to put an emphasis on their top lane of Kagendra's Hans. Played the island so well in this game. Really, really well. Also, I noticed their coach. They're the youngest coach in the season too. So yeah, this coach from Kagendra, he has a lot of creativity and he put a lot of faith in his top laner.
I love to see when young coaches are just being very, very, very courageous, very confident, and just making these calls, right? Allowing their players just to play to the heroes that they believe they can be best and the ones that they can excel.
And also speaking to the coach, I really want to mention about Joker, the coach from LGD Gaming, because I know that for the lineup, as for LGD Gaming, Xiang, Jihong, and JR, they were at another team called BSE. And also for Musanki and Zhe, the jungler and the support, they were at another team called Must Tigers. As long as they transferred into this team, LGD, they're actually sharing with the same coach.
Okay.
So Joker, he built up 3 different teams and all had great achievements. And right now he's leading this LGD, putting all of those best men he has and trying to aiming for this game.
Trying to aim for this game, they were able to take the victory, but it's a team of 5. At the end of the day, there's going to be one that is going to be our MVP, that's for sure. And the MVP for this game, for LGD Gaming, is going to be Zhe in that mods. I'm going to tell you something. When that mods pick came at the beginning, it took me about 5 to 10 seconds to really understand what was going on. But then when it actually started the game, it just came to me. It got to be that. That mod, it was so useful just for the stun. It was just so useful just for the poke. It was so useful just to kind of like allow Princess Frost to be able to use the AoE in a completely different manner.
Yeah, I know that where the hesitation comes from because it relies a lot on the accuracy that the player has.
And then you have Diren that actually could use his second ability to actually purify that and then just move on, right? But the poke ability that Zhe had on that Mozi actually gave him that MVP.
Yeah, that Mozi also did a really good job stopping Shangguan, also stopping Ogren as well, using that ultimate, locking both of them down at that final crucial moment. Definitely this Mozi did a really good job, kind of comparable to the Limport he played last time.
Oh, and Zhe has already got 2 consecutive MVP so far in game.
Exactly.
Brother's going for everything.
Whoa.
He's won everything, and we hope that he's going to get it. Hopefully, Zhe is going to keep performing at the same level as he has been doing up until right now, because it has been a great feast for our eyes. Team Kagendra, hopefully in the next game, they're going to be able just to turn things around and really just show us. I believe that in terms of the BP, they did not have reach. They did not have that clean wave ability that they actually need if they want to be able to take control of the game.
For example, they are really prefer to take that Dolia pick, right?
Yeah.
And they are paired it up with Alien one time and also with Kaiser one time. But this hero really needs to, you know, try to put it together, move as a group to do those engagement instead of just jumping in one by one. Because we can see for the last engagement that they did, Ogren just went in alone solo and just make Alien into a really dangerous position.
A very dangerous position indeed for Team Kagendra. Hopefully they're going to look at this and then just kind of turn things around. Now, we're going to have a short break and then we're going to keep going back with you to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason.
Few highlights of clashes in here because it's a pretty so it's understandable that we did not have match to show from the highlights, but I guess look at this one with a KDA score of 603 for our Ogren. He didn't die once.
Yeah, and I need to be critical about the itemizations here coming from the side of Loops. Not a single one of them built Venomous Staff or Mortal Punisher, so no way to stop the healing, no way to stop the sustain. coming up from that hero, and if you don't stop him with the counter from the reduced healing and lifesteal, you have to draft a lineup with a lot of stuns. And sadly to say, Loop's entire lineup lacked a little bit of both. They had no way to stop the healing, and then they had not much stuns in their lineup.
Yeah, that's so true. Blazing Cape, it was all that to stop the HP regen, but then again, Musashi and Elaine would usually fall down first because they had to frontline. But then again, nice try, and I mean, they're not falling off on the ladder in Group B, so and they still have some games to play tomorrow, right? So they don't have any more for tonight. But yeah, Weibo Gaming, it was very smooth. I think this is the fastest game that we have casted so far for this day one for our stream B, and it's such an impressive. It's like a different Weibo gaming this time up against Loops in comparison to they had against AG.
Yeah, this was a much more aggressive, much more assertive Weibo gaming across the map, regardless of their positioning, their plays, their itemizations. They were playing to win, and when they did a very convincing win there, like you said, 11, 12 minutes. And I will take a look at the MVP here from the side of Weibo Gaming. I think it's going to be the Ogren. I think it's going to be their jungler for sure. What do you think, Kaisaya?
It could be the Ogrand as well, to be honest, because this is the first time wherein we did not see the Ogrand fall off like on the early stages of the game, and which is correct. He's got the MVP, Kongling 603, very impressive. We saw him quite a lot of times wherein he's just like frontlining effectively, right? He did not fall off. He knows when to back away and save his life, go for that HP regen to actually give more sustain and space for the D-Renji to free it. So I guess that was like super effective Ogrand that he have showcased to all of us.
Yep, absolutely. And a little bit of the fault does go towards the way of Loops, the itemization, like I said earlier. No Mortal Punisher, no Venomous Staff means that he can get all the healing he wants. And let's take a look at the post-game stats. Actually, 0 kills. I swear that they should have at least gotten 1 kill if I'm not mistaken. But
I thought so too. Wait, hang on. I was like dreaming about like, okay, could have been the Arlie got some kills or whatnot. But yeah, this is a very dominating Weibo gaming game.
Yeah, true and true, Kongling, top of the damage for his team. Zere tried his best, but was not able to carry his team on his back. And let's take a look at the updates in terms of the grouping. That puts Loops on a 2-1 scenario, putting them behind Weibo Gaming and the KPL Dream Team, who has yet to lose a single game. Meanwhile, on Group A, LGD still on top there. Vitality has one more game left, at least one more game for the day. Impunity and Vivo Keystars still neck and neck in 3rd and 4th from Kagendra. And Secret has not been able to find a win yet.
Looking sad on that one. And talking about Team Secret, up next will be the match between Team Secret versus Impunity, who's also sitting pretty somewhere there on the top rankings for Group A. So I'm so excited about that. It's going to be a battle between two SE8 teams once more. And yeah, this is gonna be looking so exciting because again, will there be another Ogrand pick and ban, which is quite shaky because it's either they really prioritize or contest this particular hero and the Arlie as well, which we now finally have seen. We saw lose on this particular match.
Okay, Arlie is balanced. She lost the game. She's definitely balanced. So, teams might start to move away from her. But hey, I don't think it was, an Arlie issue. Zeri definitely played very well on her. It's just that the entire composition was just not built to deal with the Ogrand. And we have seen what happens when you let an Ogrand roam free. He can do absolutely everything and anything for his team. And you really need to keep him into account when you are building your items for sure. But yeah, like you said, next matchup is going to be very important. Team Secret against Impunity. Team Secret needs the win to crawl away from the bottom of the groups, while Impunity needs this win to almost secure their spot in the top 4. And we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back with that game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Ready, set, go. It's a honor showtime.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason 2024. This is the group stages, and we have been looking at a lot of games that's been happening today already. My name is Zero. Of course, joining me is with Kaisaya, and we have 2 more games left on this stream. That's going to be Team Secret going up against Impunity Esports, and of course, finish off the day, we are gonna have LGD Gaming against Team Vitality. So Kaisaya, next game coming up, Team Secret, not a single win yet. What do you think of their performance, of their chances against Impunity?
Chances against Impunity, I do believe that they definitely can match up against Impunity. They've shown some really good play up against LGD before during their Malaysia trip, and I do believe that they can come back. It could just like be, you know, first few games cheaters, but can say that even further because, you know, they have few games left in here for their group in Group A. So I think might as well they have to really just get up and try to come back in their game, because Impunity in here, although they've got a shaky score as well, having a loss already too. So I think there's some, it could be just like a 50-50, I would say, but chances are still there for Team Secret.
Yeah, it could be, you know, just not a great start for Team Secret. I mean, they are the runner-up for the Season 2 Invitationals, so they definitely has what it takes to take it a bit further. Obviously, one of their losses was against Team Secret in a 15-minute match earlier in the day, so these 2 teams are very close in terms of their skills, so it could have gone either way. But here's the lineup here for Team Secret: Xuan, TNX, Shusan, Sun, and Yu Han. So no long for this tournament. Interesting. No long for the day, at least.
This game, yes, for this day, but it's gonna be very interesting on how they're gonna be pulling it off. It could be some surprise plays this time because again, there's a lot of catching up to do in terms of getting those points that they need to make it to the top four. So it's no joke in here. It's just best of fun. But then again, let's take a look at Impunity Esports, who got their loss from a while ago from VKS as well. Cheryl, Megumi, Shaolin, Ashing, and Black. Let's see how they're going to be matching up and be prepared up against Team Secret. I wonder if they'll be showing us some Ogren play once more or the Arlie as well. We'll just have to find out.
Yeah, I just want to correct my mistake there a little bit. Shishan is long, just a little name change. Very interesting to see him change his name in between tournaments. But hey, this is Team Secret at their strongest. This is their strongest roster that is going to be competing here in the Invitational for this mid-season. So yeah, like you said, are we going to see more Arlies? Are we going to see more Ogrens? Team Secret has been showing that they are a team that can play it. And if you look at the audience predictions on stcplay.gg, 64% towards Team Secret, 36% towards Impunity. I would say this odds, this supportive ratio is pretty much accurate, at least for me, in terms of how these two teams measure up in terms of strength.
I think this is going to boost the morale of Team Secret as well. Again, they are on a low streak right now. They would very much need this trust and support coming from their supporters and fans as well. So let's see how is this going to be, how is this going to turn out as we later on head on to the draft. But the draft is actually already in here. Let's move forward to it. It's very quickly though. A quick My Shiranui secure in here. No Arlie priority, which we've commonly would see from a while ago.
Yeah, we might see Impunity pick that up right away. Arlie left in the pool, Zhang Fei taken out there. They will go for the Arlie and the Delia. Both heroes locked in there, both very strong heroes in the current meta. They will definitely want to pick them up if it's available. But look at that, Team Secret really prioritizing on that single target. Musashi and the Mayin picked up right away. So Team Secret going all in this single target burst. They want to make sure that this Arlie doesn't see the light of day.
That's so true. I was actually wondering, okay, are we also potentially going to be seeing that combo of the Datiao and rather the Yuan? I would say Yuan is still available, but they anyway have secured they have secured the Lady Gen anyway for themselves. But because usually would wanna go for the Yuan in the mid to just match up against the Mai Shiranui or just let him be safe. But seems like in here they want to create more space for the Arlie to free hit rather than just gonna go for that sustain. Okay, we go for more damage this time because we just want to burst down later on onto the late game stage both of this Musashi and Mayin.
They definitely need the amount of bursts against the Delia. You can't pick the fight longer. You can't prolong those team fights because Lady Zen, Dun, Delia, those are heroes that excel the longer the fight goes. So Team Secret looks like they are kind of all in this single target burst. They're gonna pick up a Garo. That's interesting. Not a hero we see every day in the highest level of competition. We did see RRQ pick that up in their SEA showdown. Unfortunately, it didn't do so well. But yeah, Team Secret might want to try and change their fortunes with this marksman pick. Still, again, very heavily single target.
Yeah, true. With Garo being locked in there. At the same time, Garo is good with, lots of heroes with shielding as she makes use of priority into taking that shield off. But let's see, because it seems like there's going to be a lot of protection and healing coming from the Saiyan as well. For the Garo to free hit onto the backline, I think there's a way. Okay, it could be an engage coming from Mai Shiranui, Mayin, or Musashi. Surprisingly, they're all letter M. These all start with letter M. And the Saiyan will just be there into the back line. So usually it could be like Ming, but this time they want to go for that sustain. So let's see if they will be able to pull that off, depending on which one is going to be the last pick of Impunity. It's going to be Lamb. So depends. I think now it depends on if they
So
try
Dune will be
to
on the
take
Slayer.
down the life of Garo early on. Just go for that early
Dune
gap
will be
so
on
that
the
he
Clash lane.
doesn't go onto the late game. But definitely in terms of range advantage, she has that up against the Arlie.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, Arlie is one of those heroes that can go towards the back lines if the players' fingers are fast enough. And I'm liking the draft of the style of Impunity much more. We've got plenty of team fight. They got strong, sustaining heroes. They've got their late game also secured with the Arlie pick. So you know, I never like these heavy single target focused lineups because if you don't burst their core hero right from the
I know
get-go,
what
you
they are
in
trying to
for
do.
a terrible fight later on.
Yes, what more is that Arlie is not that of a mobile hero. Definitely not mobile. So she will just be
we
relying
can see the
on
rose
to
sword
her
coming out
flash.
from Black and
And if it
Asing.
so happens that Dune or
So this
maybe
time round we will
Lamb
be seeing
goes on a flank,
Asing on
she could
the
be
jungle role
in
instead
this
of
position.
Black.
But then again, it's more about the execution. We'll see about that. This is the second to the last
I
series
wonder
for
if the
tonight.
caster
Team
realize
Secret
it.
versus Impunity. Who will be as at its best? We'll find out.
We will find out indeed. The crucial match for Team Secret. If they lose this game, they are pretty much out of the running for the playoffs. But Impunity also won this win to secure their spot in the top 4 of their groups. And we're off to a very heavy, very aggressive start with both teams putting 5 heroes in mid. Oh, Xiaolin in some trouble being chased down there by Xuan. Not going to be able to close out the distance. And Xiaolin, fancy footwork. She might be in trouble though, but the flash forward from Black, he acts as the bouncer, the bodyguard to protect Xiaolin. And Xiaolin will be A-okay.
Definitely
That
gonna
was
be A-okay with the maple dance being done so well. He definitely confused the members of Team Secret as to where he is going into the map. But given that they have actually started off in the middle lane, Lady Jen will be taking more of the gold advantage onto the farm lane as he actually went there because of the mage minions if he actually go for that one. But and then again, I think that is also to avoid the range disadvantage that he has up against the Garo.
Yeah, that lane is not great for Arlie. The Garo is always going to be able to harass from afar. And this is probably the smarter move there, having the Lady Zen to just push out the wave and then having the Lady Zen to rotate somewhere else across the map. So that's going to allow them to be a lot quicker. But, you know, Impunity, they do have the Lamb. The Lamb can start rotating very soon. He's almost level 4 once he gets another creep camp. He's already level 4, in fact. So he should be able to get some things done across the map. And he's looking at the river right now. He's trying to go for it.
That's so true, but on the top side though, we can see Sherwan already less than half-life, almost up against the Dune onto the top side. But meantime, we have a fight ongoing. Look at that Ashen already falling down onto the hands of the members of Team Secret, Tihan X. That is goodness from them, because we definitely would want to see this Musashi to go online as, you know, to go for the full potential later
that was
on.
very bad. Move coming out from
Definitely,
Asing
and it
to
also
clear the wave
slows down the
when
tempo
there's so
there
many
for Asing
opponents.
on the Lamb. The Lamb cannot be off to a terrible start. He needs to play in the front because that's how that hero does. He needs to go in front, utilize his lifesteal to sustain in the fights, and then get some huge damage in those fights. So if they're able to shut down Asing, that's gonna bode well there for Team Secret, and they are really going for it, really invading the jungle right now, taking away more and more camps. But here comes the rotation from Black. He's towards the backline looking for Taiyen. Taiyen though protected by the Musashi. Musashi going for the kill. Flash forward trying to keep him alive, and Black will be able to survive for now. But can they get a little bit more? Can they get more things done here for the side of Team Secret?
Well, that is a June we're talking about. Lots of way for him to actually sustain, lots of HP regen, and of course, if in case he gets the itemization that he needs, he can deal some source of true damage as well up against the members of TS. But for the meantime, again, a lot of sustain for the Dune in there. I think Ashing in here will have yet to find a way to go for TS Sun to get ganked, but we're not seeing that right now being done by Impunity. So I guess this is like an opportunity for Sun to actually go online.
Yeah, Sun's playing very safe, knowing that, you know, as a Garo, he cannot play too forward. He has to rely on his teammates and his positioning to stay alive. So he's been doing so well so far, not really being aggressed upon by the side of Impunity, and that has allowed him to take the Tyrant as well. So that's going to be more gold going towards his Garo. And Garo is one of those heroes that if you give her a good lane, a good laning phase, she's going to be doing very well towards the mid game. And we see items already completed on her.
That's so true. I mean, this is he just probably just needs one or two more items, then he can just like rotate towards the mid. But look at the damage coming from the Arlie as well, poking here and there. This is what we're talking about. Even though she's got a lesser range in comparison to the Garo, he can just like go for that magical damage poke as well. Most especially if you know, if they have the chain lightning buff. Fortunately, it was on the side of TS, so they're pretty much the Sun is pretty much safe on the damage. But Hollow Flood, because we can see Mayin is actually almost close to death on that particular fight coming from forced by Impunity, but will still be safe thanks to the backup coming from Shishan in here. But seems like Shishan, almost to death as well. This is looking scary. I mean, all of the sustain and frontliner damage dealers coming from the side of Impunity is just overly confident right now. But look at that, Mai Shiranui almost close to death in here. Even Shuan still able to kill off Ashing in the process. This is not looking good for Ashing.
Oh wow, Team Secret absolutely just outplayed Impunity right there. Two heroes surviving, and they're getting able for more. Xuan going for the help on towards Black, but it will be Tianex getting the last hit. This is an absolute disaster right now for Impunity. I like their draft, but I don't like their plays right now. They're just falling behind. 2,000 net worth for the lead right now for Team Secret, and the Malaysian squad really just taking control of the entire map at the moment. It's looking rough. Early game. This Musashi, you can't let him off to a good start because he just becomes unkillable in the late game.
We told you, this is all about the execution, and execution is what Team Secret is showing us right now. But unfortunately, that death from below did not connect coming from the Lamb. But then again, will the fight continue in here onto the jungle camp of Impunity right now? They're just going to be stealing off the camps to give more farm for themselves. And the rest of the members of Impunity are just basically forced to back away. This is not a happy Ashing we're seeing right now as a Lamb.
Yeah, this Team Secret lineup is just taking everything away from the side of Impunity. The only silver lining right now is Shaolin has been really farming very well on the bottom lane, so they do still have the Arlie to back up to rely on, but they do lose the Overlord. Tianex will be able to pick that one up for himself, and the lead extends to almost 3,000 right now. Yuhan in some trouble, taking a lot of damage by onto Shaolin. Shaolin, good movement, able to survive, but he will sacrifice his teammate Megumi, not able to survive. Shaolin.
What an impressive play coming from Shuan in there. You saw how he actually flanked onto the side, creating that space for Sun to actually free it onto the bottom lane. And here we go, they're not even stopping because he's going to be bursting down the lights. Oh, Shaolin in the process taking advantage of the lead that they've got. And it doesn't matter, even if Sun doesn't have a kill as of yet, he's going for the objective, the main objectives in the game when they can push towards the Crystal in the process. And my oh my, this is looking scary right now with the lead being that is actually onto the hands of Team Secret.
Yep, Ashing in some trouble being chased down there off cam. Ashing will fall to Tianex. That's a solo kill, and that's the tier 1 power in the mid falling. Black is already very low. Are they gonna go for it? No, too deep. They're gonna get fueled up there by this high end, but this is classic Team Secret. This is exactly how they like to play. Aggressive in your face, always in your jungle, and just starve you across the map.
That's so true. I mean, TNX was able to deal without a smite before, so what more that he has a smite now. So I think that's the moment where I said, okay, I believe even further in Team Secret right now. But yeah, let's take a look at that one, because again, like you mentioned, Shaolin might still be the saving grace for the side of Impunity in here, for as long as they wait for a later stages of game.
They might get their opportunity right now. Shen down to half health already, but a little bit too deep for Impunity to commit there. They weren't sure if backup was coming at any point in time, so they're gonna let her go. It's still a 6,000 net worth lead going towards the way of Team Secret right now, and they're trying to go for more. Stuns do not connect. Top lane being dealt with there by the Dun. Bottom lane being dealt with by Asing. but it's starting to feel like Team Secret can just do anything and probably end this game very soon, because once this Tyrant falls and the subsequent overall goes their way, they should be feeling comfortable with this lead to push up towards the high ground.
That's true, and of course with the buff being given by the Spear of Purity coming from Garo, whenever she is with the team fight, is gonna boost up the damage coming from her teammates. And we're talking about 1, 2, 3 itemization already onto the Garo, going to 4th. And this is looking scary. This is going to be a quick tower push for them as well. Without even without the minion, they can definitely do. But onto the flank, we can see, oh my goodness, this Mayin Shu one is just really looking scary if she sees you in the map.
Yeah, it is starting to feel very claustrophobic here for the side of Impunity. Everywhere you go, anywhere you stand, it's going to be always a danger of being cut off by one of these heroes. I mean, Xuan, you've got TNX, you've got Shisan, all these 3 heroes are capable of getting a solo kill on towards you. And it is getting hard to split up from the rest of the team is Impunity. And that's why we see them balling together, just sticking together, trying their best to try and get a solo pick off somewhere on the other. And they might be able to get it. Oh, Xuan dropping so low, but they weren't going to commit for it. Xiaolin playing a bit scared right now.
Yeah, that's so true. And Shuan definitely super low in HP. Would want to go for that. Give a kill, but look at the blank already getting slowed down, getting poked out. But it was the Vipers, and this is already the archer that we are looking for, beating from the back line as well. That is Asan. But then again, look at this engage. Ashing is not definitely having fun. So much deaths already at 11-minute game time, and looks like this is going to be it anytime soon, as we have 1 member left. 0 remaining onto the side of Impunity. No one is going to go back alive soon. They want more kill. Oh, but John went overboard, but looks like this is going to be almost it. Yes, indeed, Team Secret will secure this win up against Impunity.
11 minutes in, after a terrible day for Team Secret, at least they cap it off with a win against Impunity in their group. So they are both tied in terms of score 1 and 2 for both teams, and you know, a little bit of a silver lining that gives them a fighting chance for Team Secret to claw their way back to top 4. If they lost this game, it was virtually impossible for them to get to top 4, but after this win, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for them.
There is definitely some hope now for Team Secret, but of course, now looking at Impunity, they have to find their way out of the bottom 2. But then again, we'll just have to find out, because both of these teams, it's their last game for today. They will be continuing their next few matches tomorrow on day 2. But of course, don't you go away, because anytime we still have another series to watch later on. But let's take a look at the highlights from what has happened a while ago. So execution wise, it was like almost back and forth, except for the fact that Ashing kept on dying early stages of the game. 0.
Yeah, but that was just, you know, Team Secret really just outplaying the side of Impunity. And you know, both these teams, they are very close with each other. They have known each other as different players, as players from multiple game titles, so they are very close with each other. They definitely have been scrimming against each other. Team Secret did spend some time in a boot camp in a different region to try and improve their chances, and you know, the fruits of their labor is showing slightly here. Obviously the current results in the group stages aren't that promising yet, but with this win they do stand a chance to make all that hard work pay off. And let's take a look at the stats. 10-1 in terms of overall team score. Shisan really doing a lot of damage for his team, and of course overall, just, you know, Xuan and TNX really just playing their heroes to perfection.
Yeah, that's true. And here we usually would, that is looking scary. Lots of free sets in here for even maybe the Lady Jen or the Dun or the Lamb, but that didn't pay off. I mean, in here most of the time we would see Dolia really just going for that clearing of minion, but we did not see the action. But for the meantime, let's talk about our MVP of that particular game. It's gonna be Shisan, our Mai Shiranui. He did a lot of good pickoffs from a while ago, just catching the target. Actually, there's 2 of them, both Mai Yin as well as Mai Shiranui. So, but then again, I think it's just like the burst damages as well, and allowing the Garo and the rest of his teammates and Musashi as well to get the pick that he needs up against Lamb. I think that's also because of Mai Shiranui's Ashisan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys might know him as Long. That's a more familiar name, and he definitely showcased how strong the Mai Shiranui can be with the amount of burst damage. She doesn't even need too many items, just a Staff of Reverberation, and he's good to go. And this lineup for Team Secret really worked out in terms of like the single target focus, like you said earlier. It was just TNX, it was Shisan, it was Xuan as well, just getting these solo pickoffs. They are strong in these 1v1 fights, and they were playing the map to how they wanted it to go. So really great showing here from the side of Team Secret, giving them a chance for top 4 in this group.
Yeah, and I think one thing we'd noticed in there is like they went onto the mid, right? Yes, they're gonna be, our farm laner on the side of Team Impunity went onto the middle lane, and that will, without the additional gold coming from the minion waves on the farm lane, that is not gonna allow her to go online as fast as he can in the farm lane, because it was actually the Lady Jen capitalizing on that. Yes, he was able to avoid the Garo, but then again he lost the farm that he immediately needs on that one. But yeah, that is for our second to the last series for tonight. There is one more. It's gonna be LGD versus Team Vitality, but that is up for next after a really short break. Once again, I'm Gisai, with me is Zero. We'll be back.
It's too short to even have highlight. Oh well. I think that's all for today for the side of Impunity games. But the watch party is still on for today. The last match will be LGD up against Vitality. Tomorrow we will be having the later matches at match 4 and match 8. Don't forget to tune in to our live stream tomorrow. Feel free to ask any question. If I have the answer, I will try my best to answer. And with that, I am going back to my AFK mode. See you.
感觉这里非常棒，这是我人生第一次来到这种国际赛事，就很兴奋，很开心。我家对抗路是香 ，He is the Clash lane, our mid lane is Jihong, farm lane is Jiao, support is 这。我觉得我的团队会赢，因为梦还是要有的，万一实现，我们就平常心打就好了，不要紧张。这赢得了这比赛，对我们所有人都是人生中很大的意义。谢谢你们，我们会尽全力拿下冠军的。
For the Esports World Cup, I feel very excited and I want to play against the other international teams. I'm not nervous during competition. Just the first second when I come on stage, but after when I'm in game, I'm not nervous anymore. I just think about the win. I'm the support of the Vitality team. And Shanks is the ADC, City Boy is the support, Nighty is the top laner, and Haaland is the mid laner. And I think the team is very funny because we have different personality, but at the same time they are professional when we have to be professional. We speak a lot of language in the team, but the main language is Chinese. I learned some words to understand in game, but I still need to learn more Chinese. I think the winner will be the KPL Dream Team because they all are very strong and have a lot of experience. And all the team are motivated and work hard to hold the trophy. I love you guys. Jayo!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Honor of Kings Mid-Season Invitational. And we are down to our final game of the day. That is going to be between LGD Gaming and Vitality. And, you know, LGD is the defending champions for the Season 2 Invitational. And they are looking to cement their part in history in the Honor of Kings scene as they look to take another one of those favorites to win this entire thing as well.
That's so true. But of course, Team Vitality will not be wanting to be left off of that one, because a while ago they showcased what they can do. Even though there's some adjustment in their roster, pretty sure they can surprise us with some of their plays that they have prepared for us. So this is a pretty exciting last series for tonight, and I do hope you guys will not miss this. And of course, do make sure you guys share your comments and opinion as to what you think it is for our team. So make sure when you're posting on social media, you include the hashtag HOKXEWC2024 for us to be able to hear you or see what you say, because apart from sharing your thoughts, you will get a chance to win some permanent skin as well.
Absolutely. Be a part of this. Be a part of the EWC. Be a part of history here as we are making it a awesome affair. We close out the day with LGD Gaming against Vitality. You know, LGD, of course, coming off a hot streak in the Season 2 Invitational. Almost undefeated. Only took 5 games for them to win the entire thing towards the end against, of course, Team Secret. But this is another ball game. This is a bigger tournament, much more at stake for them, and they just need to just perform once more to try and take this win.
That's true. A while ago during the commercial, we saw the interview on Team Vitality. Like they said already, they're speaking a lot of different languages. Well, they're like 3 Chinese members, but then again, they have to find a common language that they can use. But for the meantime, let's take a look at LGD Gaming on a win streak so far right now in their group with Siyang, Musang King, Zihong, JR, and Je. With this lineup, let's see how are they going to be going this up against Team Vitality. But what are your thoughts between these players that we have in LGD Gaming?
LGD, they have so much skill and potential. Musang King, an absolute beast in the jungle lane. He's carried his entire team on his shoulders, not once, not twice, but many times in different matchups, even against VKS, even against the strongest Honor of Kings teams right now internationally. So he is someone to look out for. He's who I will be looking out for and who I will be looking to shut down, in fact, if it comes down to a very more targeted ban and pick. So I expect to see a lot of his signature heroes banned out. But let's take a look at Team Vitality. This is 90, Shanks, Highland, Benji, and CT Boy. You know, they made a incredible comeback against the side of VKS. So they are in a very good shape to make it to the top 8.
That's so true. I mean, one proof is, of course, when they won up against the match against a Vivo Kidstars a while ago, for sure. I mean, it was quite a long break that they had from the first, the first few series that we've got, and they have to regain back their momentum. But for sure, they were able to like see how the other teams are actually playing. They were able to even see how LGD played up against Kagendra a while ago on Stream A, and this for sure is something that Vitality is now prepared for this last series.
Let's take a look at what the audience thinks for this matchup. These are what the audience have been voting for both teams in STCplay.gg. It's 64% to LGD and 36% to Vitality. That's a very interesting stat line. Like, I would expect more for the side of LGD, but maybe Vitality, with how they performed against VKS, they've been making more fans for themselves, which is great.
Yeah, that's so true. It's like for you, it's already like 60-40, right? We rounded up a little bit, so yeah, so it's like close to being 50-50 for sure. But yeah, lots of expectations in here for LGD, but there will be no wonder if it's so case Team Vitality gets a win up against LGD. We'll just have to find out, because again, their focus up against VKS a while ago is also just as impressive.
Absolutely. It was definitely something that they will remember forever. It was one of their better performances I've seen so far. Definitely has made a fan out of me in terms of how they played, and their resilience as well. Definitely something to commend for that team. But hey, this is one final game for the day for both these teams. like you said, it's been a long wait there for Vitality. Hopefully they haven't lost too much of their tempo, their adrenaline. They have to get that back up. But LGD's well rested. They just have been on a tear in their group as a whole. So this is another chance for them to showcase their dominance.
That's true. Maybe that's why they're called Team Vitality as well.
Plenty
They definitely are very much. They have a lot of endurance to actually go for that one. But yeah, we head into our drafting phase. No Agra, no Arlie. Surprisingly, for the first time, not really for the first time, but mostly because this Agran is actually seen being picked. But yeah, for these two teams, they just want to respect this one out because this is looking scary. But for the meantime, we can see the Dolia being open. I wonder if this is going to be a priority by other teams. But yeah, Dolia, Jumfei, Mai Shiranui is also available.
Yep, Mai will be picked up there along with the Long for the side of LGD. So very aggressive opening here for the Malaysian squad, while Vitality is going for a little bit more of sustain. The Lia is great. We might see a Yu Huan being picked up here to pair along with the Lia. We might see the usual Elaine that is the common sort of combo that you play with the Lia. Of course, no Ogren to play with the Lia, so we're not gonna have that option, but still plenty of different compositions you can play around the Lia.
For sure, and with Byron as well as the Lady Gen being locked in already, they do have the way to engage and disengage. Dolia could actually focus the reset as well. Onto either of this team, I'm going to be more leaning towards the Lady Gen, at least to set up the team fights as well, because we might expect the Byron going for the flanks. Depending as well, though, who is going to be the roamer on the side of LG. Do take note, though, that Jangfei is still available, but they're going to be going on for a Motsu roamer.
The Motsu, obviously, this is a much better role for him. Playing in the support role would be what I feel like is the natural position for that hero. He does a lot of poke, he is decently tanky, but not really suitable towards the mid. So they're gonna play him in the support, which is great. But right now they're lacking a true frontline. They're lacking someone to play in front. For LGD, there is still plenty of Clash as well as jungle heroes left in the pool. The Dun is still available if they want some form of a faster jungler, but they could go for something else completely as well.
That's so true. At the same time, though, I mean, there's just like way too much pokes to deal with this Motsu and Mai Shiranui combo in here. You can just like die in an instant. Now we can see a lot of farm laners getting banned out as well. The Renji, which actually have won a match from a while ago. Hoi as well, be banned out. Your question is answered. Dune is actually in here to at least sustain and frontline for the side of LDG and catch up on the damage. We do know that the Dune is actually, just has a lot of way to actually survive. Even maybe can 1v4 a team fight, given the fact that he has the itemization and farm that he needs.
Absolutely, he is definitely someone a hero that you have to plan and look out for. But for Vitality, they need their jungler as well as their marksman. So Prince of Lanling again, 2 in 1 day. That is not something you would expect to see.
Oh, okay, this is a balance of early and late game. Prince of Lanling for the early stages of game for Vitality, but Lady Sun onto the late game to secure them. But at the same time, though, what I worry about this one is that their lack of damage onto the late game. Because again, it's like, okay, we're talking about more than 10-minute game time. Prince of Lanling will be like mostly like just a source of vision, a source of way to, just to detect where the opponents are. And I worry about the late game of Vitality in here because, again, they will be lacking it. It's like Prince of Lanling is just going to be a display later on as a source. It's like a ward, something like that.
Yes, he's just there for the vision. He's just there to open things up, make sure that his team gets the information they need to take a good fight. So yeah, I mean, the Lady Sun Lanling is interesting. You don't really see these heroes paired up together, if at all. Mostly because, you don't see much from Prince of Lanling. But hey, it will be interesting to see if it works out. But on the other side, LGD has picked up a very single target focused lineup. They have not much team fight, but a lot of single target focus with the likes of the Mai Shiranui and as well as the Moses. So a lot of single target there. Let's see how it works out in this game.
That's true. I mean, I think in terms of the playstyle, the Prince of Lanling just gotta be very careful in trying to go for a gank on the long. As again, if this is well guarded by the Mai Shiranui and Motsu hiding in the bushes, it could just like be disaster. You know, it could be a not so fun Prince of Lanling. But then again, it will definitely be the execution that will matter. We'll just have to find out. Again, so much. I love the front line in here. Coming from the side of LGD. They balanced it out, even with the Motsu roamer. At least there goes the Dun as well as the Dharma.
Yep, absolutely. This mid lane though is going to be looking like it should go towards the favor of Vitality. I mean, they've got plenty of Stain and Wave Clear with the Dalia as well as the Lady Zen, but you know that allows Mai Shiranui to rotate very early on, having the match, having the wave clear with alongside with the Moses, so trying to find some things to get done early on, but it's gonna be rather passive. You know, you got these heroes. Oh, I say passive, then they start engaging on towards Benji, who takes half his health points away already.
And look at this aggressive poke plays coming from the Motsu and Mai Shiranui. This is what we're looking for into their lineup. And I think they're executing it so far so well into these early stages of the game. You don't really want the Dolia to actually frontline for our Lady Sun, for Shanks. At least just take down her life. Yes, so she's got the heal, but it's not much. You have to wait for the late game for Benji to get the, you know, much more heals coming from the Dolia.
Yeah, the Dolia is going to be important to keep Benji in his bottom lane. The harass from JR on the long is something that watch out for. Mid lane, CT Boy rotating in. Zihong gets the notice on his head to back off, and he does exactly just that. Not gonna get any pickoffs here for CT Boy. It's not the easiest of heroes to play. Bottom lane, Shanks dropping very low. First blood going towards the way of JR on that long. Long is a bit low. He has to watch out. He has his ultimate though, so he can pop off anytime. But Mai Shiranui, oh, Zihong misses the skill. He couldn't get the kill. And Benji will be able to stay alive in this lane. But oh, Zihong hungry, going for more. One more, gets the kill, backs off.
Again, this is what we're talking about. Cannon blast here and there. And of course, the Mai Shiranui chase, the pokes as well, the punches, the air punches that our Mai Shiranui has been trying. There is no way for Shanks in here to just... Even if they try to go under the tower, they're just going to be diving them in with this play. They don't have to be a tanky front line in there as well, because they have the range and the poke advantage too. So I think for Vitality, they really have to wait for the late game to happen. But at the same time, if they can do, like, get that power spike for CT Boy and finish the game as early as possible. So don't really have to wait for that moment wherein the Prince of Landling is rather useless already.
Yeah, they have to think about all of that and more, because this game is being taken ahead there by the side of LGD. Zihong has been really active across the map. The Musang King is ready to go. He's almost level 8. That's where we see him really start to harass and invade the enemy jungles. Meanwhile, Vitality, they're still trying to get a footing in this game. CT Boy hasn't really been able to do much around the map yet. Only 2,000 net worth on him. He's the top net worth of his team. Does have... is making his way towards the Axe of Torment, but still needs a couple of more items before he's really able to just burst someone down by his own.
Just quite unfortunate too. I mean, CT Boy is having a tough time on finding the ganks that he needs, but for the meantime, we see this 1v1 tussle up going on top, and the rest of the backup coming in as well. Look at the damage coming from Mai Shiranui. It will do connect, and 90 will fall down. Really nice Chohisatsu play coming from Mai Shiranui in there, coming from Zihong, and they do have the opportunity to even taking this down. Ooh, Lady Jen is actually going to go for that fight. Will be able to secure the kill. Backup coming from the Dolia as well. They will not the kill, but they will be able to save the tower.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a silver lining there, but obviously it's not a great start for them at the moment here for the side of Vitality. They are losing the grip in the early game, which is not great, especially because you picked up this Prince of Landling on the CT Boy. JR in some trouble. He has his ultimate though. He's not going to be in any danger as long as he has that ready to go, and he will use that just to back off. CT Boy, another failed attempt once again.
That's so true. Infinite fastness just to save the life of Long, just to save himself. But then again, that would also mean they don't have anything to make use of that in case team fight so happens. But anyway, Vitality wasn't there in the map, and I think that was like I mean, these are the times where counter objectives could have happened.
Yep.
But no, but for the meantime, look at this one. Zihong almost to death. Fortunately, not enough damage as of yet coming from CT Boy in there. Even the crit not there as of yet. Will still be able to survive.
City Boy, again, another missed out kill. He couldn't get that in time, but here 90 is gonna fall once again towards Musang King. 2 kills already on towards this Dun, and this is where we usually see the Dun start ramping up the pressure, start really poking and harassing CT Boy towards the backline. JR spots him out. Musang King still in the front lines though. He is a very meaty boy and they can't reach to where he's standing. They have to back off. This tier 1 tower mid in some trouble, but the Azure Golem will be the first one to fall before anything else. Oh, Zihong.
That is so true. But meantime in here, look at what CT Boy is doing here. Fortunately, Zihong is actually quite mobile. Will still be able to survive. For the meantime, going solo is Jet. Already onto the mid. So much loss, but look at the damage coming from JR, just killing off the leading Highland in the map. And while that is happening, I mean, we can see Shanks spending a lot of time into the bottom lane trying to take down the tower, but this is a very fast mid-game tower take coming from LGD. We're not yet even done because CT Boy in here just caught the rest of the members of Team LGD in here. Will be able to get Zihong. Yes, he will, but he will also fall down onto the hands of Musang King. 1-for-1 trade in there, but so far all going in favor of LGD because the tower take that they have gotten from the top side.
That was, you know, classic LGD playing super aggressive. CT Boy did manage to get his first kill, and that was on towards Zihong, but he did pay with his life, so not going to be able to extend the lead at the moment here. It is still 4,000 net worth lead for the side of LGD, and they are going to continue ramping up the pressure. It's not even 8 minutes, but they are looking for their next fight.
That's so true, and as you can see, Shanks in here, no other choice. He definitely cannot stay into the bot. No tower is there. He needs to rotate together with the team, but I think there is some cost. So they cannot definitely engage in this one. They are not really built into that. They are built to go, but look at that engage that we're actually looking for. Really nice play coming from Siam in there. They will kill off the lady soon. He will get off the map. Siam, with being the sacrificial lamb in there, will fall down, but then again, the tower is their main objective despite 2 members falling down from the side of LGD.
That's just LGD's bread and butter. Super aggressive, engaging when you don't expect them to. And sure, they picked up Shanks, but you know, Xiang as well as Zihong did fall. So at least they picked off one and got the tower. So all in all, LGD not gonna be worrying too much about those 2 deaths. But let's take a look at that engage again. Instantly burst down Shanks, knowing that he is their 1 win condition. And meanwhile, Zihong got caught out there by CT Boy towards the side. But hey, you know, LGD is not gonna be phased by that. They're not gonna slow down their gameplay. They're not gonna slow down their tempo. They wanna keep going. They wanna keep fighting. As long as they have the lead, they will always keep pushing forward.
That's true. This is them just stopping Shanks to going online and not even allowing a CT Boy to get the farm that he needs. I mean, a while ago we were looking for and hoping for a gang, but that did not so happen. Now it is turning into a moment where CT Boy is turning into a vision, a walking award for the side of Vitality. But well, let's see though if he'll be able to actually get a poke or a pick off rather from the side of LGD. But seems like that will not happen because automatically the leader in the map is a Shanks and a tower take as well. 2 objectives right off the bat from the side of LGD, and they're not even stopping as they want more. Look at Siam trying to get a pick up fight. They're getting slowed down by Highland with all of the slows and CCs, but then again, will there be even further chase? Shields here and there. CT Boy will be able to get a target. There's just a lot of members still actually pretty tanky. Infinite of Vastness has been used by the Long, trying to get 2 members. Will they be actually be taken down? Look at the damage output coming from him. Highland is super low, and he will fall down. And CT Boy could not do anything right now, even though he's trying to flag from the back line.
LGD, you thought they were retreating, you thought they were running away, but surprise, surprise, they go back straight for the KO, they pick off Highland. And you know, the lead, it's almost 8,000 right now. It's looking terrible here for Vitality. They weren't able to clean things up. Everybody was low from the side of LGD, but the number advantage as well as the lead just did not go in their favor. So LGD, they have one lane already. If they are able to get this Tyrant and the next Overlord as well, they should be able to push up towards the high ground and end this game. This is the timing that LGD is looking for. Tyrant going down. Can he get an engaged? CT Boy towards the back line. Musang King knows where he is, but towards the back line, Zihong in trouble. The shield keeps him alive for the moment, but down goes 90. They're going for more. Lady Zen in trouble. Xiang gets another kill on towards Benji. They will lose the Lady Zen as well, as it's going to be 3 heroes down for the side of Vitality, and that is all LGD needs to end this game right now. Once the bottom creep waves arrive, they will push and end their misery here for Vitality. But can the Lady Sun do anything? CT Boy towards the backline. He spots out Xiang. Xiang pushes him back, knocks him out before he takes the fight. And that's going to be an instant kill. LGD, my oh my. That is classic textbook LGD with the aggressive plays. Absolutely beautiful.
Very aggressive play in the day. I mean, they have a mix of a balance of poke and engage. Poke in the form of the Mai Shiranui and the Matsu Dun, as well as the Dharma, especially, I mean, Dharma with the surprise attacks, the surprise setups, and Dun's like baiting the rest of the members of Team Vitality in there to proc their skills. So I think we have come to a point where, like, during the draft when we were talking about it, okay, we don't want this to go into the late game, because again, this could be just a vision, a walking vision on the side Vitality, and that happened. He was trying to find the moment where he could pick off targets, but he can't enter because he will just fall down. And at the same time, we did not come into a point wherein Lady Soon gets the farm that she needs. You know, no critical damage, not that so much, because LGD do know that they really need to finish this as soon as possible before even the Lady Soon will go
and
online.
you know, LGD has been known to end games fast in the Season 2 Invitationals. They had the record of one of the fastest games of the entire tournament, and this game is to no exception as well. And they were pretty much hungry to win as well, because if they take this victory, they are mathematically secured in the playoffs. And you know, we've never expected less from the defending champions of the Honor of Kings Invitational Series, and they are looking as strong as ever.
That's so true, and right now they're definitely dominating. Here we can see the plays we're in most of the time again. Prince of Lanling will try to go for the pickoff, but because again he's an assassin, he don't really have that sustain in him, but just a burst. But at the same time, with the composition that LGD has, he just can't make it. He just cannot find. He finds the right target, but most of this time, this right target is just like, okay, this is well protected with the Mai Shiranui, with the Dun and Matsu as well, so it's kind of tricky for him. He even tried to go for that cross map play, or you know, just cutting off the minion waves to stop the pressure coming from the opponent, but it was quite still unsuccessful.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, playing the Prince of Lanling in any sort of situation is never great. You know that you're always reliant on your early game performance, and if you falter just even a little bit, your hero just falls off really quickly, and it is a tough performance there by CT Boy. You know, we've seen him really do well with the Musashi, but this game was just not for him, or maybe not just not for that hero that they needed to pick up there. It just was too hard to play into that entire lineup from the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's true. And again, it's either this into the late game, into the early game, you don't have the Lady Sun yet, because again, no source of damage. Like you're fighting 4v5. But if it comes into the late game, this time you don't have the Prince of Lanling, because you will only be mostly relying on to the Lady Sun damage, and the Prince of Lanling is like, okay, there's no more member, it's just like source of vision. But then again, it is what it is. Now we take a look at the updated points that we have here for each group. So run us through this, Zero.
Yep, and with that win, LGDs pretty much secures their spot in the playoffs. Seeding wise, of course, it's unconfirmed as of yet, but they are off to the playoffs. So is the KPL Dream Team with a 3-0 win. Team Secret, Vitality, VKS still fighting for a chance. Impunity as well. Kagendra, they are in dangerous waters right now. But there's plenty of matches happening tomorrow. But let's take a look at the plays that all these teams were able to do and perform today. This was a fantastic performance from a lot of these teams. A lot of surprises, I would say, in fact, Kaisaya. What was your favorite match of the day?
Oh, I have a lot, but I think one thing I would always remember is the slows, the setup coming from a Sunbin from a while ago. But looking at the matchups in here, we can actually see a lot of play coming from Impunity, or rather VKS in here. When this was actually this is the first series that we had a while ago, wherein they actually pulled off a really good play with their composition. And this is another one with Weibo and as well as Loops. Very interesting game as well. This is when Weibo actually finished the game really fast as well.
Yeah, that was this was a really fast-paced gameplay there. And meanwhile, let's take a look at this. Was Impunity, the reverse kill, the double reverse kill there from Impunity, really just outplaying so from Team Secret outplaying Impunity there, and really set themselves up for a very strong mid-game. And Weibo Gaming versus All Gamers Global was very interesting as well. Both teams very evenly matched, but so many good plays from so many good teams today, and it only makes me excited for more happening tomorrow.
That's true. And not only that, the thoughts about, okay, is this Arlie really that of a scary pick already, right? Or is this something that we can actually work now? It proves to us that, okay, she can definitely work around depending on the composition. But yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Since you're currently watching on Stream B, these are the matches you will be expecting. Like we have the matches between Boom, Falcon, we do have Team Secret, VKS as well. And basically it's a mix of matches between these two groups. So you must actually watch them towards the statistics as well that is up on the HOK camp. But do as well make sure follow all the social media pages of Honor of Kings Global Esports to make sure you are stay up to date.
Plenty of matches happening tomorrow. You don't want to miss any of it, because this is history in the making. This is the Honor of Kings mid-season invitational, and all these teams, they are fighting for a huge chunk of prize pool as well as glory. A lot of Esports World Cup club points are in the running to be won as well, and we know that Falcons wants to keep up their lead in this tournament, but they might be overtaken here because they do not look like the strongest team in the tournament so far. But hey, tomorrow's a new day for Falcons. They might be able to come back and find an opening to get some points for their squad. But hey, in terms of club points, they are still leading very comfortably on top. It's just whether they are going to be able to continue on the lead as we head on to more matches there tomorrow for the Honor of Kings mid-season tournament.
Yeah, same time, same place. You guys got nowhere to go. I think this is the right way to spend closing on to the weekend. It's an exciting moment for Honor of Kings fans and supporters. So make sure you do not want to miss this one out, because like you said, we're building history, and this is the start of the history. We're building great storylines between these teams, between these players.
Yep, absolutely. It is. That's gonna be all for us today here, Kaisaya. We're gonna see each other and more tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go back, get some rest, because more action will be happening tomorrow right here.
Has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Dark Tyrant has been defeated. Blue team killing spree. Blue team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Blue team legendary. Blue
Wusong. From this moment on, wherever I go, the dragon shall roar, for it will become their home. Grandpa, I will keep walking.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Midseason. I'm hearing and I'm seeing right now on the other screen that we are ready to go back into games. So here we go. Thanks so much for bearing with us, to all the fans in the Amazon Arena, also the fans watching at home as well. We are getting back into the game here between Boom Esports and Weibo Gaming. Just to give an overview of this game at the moment, you can see Weibo Gaming currently 6 kills to 2 up, about a 3,000 goal lead at the moment. The eyes are all on JD in this game, Blam, on long with so many kills early on.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a marksman with so much in his kit, and another kill in his stride as he just builds another item as well. So again, just going to be a bit more attack damage coming through for Lung in this game. Impressive. Was trying to get a little bit of an engage here in the mid lane, trying to pause and freeze the enemy's minions. But it looks like they're able to come through here. They're going to have enough potential to get the T1 in the mid lane. We are still waiting, but Jizzix is able to keep those minions off. But there we go. Conling manages to do the inevitable and take that T1 turret in the mid lane. But whilst all that's happening, Dharma is pushing that T2 into the clash lane, Stu.
Yeah, it looks like they're losing momentum in this game of Boom Esports. You're seeing that they're so worried at the moment about JD. We saw that burst damage potential that was able to go over to Lady Shen. The crazy burst damage that Long provides. Being able to build the extra crit items as well. There are kind of different builds that you can go with Long. You can kind of go for the burst build where you build items like Axe of Torment. You can try and go for a bit more attack speed like the Shadow Ripper, and also going for like a lot more crit. But either builds that you're able to go, just being able to combo your abilities together, combo the elements together is so important for this hero. And we saw that exact moment in the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw just before that Lung was able to get that Eternity Blade built up, and to me, that's probably like mid-itemization build for Lung. So going forward, he's just going to be sort of getting stronger, a lot more attack damage, a bit more crit. But there we go, Dharma taking a 2v1 in the bot lane there. So farm lane just being held off and defended by Dharma. So great plays by Guy Yu there. Kong Ling overstepped him, but if you're going to get anyone overstepping on the side of Weibo, it's going to be that Doom pick because he's able to soak so much damage. But there we are. Lung is up in the sky. He's going to use it as a defensive use this time around just to get back into that teammate's safe territory. But their high ground turret in the Clash lane, Stu, is looking mighty low.
Yeah, it only needs a few more auto attacks for that Clash lane tower to go down. Mid lane tier 2 getting taken down as well. I have to say, incredible work there from Dharma down in the bot side of the map, being able to defend 1 versus 2, which allowed the rest of Weibo Gaming to group up together 4 versus 3, try and take down their tower. And looks like they're trying to get even more kills as well. Doom being able to use that axe to be able to get away to safety in the end. We got a few more minutes, a few more seconds, I should say, until we get the Tyrants and the Overlords upgraded to their powerful versions, as we see the old Tyrant disappearing and the Shadow Tyrant appearing in about 20 seconds time. I feel like for Weibo Gaming, they can try and take the Shadow Overlord, use our Shadow Vanguard to try and take down that Clash lane tower that only needs 1 more auto attack left.
Yes, sirree. It is going into that 10-second cooldown for the Shadow Tyrant. Already up with 1 Tyrant for themselves, and I believe that it was Boom Esports taking the Overlord. So already that 50-50 split within the jungle of those neutral objectives, but because they have such a pushed wave in that bot lane, they're able to take this free Tyrant. But it's looking like Boom Esports is wanting to prioritize the Overlord so they can try and reclaim some of that lost territory in those lanes, Stu, and they're able to get it. But now they have the Shadow Overlord. Lung is going to be packing so much more heat now going into this fantastic engage. Whoa, dude takes down the Ollie. Very slippery hero has been taken down, and so is Kaiser. So again, one of their huge frontline picks is gone down, Stu, in that great engage from Weibo Gaming.
Super interesting there for Weibo Gaming. I was mentioning about the Shadow Overlord trying to push down the lane, but in the end, actually deciding going for the Shadow Tyrant. We see Dharma maybe getting caught out here, as Soas knock up so much cow control. 1 taken down though from Miggy, gonna try and go for another, but not going to in the end. But as I was saying, instead of going for the Shadow Overlord, they wanted to try and force a team fight. They went for the Shadow Tyrant that gets the extra damage. They wanted to force a team fight. They knew that if they win 1 more team fight, they could finish this game. So really interesting strategy there from Weibo Gaming. It worked out for them. They were able to get a few kills, but at the moment, they still haven't taken any high ground towers. So Boom Esports still have a slim chance in this game to try and come back.
Yeah, I think once one of those high ground turrets do go down, unfortunately for Boom, they just got baited there by the High Nose ultimate, recalling back to a save point. So again, yes, it does take it off cooldown, but the cooldown's not that much on High Nose ultimate. But I feel like what Weibo did there in the Boom Esports jungle was a little bit of an overstep. I think it might have been just a little bit of a misplay there, because they had looked very clean when they had that team fight up into the Clash lane. Lung down into the farm lane, looking to try and clear up that T2 from the side of Boom Esports, which would then mean that they are pretty much backs against the wall as soon as that T2 falls, because they then only have the high ground turrets.
For sure, we're going to be waiting to see here. Long going down into the bot side now, just waiting for the minions to crash underneath the tower, just allowing you to get 2 minion waves pushed in. You got the mid lane wave pushing in, you got the bot lane pushing in. You can see the rotations at the moment for Weibo Gaming, being able to get 2 sources of minions pushing in the top lane, the bot lane. Now you can see Dharma up into the top side as well, being able to push in that way. So Boom Esports are going to have to defend from all entries into their base, which I'm not too sure they are able to do, and they need to make sure that they're just on their last legs at the moment. They need to do everything they can to try and stop this high ground tower from going down, but Charlotte can only do so much. That's going to be a walk up there for Dune. The first high ground tower is going to be taken down, and then the mid lane is going to be next in the cards here to be able to do that. So we'll have to wait and see there. But first high ground tower going down there for Weibo Gaming, really, really huge. That's exactly what they wanted to try and take down. You have them super minions now pushing into that lane to be able to get that advantage.
Yeah, we saw Dune actually just walk up to the high ground turret in the clash trainers. Basic attack.
One auto
All I
attack, that's all
needed.
needed.
Bat, done. And it was gone. And yes, that means that their crystal is wide open. But once again, we just have a small technical break here between Weibo Gaming and Boom Esports right now. But so far, it's been a fantastic game for Weibo, but I feel like there has been some overstepping.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they have a lot of confidence, Weibo Gaming. I think with them being able to win the first 2 games, we were talking about this group, how it's all about, likes of Weibo Gaming, Loops, could be 2 of the teams that can maybe go into that top 4. But with Weibo Gaming already beating Loops earlier today, again, if they're able to close out this game, I think they've played incredibly well so far, been able to win the 2 games in our B stream, but also have looked pretty dominant in this game. Like I said, maybe a few oversteps here and there, but this is a team that we don't really know too much about. As we mentioned, this is the first time we've really seen them except for the last chance qualifier, so it's super exciting to see. But why we have this technical pause as well, another great thing that you can do, and for everyone at home as well, even if you're in the crowd, you can go onto the hot camp, as mentioned at the start of the day. If you just search hot camp, you can actually see some stats from this tournament as well. So you can see stats from the players, from the heroes that are being played as well. You can also learn about all the heroes as well. So if there's a new hero that you wanted to learn that you've seen the pro players game, you can just search the hot camp on the browser, and you'll be able to find it. But Lady Shen at the moment is actually the most picked hero in this tournament. This is both a stream A and stream B, which for me is a little bit surprising. We did get a little bit of nerf to Lady Shen, but we also got nerf to Princess Frost as well. So it seems like both these mid laners, I think in mid lane in general, is still very high priority for these mages compared to the likes of the assassins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on to the coin flip argument and say I expected it, to be honest. But like you said, it's because of the nerf, then yeah, maybe. But with it being mid lane, if it was say for something like, I don't know, a farm lane hero that got nerfed to the ground or nerfed to the point where it's kind of like, maybe we won't pick it.
That's a fair point, yeah.
But the Lady Shen, as we know, most mid laners, when they go for mages, they aren't necessarily getting the priority gold anyway. It's either going up to the jungler or we see the farm lane rotate up into the mid lane first thing. So again, it's just because once she's got those 3 skills, she's pretty much got her utility there for team fights, for freezing herself. She's literally got a Splendor in her pocket. She doesn't need to build Splendor. So I think it's no surprise.
So we're just waiting for a few minutes here. We're just getting a phone swapped out as we are playing mobile games over here. But we're going to toss it to another video where we're going to learn from the pros about Honor of Kings.
This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on Show Enemy Avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Back here, we shouldn't be too much longer now. As mentioned, we're just swapping out our phone. That tower and minion button, it's pretty important, I would say. I feel like everyone should definitely be turning on that feature, being able to swap your auto attacks instead of just using the normal attack button in Honor of Kings. You can swap that to just attacking minions, just attacking the towers, which means you can kind of prioritize for your auto attacking, which I think is super important in a MOBA and a game like Honor of Kings.
It's a huge skill to learn as well, because if you are just using that basic attack button and you end up going into a team fight, and yes, sometimes it does prioritize the heroes that are closest to you, but you could just end up whiffing and going for a minion, and it could have been a nice skill shot. The minion could be in a different direction. You auto-click your ability. It goes in that direction rather towards the hero. So like you say, having those 2 things, it also means that you just change and know when to attack. If you're in tower and you want to focus a tower, you keep clicking the tower button so you don't try and get the aggro from the turret by attacking the enemy hero by accident. So yes, everyone should definitely do that. And if my ranked teammates aren't doing that, do it, because I feel like some of them don't do it.
Hey, you heard it here first. If you find Blam in your ranked games and you don't have it, then you're not going to be able to do that. But we're going to be taking a look at a high note cinematic, which I'm super excited to see. As we're waiting for, as you can see, we're waiting for the phone to be swapped out.
Has anyone seen my cat?
Long time no see, hey no! Oh no! I don't like harming the innocent. This again? Did fate give you an answer?
Where the heck's my cat?
Welcome back here to the Honor of Kings Invitational Mid-Season. Stuart's still joined by Blam as we yap a little bit more whilst we're waiting for the technical pause to get sorted. But yeah, just swapping out phone, making sure that everything is all good. Of course, we want to make sure that these players have the devices that they require and have the everything that they have required. You don't want any sort of problems, any sort of lags or anything like that, because I've been in situations where in ranked games you get a sudden drop or something in any game, you know, then it can be a little bit difficult. So making sure that is the highest priority here for our players in this tournament.
I mean, they're making it looking very, very legit that it's a phone issue, but I believe it's because we're British. I think we just cursed the cast here, Stu. But whilst we do that, we're going to look a little bit at the format of the tournament. So those that didn't quite catch it at the beginning of the stream, it is the group stages right now being played in a best-of-1 round robin. A top 4 per group stages, so A and B go to the knockout stage, which is where we start to see them playing those best-of-3s, up until the grand finals where we see them play those best-of-5s. So again, best-of-3s, best-of-5s, completely different to those best-of-1s.
Yeah, for sure, and you can see the pricing as well, you know, $3 million on the line here for all of these teams. The champions taking $1 million, all the way down as well to the 12th place, even so taking $100,000. So a lot on the line here. I think it's a super interesting format. It's a super interesting tournament in general. You know, being able to be able to play in 2 different groups, best-of-1s as well, which we haven't talked a little bit about. So that's why we're seeing some of these crazy strategies as well. But it seems like the phone has been swapped out. It seems like we're ready and raring to go back into the action here. Boom Esports against Weibo Gaming. We just saw Weibo Gaming taking down the high ground tower in the clash lane, and it doesn't look like the aggression is going to stop Blam.
No, it's definitely not going to stop there. I mean, even though the technical difficulties may have stopped the actual flow of the motion of the show, but the motion of this game has definitely not been affected, because we see such great lane priority right now on the side of Weibo Gaming, and it's definitely a much better paced match. We've seen that Boom have struggled so far in day 1. They haven't quite yet taken a victory. So back onto your point previously before this game where we were on a bit, that if Boom doesn't quite manage to win this one, it's going to be like the Mount Olympus of day 2 in the group stages for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be really, really hard for them as well. You know, they've already played the game yesterday. They were able to win the game a few days ago, against RRQs. You know, just being in this tournament in general and just winning that series against RRQ was super important for them, but they need to try and make that next step. You know, you can't just win the SEA showdown match and being able to get that victory there and go into the tournament. You need to try and perform even better. And you can see at the moment that it looks like Boom Esports were trying to steal away the Overlord there, but they were like, oh wait, we have to be careful. Our base is in shambles at the moment. You can see the flash away from Impressive as well. He's on solo health. Dune finishing off the kill in the end. Heino going for ultimate back in the base. onto the Dharma, into the backline, the ultimate into the wall in the end, and this just might be it in the end. Weibo Gaming ending day number 1 here of the group stage, 3-0, taking Boom down in this incredible matchup in the end.
Yep, Dharma was at their door. There was like, oh, we need Overlord. And Dharma was just like, no, I'm the bailiff. I need your crystal right now. And completely overthrew the motion that they were going for. They really wanted that Overlord, but Weibo was like, we're finishing the game here. We've had 2 technical difficulties. We're hungry. We want to finish. And that puts Weibo Gaming at 3-0 in day 1, Stu.
Yeah, incredible performance from Weibo Gaming, a team that, as we mentioned multiple times, a team that we didn't really know what to expect about. You know, we know coming into this tournament that the Malaysian teams were looking very strong. You know, the 1st seed and the 2nd seed, LGD and Team Secret. But this is kind of like the 3rd seed coming in from Malaysia. So we were like, are Malaysia just in general just the strongest like country and like most of the world at the moment? And they're coming in, you know, incredibly strong, doing really well against the likes of you know, Brazil, AG Global, for example, who are from Hong Kong, China, and now taking down Boom Esports from Philippines as well. Boom Esports, they're going to end the day 0-3. Unfortunately, it's going to be really difficult for them to try and come back.
Yes, like we were saying just before that, technical difficulty came out of play, that it is going to be a really hard day for them tomorrow because they do have some solid matchups as well. It's not like it's just going to be an easy day. They may be able to take one from Falcon, they may be able to take one from AG, but we're not too sure.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to be heading to the Amazon Arena now to have an interview with one of the winning players from Weibo Gaming after an incredible 3-0 day.
And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, what a match that was taking place right here for the last match of the day. How do you feel pretty much being victorious?
来，恭喜这地选手呢获得这局比赛的胜利哦！今天拿下比赛之后，现在是什么心情、什么感觉呢？
非常开心。
Very happy, very excited.
I can tell, pretty much very content as well. What about some technical questions taking place
Of
here?
course, we've seen you have Lone versus Arlie on the bottom lane. So how does it feel? Because you're supposed to have some pressure of it, and what will be the solution to this? 我们看到对线期呢，其实你是熬影嘛，打对面的公孙离。前期对线会比较难呢，在对局当中是怎样去把握这个制胜的关键的呢？
狗先等队友。
Okay, I will just hide under turrets, being protective, and wait for my teammates trying to give me supports.
Okay, well, this could be a personal question now. What is your favorite hero line in the game?
有一个非常有趣的问题想问到你啊，因为我们王者荣耀里面呢有非常多有趣的英雄和有趣的台词，你有没有自己最喜欢的呢？
马可波罗。
的哪一句？
世界那么大，我想去看看。
My favorite line from our heroes will be Marco Polo's, "This is a very big world. I want to take a look."
Okay, what about your favorite line?
Actually, stay the same.
It's the same.
Love the spirit of freedom.
For me, pretty much, I think I need more time in the game just to find my line. But you know what? What about the other talents in different studios pretty much being part of this match? What is your favorite hero line? Let's hear it.
Congratulations to Weibo Gaming on that victory in a very long match, right? Like, it was a very long one for everyone. But at the end of the day, Weibo Gaming just taking the dub and right now finishing this day with 3 victories.
Yeah, I mean, everyone now know about Weibo Gaming right now because they definitely will pay more attention on these top laners to play the Dharma.
Yes, exactly. That Dharma pick over there, right? Like, and then in the mid lane, the flash, and then straight up just with the stun. Amazing.
That was a great highlights.
Yes, and I always say that kid, he just kicked the door for Weibo Gaming being such a nice position.
Yes, exactly. Like, Boom Esports at the beginning of the game was pretty stable, but then after that, just Weibo Gaming decided to just take control completely of the game, and you can see, look at this one.
Go.
This is the one, man.
I love it.
Boom. And then done.
Oh, the positioning, the timing couldn't be better here. The top laner, the Dharma, the combo coming in. And that's pretty much the turning point. After that, Weibo Gaming definitely put the doors on Boom. Boom couldn't really stop them. And now they're going for the final push. And yeah, eventually everything came in better for Weibo today, and they got the 3-0. Yeah, congratulations for them for that.
Oh, come on, like, look at this. Like, it was them all over the place right after that, right? Like, they just turned it around round, and then there was no way for Boom Esports to try to respond to that.
True. I would say I do like the drops that they did because they pick out Dun as well as this Heino. So just provide them enough vision control for Long or Dama to farm up more.
Yeah, the BP for sure was for Weibo Gaming. The same as Boom Esports. Hopefully today, as they go back to the hotel, they can start thinking about like how to change things around, how to turn things around. Like, what do you think that Boom Esports needs to do tomorrow if they still want to hold dear to that last hope to make it through to the next round?
Definitely, they got to do their homework right now. They got to go back to today's match and see what happens, see what they can do a little bit better. I mean, they're a little bit hasty in the beginning, but eventually I feel like after today, they're going to go back, they're going to talk it over with their coaches, they're going to talk it over with their teams and make sure to come back a little bit stronger tomorrow.
Like the numbers today for them were not the best, that's for sure, but mathematically, they still have a chance.
Yeah.
Like we can still just look at the standings in their Group A and Group B. If you talk about Group A, LGD Gaming, 3-0, and then you have a tie for second place, Team Secret, Vitality, and BKS, all tied in second place. That's gonna be fire for tomorrow. And Group B, on the other hand, KPL Dream Team and Weibo Gaming just over there, 3-0, still perfect performances. Loops, a 2-1, and AG Global, Team Falcons, and Boom Esports still trying to get their first dub.
And clearly we can see it went very even in Group A, but there seems to be a gap in Group B. So I would say tomorrow will be the last day for these teams to compete for their points because most of the team actually just down with 3 games today.
Yeah.
So they really need to hurry up and just made up their points to let them to be the top 4 out of the team, the group.
This has been an amazing day full of amazing performances. What about if we move forward to our Kidia plays of the day? Look at this one right over here. It's from Team Secret against LGD.
Oh, I love this one because we mentioned about the mechanics that Joe is using by this Limpo and also the triple kill that JR got in game.
There's just like everything that is happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Triple kill coming in. It's just not only that. Like the triple kill is just like the cherry on top of everything. Because you know the build-up for all that, it was insane. Look at this one right over here from the LGD against Kagendra as well.
Oh, LGD did really well this. And there's nobody can get to JR right there. He's like waiting in the back. Also, he has the ultimate to save himself. Definitely, they have 2 huge walls that's going to be defending him. It's going to be the Xiaohou. Then it's going to be Moses protecting him as well. So JR is going to be super safe here and ending the game very beautifully with the ace and getting that game win right there.
That was beautiful play. You can see how they just moved all the way from the crash lane all the way to take that crystal. An amazing, amazing Kidia play of the day brought to us by LGD Gaming.
And I mean, for this one, definitely KPL Dream Team is under the spotlight. Each game went so clean, went so fast, and also check out the egg run that Fly is playing for this game.
He could actually take the quadra kill right over there, but it was just like that last ability did not actually click in there. If it would have, it would be actually not a triple, but a quadra kill.
True. I need to say that these 2 teams, LGD and KPL Dream Team, they didn't let us down at all. With a 3-0. I mean, like for LGD, right, for Xiang, what can be better than grab a 3-0 score back home for his birthday?
Yep. Talking about that, like 3-0 from LGD, 3-0 from KPL Dream Team. Well, Weibo Gaming, 3-0 as well, good.
Definitely, man. I feel like they're going to be another contender to go up against the KPL Dream Team. Definitely, KPL Dream Team might even have a competition with Weibo Gaming. So I'm really excited to see that game as well.
Can't wait.
Yes, exactly. Let's look at what we have for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have exactly the same 15 electrifying games that we're going to be bringing to you in both our Stream A and Stream B. It's going to be the last opportunity for us to see who's going to make it to the top 8 and move forward in our tournament.
And I definitely is going to highlight the 4th game, which will be KPL Dream Team play against Weibo Gaming, since they are being the undefeated so far in the journey of EWC.
The battle of the unbeatable.
Yeah.
It's going to be an amazing game. I cannot wait for tomorrow. That is going to be an amazing game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember that the championship in-game mode kicks off this Saturday evening at 8 o'clock. Join us to unlock the brand new Wu Yan skin for free and immerse yourself in the battle for your region and claim the glory of a champion. The championship is coming in. I hope that everyone at home, it is really going to try their very best just to prove your skill.
Yeah.
Prove everything that you have been learning.
Definitely.
Well, it has been a lovely day. It has been a very long one, but it has been a great opening for this amazing tournament. I hope that tomorrow morning, everyone is going to wake up and is going to be looking forward to see us again right over here. Get, Nora, Isaac Peña here, and I hope to see you tomorrow for day 2. Thank you very much.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears.